Your clips are always bad. It have been said many times before. Brandon Cooney has a smaller teeth. If he did that, that would be good. So that would be true. But in the story, he has a big gum. I took an edible and it didn't work. But then 30 minutes later, it was like, whoa, jazz. Tony Hinchcliffe, fuck me. He does Brian Callen, but with an Estonian accent. Oh, fuck. I told you this a long time ago. Yeah, I forgot. I'm right. Yeah, but I guess that's original in a way. Fusion dishes here. This smug ass face when Papa feels like he drops knowledge. Posted by Hot Pot Cinema. Yeah. Damn, dude. His face could be like the thing that pops up. You know, like the paper clip on the old word. Like it could be like the paper clip or this face. Yeah. Got a question? Oh, Floppy. Yeah, Floppy. It looks like they're like, hey, Brandon, what should we name the dog? He looks like that. He's like, Donnie. Give it back. Give it back. Bye. Alrighty. Next joke. Next one is Caterpillar Hot 7539. This week's new persona, Salin Calabasas. Oh my gosh. Interesting. 3 deals in 1 hour. This is on Drive Fast Podcast. What channel is this on? I think that's fake, but it would be funny as fuck if he did a real estate bit. Yeah. That would be fun. So in the middle of trying to work on my truck, my house got sold. I've always been kind of a guy that's into like real estate, money, making it happen, and I don't know why I'm doing that voice for shop though. Yeah. I sold my house, I flipped it for $3 million, and I had to go ask her, can you give me more money than that? Got done. Instead of calling it Drive Fast Podcast, you should have called it West Coast Choppers. Why? I don't know, just because I don't know. I tried. I mean, it's better than Drive Fast Podcast. Let's see here. Luke doesn't rate the Rogan Hack Pack. Post about the bow. Let's see here. Attachment tomography is downfall. No. Well, how do I know that? Maybe it is. His show has turned into Rush Limbaugh with DMT and shit comedians. Well, it's always not shit comedians. Skits and beats. That's hilarious. Hell yeah. Teach his own, I think, is probably the best comedians out there. Luke is a good guy. It depends on how numbers you comment or whatever. Only 250. The Grammys make me sick. Only inviting POs posted by Grammys concept 26 video. Wow, this is the best post of the week right here, dude. Yeah, dude, calling him out for his idiocy. Very stupid. What room were you reading then, Brendan? Not that one. Oh, dude, come on. No, I have inside knowledge. I was a double agent. That's why you stopped, because when he went, he was like, oh my God. Here's a pedophile. I never see Showtime. I better bet on myself. Let's see here. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. Post by Upstairs Patient 373. Yeah, dude. We were talking about this last time. You don't look good. No. Look, evil does this to a man, right? You're bad inside, eventually outside bad too. Yeah. Too many hot chips can lead down a treacherous road. My camera angles are not helping. All of these pictures look like each one of them looks like he caught his dick in something. These are all that's what he's trying to like not like. Is there a way to like not let anyone know that caught his dick in something? And the rest of them are him just screaming for help. Please! He's trying to describe how it got caught. He's like, I don't know. My dick is stuck in the pie. That's the first try to get it out. Oh, fuck. He's resigned now. He's like, alright, fine, it's just stuck for you. He's like, look at the dick. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah. I don't have a dentist, I might as well have a dick. This is also hard to laugh when you've done something terrible. Yeah, and you finally feel good again. Yeah, for that 15 seconds before you're just what you did. Oh my God, so funny. 48 posted this one. I pray to God somebody said that.
A brand new minute from one of the hardest working men in all of the Austin, Texas comedy scene. This is the return of Cam Patterson.
I was around the fires. I was there. I blame Big A's. That's what I blame for. It's funny because I was riding around and I seen like all the houses on fire and shit. And you know what's crazy? You know what's still standing? All the ash and the rubble and all the fire, what was still standing was brick chimneys. Why not make the house out of that next time? That ain't the most sense ever, you fucking dumbass niggas. Hey, let's keep going. Airplanes for 200. Airplanes for 200. And what is the deal with the black box? Tell me.
It's the only thing that survives a crash. Why don't they build the whole plane out of the black box?
You're rapping Asian niggas. They are Asian as shit.
Bad comedy funnier than good comedy. Sorry. Strikes again. It's better to be not good. So take that. If you're a comedian, you're thinking about being a comedian, start writing jokes about Asians. Cheat on your wife, take some Adderall, and hit up to way too many women on Instagram. You know what I mean? Yeah, keep it thick. 3 C's. If there was a horrible fire recently, blame it on the people in it. Yeah. That's good. That's your way of calling the Palisades gay. Oh, wait, I don't know. I was like, I don't think Cam said that. It's like they should build the house out of. Oh, yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't understand why he blamed it on the gays. That I don't get it. Maybe that's just the joke. Yeah, I don't know. That was like a whole one section not explained, and then he went into the brick thing. I don't know why he blamed it on the gays. I would have said, I blame it on the Goonies. I mean, the Cam saying blame it on the gays, I think he probably just did that because that like kills in Austin. It's just like that's really all you need to say. You just go, in the gays. And then like everybody there's like, oh, he's one of us. We haven't read a book in 17 years. Oh, I'm going to go to Austin and be like, I'm a doctor. I delivered a baby yesterday. It turns out it was A. Dude, killed. Yeah, A.B. Rich. Austin just passed out for a second there when I said that. Posted by Dandy Kaufman. This one is called Bryce, quote, is not a bad dude, end quote. Just a byproduct of social media, and he's a kid, 30-year-old. Let's see here.
Bryce is like some evil kid, you know. I think Bryce is a product of the current society obsession with social media. I don't think he has a background in history, especially when it comes to World War I, World War II, and Hitler, and Germany, for that matter. I think he's homeschooled, if that's right, or he dropped out of school early. Point is he's not the most educated dude to give these hot takes. That's fine, you know, freedom of speech. He's welcome to say what he wants to say, but you just got to be ready for the repercussions. When you say some wild crap like he said.
You don't think he knows that? He said that note. Yeah, no, I mean, what he did is inexcusable. I don't think what Job is saying is wrong in the sense that he doesn't know anything about history. He's probably homeschooled and he's an idiot. Right, so that part actually is true. And he probably is a product of social media, because if you go on Twitter now, it's all Nazi crap. So I understand that, but it doesn't excuse me. I go on Twitter too. I don't believe the Nazi crap I read. I don't then go, you know, and also I think it's, Hitler was right. You know, like that doesn't, you have to be a moron to, so that's what's lacking from this critique.
So, I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but I think you guys need to realize that this is a kid. He is a kid. This is a kid who probably is on social media, and his algorithm, for better or worse, is filled with this narrative that he is kind of pushing, and there's much smarter people than him pushing this narrative, and he's
much smarter people. And they're also kind of right.
A lot more these days. But remember, Bryce is a fact. He's not a bad person. He's not a bad dude. He's not at all.
Do you think he was in the bunker? And they're like, "We lost, sir. We lost." He's loading the gun with his wife and paper brown. He's like, "Wait for 8 or give it like 80 years."
Either Bryce or what Bryce is, he's in this bubble.
Kanye, like, how much money does Bray make?
And he's the perfect storm of growing up super religious, which most of those super religious people don't mess around with gay stuff. And then, so when you see it online, it's like not super, it's not good. So when you see it online, like the transgender stuff, it's this, there's these safe rooms where kids can come out as they're gay or trans. So he's constantly seeing that in his algorithm on the news. He's like, oh, remember, he's a religious dude. He's like, what the fuck? World's turned to shit. So he's just this byproduct of that.
Imagine being compassionate for Bryce Mitchell after he said all that stuff, but then they put 5 anchors on a UFC card and you are so pissed about it, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is a lot. That's a great point. He's worried about the guy that loves Hitler and all that.
Yeah.
But just the idea of black anchors, he can't. They're there because they're black. There's no compassion.
We get it. There's no we get it, Bryce. We get it.
That's where you should.
TJ Goss is saying that crazy shit.
Most people are gonna write him off. Can't wait to see him fight next and get his ass whooped. But you gotta step back a little bit. It's like, the kid is a product of the current climate we're living in.
His face.
That's the face for it.
Yeah. Where do you get a hat like that? The Marlboro store.
I wonder if somebody was with them and they brought that hat. They're like, "Give it."
It was a gift. He's like,
Somebody trolling him. A homeless cat said, "I'm not taking anything. Wear this on the show, please."
damn, I'm really upset there's no Antonio Brown clips. You think there would be? Maybe it wasn't a good show. Maybe. Probably not the best show. Posted by Confidence Search 8648. Rings playing Bloomingdale's, Minnesota.
10:30 a.m. I mean p.m. Now to Bloomington, Minnesota.
Bloomingdale. Even when I was saying Bloomingdale, I'm like, isn't that like a store? It's not a city. Maybe the city was going to be the store in the city.
When you said that, I thought it was like a joke, like he's gonna have to play at Bloomingdale's. Like, oh, it's like shit. Let's do Kids are shipped at Bloomingdale's. He's not even from his shirt. He's folding pants.
All right, kids, that's it. Tune into the fight companion myself, Joseph Rogan, going to Bloomingdale.
Now I go to Bloomington, Minnesota.
Very funny. He's just a product of the current climate of social media. That's I'll defend it to the Okay, so this is B Talks About Kids, posted by Water Dune 1984. Let's see here.
Do you have any kids?
I do.
God damn them to hell.
I want to watch that whole episode now. I was waiting for this episode to even think about watching it, and now I want to watch it just because I'm wishing death upon you and your whole family. Let's see.
Hey, we'll try to
He would never say anything bad about LA, posted by Haphazard. Oh, come on. Let's end on this one. This is a 2-minute 38-second Haphazard clip.
Hey, we'll try to do bits and shit, because you always have to do the material. Daddy has a little reservations about going to Austin, and let's get real.
Daddy's not so much sure about making Austin his new grandfather.
He was like, "Are you daddy or am I daddy? Who's daddy? Are you daddy? Who's fucking daddy?"
It was always a little bit scary.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll miss LA. I've been here a long time, man. 30 years.
Don't get it twisted. You and I think I can speak for you. We're not those guys that leave LA and trash LA. I love LA.
Wow, this is going to eat them in the ass later, dude. Or wherever this is. Or about right now. It's not gonna be a hot second. Wait till they go to Austin and they start talking shit about LA. Yeah, that's the fucking beginning of every clip right there. Every name. Yeah. Oh, really, dude?
I absolutely adore LA. Yeah, I love it. There's so many good things. A lot of shitty things, but there's so many good things.
So many good things. So
Immediately touch to it.
I have to say,
I just have anxiety overall right now. There's so much changing. And then also the thing today while we're doing this podcast early is that Slam Bag Combi I've been working on since September. We got to finish it tonight because I got to drive 3 hours to Johnson Valley, King of the Hammers, to finish tonight.
Yeah.
I hit the guy up last night. He's like, get ready to run down.
Can't help himself. He talks about, so I have a friend in the group chat that will just bring up people that we don't know. He'd be like, my brother Dave, and we never knew he had a brother, right? He acts as if like he's been telling us about Dave for years. Another Dave tale. Yeah, and so it's annoying, and that's what Brennan does with cars. He just says things that you don't have any idea what he's talking about. We got that HVAC C-clamp. Yeah, drive that up, and it's finally done. Johnson Valley is going to be a weather night tonight. King, what do you say? He was like, King of the Hammers. King of the Hammers. What are you talking about? What can we take at the shock value? What can we take the shock value? Nobody knows. Brian clearly doesn't know what you're talking about. You fucking asshole.
Your wife, kids, you might be home early tonight. Also, I heard, I forget who said this, but no one will remember you working late except for your kids. No one. The people you work with, your employee, the boss, nobody will remember you working late, but your kids will.
Yeah.
Because I hate it whenever I miss anything. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it. We'll get it done. We'll get it done. We have a squad. We'll get it done. It's just that. It's all that. It's just anxiety. And then I gotta drive it home. But it's a 3-hour drive over there. It's a brand new truck. Sure, if something goes wrong, it's stuck on the side of the road. Yeah, there's no wipers. It's raining.
there's no wipers.
That's all better than wipers. Why would you drive a truck in the rain that doesn't have windshield wipers? Put windshield wipers on it. That's not even a hard thing to do. I think you can do that yourself. If it has no wipers, it has no wipers. I'm thinking. None at all. You know how to replace the wiper. You know the mechanism that makes the wipers go. Yeah, bend down. But he should know. He's a truck guy. Yeah, you're right. But why doesn't he have it at all? I'm on your side. How does he not have that? How does he fit in that thing? It's an HVAC C-clamp. That's why, dude. Why wouldn't he go to the King of Shocks? Well, that's a great question. King of Hammers has the shocks of the Kibitek, and when you put the wipers in, it doesn't really let the engine run as it goes. It's like a traction control where you should be in Baja. Yeah, dude. Anyway, so we'll never trash LA. Just like plugging it into random conversation. Yeah.
It's a goddamn issue. How are there no wipers?
I took them off. I didn't like the way they looked.
Okay, never mind. So I'm on your side 100%. So he does not have to. I took them off. Okay. It never rains in Austin.
See, now I regret it. Yeah. Let's get those back on. Can you get them back on?
You know what? We're gonna need wipers, I think, just for the drive out there. Johnson Valley's dry and sunny right now, but driving up there, you might need one, no doubt. As soon as you have them, I went, for sure. I went to the garage and I can't find them.
That sounds like me. Yeah. He's got a great It's like when I did the shows. I was like, hey, I moved the shelves somewhere. I don't know where they are. It's like, what's it called? He's like, I was looking for the wipers, found out, got a lot of mold.
Now,
Fuck you.
you're down.
You won't, and that's the thing. When it starts raining really heavy, you can't see anything.
Yeah, but since September, working on it, and today is the final day, just anxiety.
How about the fact that
last time we were in this exact same area, another thing happened with a car. Remember
You're
that?
talking about when I flipped the tail. Yeah, Johnson Valley's when I flipped the tail. Right?
Right.
We were talking about, hey,
Clearly, that's what she meant. You moron monkey. You monkey brain idiot. I like how he started to mansplain like what she's trying to say is that I'm funny. He wouldn't let her have that joke. Yeah, no jokes were going on this show. All right, that's it. See you next week.
To tell you that there's a clear shoving between owners and us, and if you know one, you know the other. So therefore, one trip you don't know, never takes the people of the gala to tell you that there's an Asara, there's a warning not to have relations with the wife and father, so that the clear shoving tells you that there's also an omen. But according to the Rabbanan, who A, didn't take that clear shoving, and B, learning about the word that's how they know Asara.
Just cause I ran through the views that get still when Netflix of me.
But if you remember,
I sure was peaches delight.
And
now 10 years drunk every night.
And that was the key.
Legs set to fire here. Let's change the locks on T. Who gives a fuck he's a bee? Through his door, I called his mama home. Hey, Mandy, can you walk to my truck? Use your mouth. Let's have sex. Some of my favorite time of the week when they get there, Papa tries to speak. Be surprised to get you better. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit. We live stream on Wednesdays. Ever heard of it? On the Patreon, we watch Dave Chappelle's Closer. And I won't say what we think about it, but one person wrote on a YouTube comment, Cody was on point talking about the closer. So, I mean, the people are talking, but that is not why they're here. No, you guys are here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Start the timer. Put a jingle.
Alrighty, timer started. Consider yourself warned. Strap in. This one's posted by one usual 4460. Right, it's Mark, bring the dick juice and Addis era.
I remember this photo. I didn't forget this.
Why is that?
You know, because I'm sorry, I wish I remembered it, but I do.
Let's see. Here we go. Changing, grabbing a lift. So that's not shop. That's the picture in my room. Gimme. Okay, I'm on my way. What are we gonna do with you? I like it. You gonna swallow this big dick for me, babe? Let's do that. Good girl. Like 15 minutes away. Okay. Close, babe.
Someone who has relations with his daughter-in-law.
Dude. God, it's gross. It's gross to see Sean talking to people, like what his thoughts are. You know, he interacts with people in the DMs. You wish you didn't see it. Never meet your heroes. Right?
Devil's just, he's trying to avoid the awkward moment in the room where he's like, so
That's the awkward moment is him asking for sex. I don't know if he's trying to get the way he wants her to show him what is it, Crystalia? This is probably how Crystalia talks to him too. He wants no conversation.
yeah.
He's like, I'm just gonna come over there and do it, and then we watch TV and culture TV. Don't talk.
Oh, here we go. Good. Hello, Brendan Shaw. I'm horrible. Why are you horrible? LOL, how's Papa? I've never been good at texting. I'm not attached to my phone. LOL. I dig that. Forgive you. Just don't go MIA on me, boo. Deal. When what do I see tomorrow? I land around 2, shows until 7:30. So I can hang before 6 p.m. and obviously have you too if you're up for it, babe.
Damn, these guys are like too old to be like setting up sex rendezvous after shows. And he's married. Yeah, well, don't go MIA on me, boo. How about you? I am married, but I am open to cheating on my wife. I would like to have sex with you. Is that something that you're also open to? I'm a bad person. That's the communication. Would you be okay with having sex with a married man?
Don't go married in action on me, boo. Like 5 minutes from the club, I'm at Hotel La Vic. Like 11 minutes from the club. With that face, he loves that face.
Hotel La Vic.
Close enough, you're trying to look up trouble. Oh my god. Alright.
Try to scoop up the bag.
Yeah, that's his top 3 used. Is thinking. Like, watch this. The winky face and the gimme.
The gimme is such a funny thing to say to somebody.
Let's see what else we got here. Joanna needs a handler at Gecko 543. Should we even see this?
I tried to avoid it.
Alright, it's Joe Rogan, so I'm sure it's going to have to do this.
Oh, this is going to be, I know what this is going to be. This is going to be the thing where he's like, I see some like friends' wives roasting shit.
Friedman had some guy on, and the guy was explaining how Instagram is essentially an infidelity accelerating machine. Because you think of like how many, I know guys who are married and their wife's page is all their wife sticking their titties out and sticking their butt out. It's literally the whole page.
He's on the girls.
And I'm not talking about girls who are like professional fitness influencers that are just showing how good their body is. I'm just talking about just regular gals. Like if you're a professional fitness person and maybe you train people or something like that, of course you should show your body. That's what everybody wants. Yeah, you're literally advertising. But look, I did this to me. I can help you do this to you. But some of them are just ass and titties and like my feet and like they're married, right? So
Rogan is minimum sky. He posts a lot. Yeah, he posts a lot on the right.
They were bombed on DMs like constantly, and if something goes wrong in the marriage, then they have like probably so many options. Like pro athletes are DMing them. Who knows?
Got you.
Holy shit!
What the hell was that all about?
Can never talk about your friend's wife. That's number one in the bro code.
Well, who's breaking the code, dude? Because Shab's cheating on her.
Oh, yeah, no, Shab has broken a different code. But I don't think Rogan should be talking about his friend's wife. Right?
Yeah, keep it in the locker room, dude. I don't know where else.
Keep it near the code.
This is posted by Rough Conclusion 6149. Mamba has listed their house for sale in Texas.
Oh, fuck. God, that's a big ass house, though. How does he fit in that thing?
Dude, that's insane. That's a house.
That's like a Wes Anderson. Can you imagine like Wes Anderson doing a shot house?
Yeah.
The Wes Anderson friend. Make it happen, Chin.
Wow. That is a nice house.
The Secret Life of Brendan Schaub, Chapter 1.
5 beds, 6 baths, 6,700 square feet. I'm a numbers guy.
Dude, you sound like you're doing a good. Were you trying to do Wes Anderson there?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Let's see. I don't know. That's insane. He's definitely going to Texas.
Yeah.
All right. Slojo is going to change her identity when they move to Texas. Should we read it or not? Okay. Posted by Alien. The Kardashian, egotistical, materialistic LA celeb front isn't going to fly in Texas. She's going to shift her on and she's going to start LARPing as a Texan. As soon as she gets there, she's going to start wearing cowboy hats and boots, jeans, flannels, etc. She's going to become extremely patriotic and will start posting about Christianity, conservative politics. She's going to start running for Texas. Okay, we can.
I don't know about that. As we learned from Rogan and Schaub, Austin's liberal as shit, dude. It's basically fucking North Korea with a beach. So I don't know about that.
Don't agree with us at all.
Whatever, dude. We get it.
Don't agree with the Buckies.
Oh god, that was oh my gosh.
New TFK Texas Eric coming. How Papa fuck it up posted by don't know who to ask.
Shot for the moon, landed on the stars.
I mean, this looks like it's a real picture they took.
Yeah, this is very good Photoshop work. Very good. And the shop is online so much in Callan that you can make stuff like this. There's pictures out there that can you can put in any movie. Name the movie.
Dallas Buyers Let's see what else they got here. Pull up Shane, posted by Ocho Man 3412. We know where his allegiance lies.
I know it's kind of hurt.
Right?
Gillis posing with your enemy. You know when this photo was taken? You know what time?
434.
4:35. No, you're right the first time.
Damn, that'd be funny if Nate Diaz tweeted out Shane, big old pussy, Gillis.
Or just the pussy about shopping.
Yeah.
I'm here. Me and Shane are here, and Chop's a big old crying pussy.
He has a shirt that says big old pussy shop.
Who do you think that Nate Diaz thinks he's taking a picture with? He's like, Nate Diaz Roger. They think he's like, Dad, I got this picture with fucking Mr. Rogers.
It's me, Mr. Rogers. It's back.
They're at Tam's. Yeah.
Alright, let's see what else we got here. Shop showed up 30 minutes late with Sanaz, posted by Clint Putter of Chips. Oh, what is that?
That's a weird pic.
Oh, is that on the show?
I think so. Maybe they're doing some AI shit with
Steve Harvey?
Yeah, probably great content. I've never seen it.
Well, it's a great show.
Some would say the best. Yeah, he looks like he's starting to look Geico cavemanish.
Very good observation.
He can save you money on your car insurance fee.
He looks like the secrets are getting to him. He looks like if I were to go to his house in Transylvania, he'll lock me in and suck out of my chest like he's karate.
Oh, did you ever see that? What'd you think?
Great movie.
It's funny. You gotta see it, man.
I like how you asked me about the movie instead of letting him. He showed up with the Diet Coke unscathed, dude.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, we show up with Diet Cokes and coffee. So that's kind of just a podcast. That's what you learn when you got a black belt, right? White belts just showing up on time, nothing to drink. Good luck with that.
You can answer truthfully or not, but how many times have you showed up just having sex?
That too.
We did not.
Every day.
That's what he did. That's what they're referring to. Sanaz and him walked in together. And
I missed it.
D's face, dude. He's like, you really gonna fuck on it?
Weird ass face.
Let's see the last one. I'm sure it's gonna have to be Sanaz 1 and 2.
She doesn't have to work. It works just day in the bus. Classic story.
I'm not gonna hate on him, dude. Do you think what? He's married though, so I will hate on him.
It'd be weird, like people think that he's her dad. Like, hey, is that your dad? She's like the guy in the orange sweatshirt that I just made.
Could have been me. Oh yeah. So this one's Dicey posted by Mitchie Slick LBC. It's looks like Theo Vaughn with David Spade and Nate Diaz.
Theo Vaughn and David Spade are like making a movie or something, right? Their show. That seems and then Nate Diaz is on the show. They're like, we gotta get. I mean, I'm just guessing. Like, we gotta on our show. That's so funny. I wonder why. I'd love to know the backstory here, but he's like not Shop, right? No wonder Shop wants to toss his fucking best friend is having his mortal enemy on David Spade.
Isn't it fun? I think like Nate Diaz goes around like seeing people be like, eat that big old coffee. That kind of big old coffee. Oh yeah, yeah. He probably has like fucking Terminator goggles like red, and it's like big old pussy, and he gets a shot, and everyone else is like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Nobody else is a big old pussy, but he always has it on just in case. Yeah, he doesn't want to fucking run into that mistake. Let's see here. This is posted by Dan or Khabib Time. Dana White's true thoughts on Bamba. Because he probably I think that's about Bryce Mitchell, right?
Probably.
You want to disavow yourself right now?
Oh, I disavowed myself on Raccoon Tweeties, but yes, I had said that I agree with Bryce Mitchell's opinion about Elon.
Not the best way of it.
Yeah, that he's a rat bastard.
Right.
But yeah, I said I should have led with that.
Yeah.
But now I think that Bryce Mitchell is probably one of the dumbest people that's ever lived. Just like that, actually.
I like how I gave you a shot and you threw yourself deeper.
Talking to girls is always down.
What is this one? It's going to be... I miss when Baba used to drink Tiger Thick in his Diet Coke and went on incoherent monologues posted by Clem and Mango 9. I think they're pretty coherent, but that's my opinion.
Talking to girls is always the hardest thing to do. She felt like the fucking cute. I took some girl out front here about therapy.
He put syrup and therapy in a word. Syrupy. I can't even do it. I'm struggling with that one.
Do you think they really talked about therapy, or the conversation led her to end with the conversation with, like, you need therapy?
Probably that. But what if, like, okay, they were talking about breakfast, but then they got into therapy, so Sean Monty was, like, talking about syrup, and then he was like, there you go, just confuse pancakes and therapy.
They were album title.
Write it down.
She's like, hey, you all right, boy? Hey, I'm fine. Why? She's like, I can feel like, is he a therapist? And then she was like, yeah. And then, dude, it was therapy talk fucking an hour. Like,
Yeah, I mean, Sean says stuff like that, and you just don't know what to do, even if you're a brilliant genius podcaster. Like, the U.S. to make gold, and then he has to make nothing out of something, you know? Yeah, probably every episode I try to make nothing out of something.
Man. Does it ever feel like that with me, honestly?
No. You're a fucking, listen. Black belt. Never question yourself.
He's also a black belt.
All you need is a rain, Eddie. You get Gerardo drinking one of these sour gummy worm things, too. You fucking stack that up over a week toast.
I was wondering, dude, what if I drink a Rain Energy every time before we shot the show? I think we should do it. Try it. Already been doing it. Drink with me.
I need a Rain Energy drink once a week.
All right, this is tutelage is a verb now. Posted by Gordo SF. Is this new?
I don't think I've seen it.
I'd be looking for a leader in that locker room, a guy with a lot of experience, a guy who's fought at a world championship level, just a tutelage those younger guys, give them words to take
Tutelage those younger guys.
No, yeah, I guess that's wrong, but I won't do this thing out tonight, to be honest with you. Like, I sure
Tutelage.
I get what he needs. I'm gonna tutelage the person who made the split. It doesn't really seem like that big a deal. Not big a deal to me.
All right. So not the best shot.
Peaches delight. They'll probably call me a redact. You know what? I am.
Yeah, dude, that's the thing. We stay redacted.
I woke up at 4:45 this morning. So.
This is posted by Icarus Lives. It's part 9 of What Happens Next. Did we already see part 8?
I don't know. I hope not.
I'm rereading the Old Testament. The Bible, the King James Bible.
Hey, hold on, sir.
Yeah,
You're in the Holy Book.
I'm reading the Holy Book. There's the New Testament, the Old Testament. I'm reading where it started.
Jesus is my North Star, and is that the Old Testament? He's got good choices.
I like either one. Either one makes me laugh.
Damn. If I had to pick one, is the way to go. Is that the Old Testament is hilarious.
I kind of like Jesus my North Star.
All right. Let's see who wins. Loser puts Sharpie in their hands.
And well, that's probably what he was going to say. He was saying the wrong thing. But just Jesus my North Star.
Native Americans have beautiful hair. You never see all Native Americans.
That's a legit point. You know what? It's the only time you see them bald.
Says something redacted.
Yeah.
You know what? It's the only time you see them bald if they get scalped. You feel me?
You feel me?
Cat's like, damn, fuck.
You feel me? The worst place you feel me.
I've seen a lot of bald men. You've seen a lot of bald.
Something redacted again. Why?
How much you get paid to do an old school?
Do you think this is how redacted our founding fathers were, like the Christopher Columbus Europeans were? Because he just called them Indians too.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I told you that crazy story about there's like there's this place, I can't remember what the name of it is.
On Trocog Avenue?
On Trocog Avenue. Remember that story I told you about? They went to maybe it's the Yucatan. The colonizers went to the Yucatan, and they were asking them what they called the Yucatan, and the people were like, what? And what in their language was Yucatan, so now it's named Yucatan. So yes, they were ridiculous. I don't even know it was Yucatan.
All right, so I didn't get to the beginning of this one.
I know what it is already.
How much you get paid to do an old school?
And he's in the Hangover. He's not in Wedding Crashers, so he's going to say Wedding Crashers.
Wedding Crashers. And Wedding Crashers to the Hangover. He's going to divorce, so let's not put it out there.
When you California, that's all put out there.
By the way, we never talked about this setup. What is your favorite TVAC case?
Good question, B.
I'll tell you what's not my favorite, that fucking hat.
8 inches, but I think probably my favorite setup is the red chairs. Yeah, because we have them. That's the only reason.
We gotta get the green booth, the brown chairs.
Yeah, I wonder, like, was this in, this was in their studio, this green booth, right?
Yeah.
It looks like it's in a restaurant, so they did a good job.
I keep it. My kids keep it. My kids keep it. Take it. I'm in it.
Why you do that? Why you do that?
We all ask the same questions.
That last one, not bad. Interrupt the fist bump. Community.
It's kind of yes, not for me, I guess.
Let's see what else we got here, dude. That's a promoted post. Chin's apartment for sale. Oh, fuck. Maybe that's a joke. Posted by Caterpillar Hot. 7529.
Chan's leaving for Austin, D. This is crazy. What if they really leave?
They are.
For sure?
For sure they
He put his house on sale. This is a new era for us.
Everything Britton Chops has become real.
Right, that's
He doesn't even try to hide it, posted by haphazard. That's there. Gotta love a happy good dude. Let's see.
I have a criticism of Mahomes. I think his brother. He's got a butt. I was a gay brother. I know he does. Reason I hate him. Right? You need something? Yeah,
Brandon?
I'm rooting for the Eagles. I'm a big Saquon Barkley fan. I like the white quarterbacks and safety for the Eagles.
It's like he's just been like kind of villain.
These are the reasons why I like doing the show.
You remember the person you're making fun of is an idiot, a bad person, bad guy.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. You don't like Patrick Jones because he's a gay brother? I don't think he's gay. His brother, one is famous, but not that. Either one is bad. Saying that he's gay and that you don't like him because of that.
Like when Shane Gillis says like he's proud of like a white running back or something like that, he's doing a character and it's fun.
Yeah.
This is just shop.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be like, supportive of like a white player because there's not many white cornerbacks and you're joking around and all that stuff. And you're like, oh yeah, I like the white one. Now it's like he says it like the way like the fucking 1950s like racist person would say it. It's like, what is it?
The way Josh Denny says the N word now, that his girl.
Yeah, I mean, it comes off so strange. It's when you say something like you don't like gay people, and then you're like, and I like the white players. Like, was that his delivery? Is it supposed to be like a comedic delivery type deal? I don't get it. Especially after we get it, Yeah. It's just totally a narrative thing, not a good one. Yeah.
So, you know how hard it is to make an NFL as a white corner and safety? They have a bunch of you got a lot of emotional reasons here. No, but I just like this guy's like, nah, man, the tires. Yeah, she's very heavy. Some people just put on. You should have right to refusal. You get drunk, fat, murder, pedophile.
Well, that's it for me.
That's in this podcast. Mahomes' gay brother. White quarterbacks, and now how's that offensive? You're making black people root for their favorite player. I'm a racist. You're rooting for the black guy. Don't make how hard his life has been. Ball, dude. Not since Jason Seymour. All right, get hot second. A hot second. Yeah, celebrate.
You know, it's funny. I made you pause it too close to the other clip as always, but what's funny to me is even with all that, the worst thing is still his sweatshirt. It's still worse. Like, you can forgive the other stuff because you can't. I was gonna say you can forgive it because he has brain damage, but the hoodie is so awful. It's so awful. Why would anyone buy an orange dry fast little gas shit like that? It looks like he works for like a delivery company.
Camo pants.
Yeah, the camo pants obviously redacted, but he's too old for that.
What about these bad boys?
Oh yeah, look at those boots.
What happened to the toes?
Somebody's been on ASOS.
Something about this pant being up seemed real feminist to me, though.
Oh well,
Look how pale he is. Oh my god.
Hey, people.
If we go in far enough, it's all white.
All right, same here. What's your point, dude?
Look at that white hand with the white skin there.
You're being really offensive this podcast, Gerardo.
I'm rooting for the Mexicans in this clip, dude.
Watching the Terrell Owens was shut him down, you know what I'm saying? Got peaches.
Nuts. All right, let's see what else we got here, dude. King of Dermabrasion. I'm doing all right. Let's see this. Dicey is the what's it called tag.
You keep saying take my money. You must have a lot of money. I'll take your money. All right. Robin, you're doing all right. Really, dude?
Everything's so cheap.
What is this, Timu?
And then
The Thick Boy squad is Timu now.
there's another like development in the merch sales is that if you buy something, you get like a $5 jersey.
Oh wow, we fucked up, dude. We came in way too early in the Thick Boy shit, dude.
Did we?
Yeah, this should have waited. Insane. Look at what we could have gotten for way cheaper. $8 for jersey, dude. The Dicey shirt is $8 now. It's such poor quality, the quote they have.
Oh, I don't know those joggers.
Question mark over the top numbers. What does it mean, dude? Why? Why is it donut? I know I've asked this question before. Why is it donut dripping? Sorry, I interrupted. What were you going to say? Oh, that was perfect. A Thick Boy mystery hat? What's the mystery?
You get a random Thick Boy hat.
Okay.
Left seats while I
Nuts.
I don't understand the dripping thing. I don't get it. Like, why is that part of the donut stuff?
Why is it always thick boy? Why is it like they're the ones? No other podcast is selling merch at 88% off.
No, I haven't heard of that. I mean, they have too much merch for sure.
Yeah.
Because most podcasts, they have like fulfillment. They're like 5 things. Even some of the big ones have like not very much, right?
Yeah.
This is like a whole business thing. I wonder if he's figured out some sort of redacted way of making money off of clothes. Like this is actually profit.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's just like getting tons of money from clothes.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
What I think, honestly, is that he bought too much.
He's trying to offline.
Usually, you should do like a pre-sale and then fulfill those orders. He just bought a shit ton of inventory and then has it.
That makes sense. I mean, he's a wasteful person. He's a marketing genius. But yeah, that's another way of saying it.
And he probably already made his money back.
Oh yeah, he's one of the greatest salesmen that's ever lived. Yeah, it's like P.T. Barnum. Never heard of him.
Just like his comic books. Let's see here. This is supposed to buy Old Choiby. Is that right?
Sounds like it.
Old Choiby. Nuts.
Fighting pit, which was like this, like,
Yes.
that was on the edge.
Why does it look like their second smaller every time we watch them?
It's closing in on Morning Kombat, yeah.
They had to sell the table to get a smaller one.
Just Bleed guy. These are the
Just Bleed guys. The GFL draft and the GFL more generally is going to be important. It blows my fucking mind that people think there is anything to this. I mean, okay,
it drives me nuts.
I'm going to be an event.
That's how everybody feels when they can drop. When you know you can drop a Shaivism, that's the face you get.
I already know the titles of this episode, dude. But Brendan Child's merch is 88% off.
Yes.
That's
You know what I
insane.
love?
Another Matan clip here. Matan references T-Fat K Reddit on Tiger Belly. Did I already watch that?
I don't think so.
Posted by James Frog.
Thank you to Tiger Belly for sponsoring this pod.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
they gave us a lot of
Yeah.
cash. A bunch of things.
We couldn't have afforded the chairs, the cameras. I mean, a lot of money went into that. And I just want to thank Bobby. Thank you. That's awesome.
Every day I come home, there's Rain Energies in a delivery packet outside.
I know. I'll get emotional if I start talking about it. So I'm not going to say anything else.
I mean, you didn't even mention the fact that it can protect your truck.
Bobby Lee and Kibitek, there's a thing there. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Read between the lines.
You don't fuck with me because
I'll fuck with you.
I can put my IP address wherever I want.
What is that? I know it more specific with that threat.
I'm gonna put the IP address right here. I'm gonna go on Reddit and I'm gonna go crazy.
What's on
I'm gonna ruin my career.
Not yours.
Whose? The homeless cats. She had a question, sir.
You didn't get it?
I literally don't know what is going on.
It doesn't matter. It's getting cut out.
It's not gonna get cut out. We'll leave that one in. Yeah, we'll leave that one in.
Oh, you leave it in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've seen that before, right?
I don't think so. I haven't.
You have grapes.
I have graves. Matan is growing on me. I always thought it was kind of funny, but it's growing on me.
Let's see. The next clip is from Dana White's mom. I can already hear Papa being edgy and defending the city. Dude, I mean,
It's just so stupid. This is like it makes Papa seem better. I don't know. Serious brain damage, hopefully, is what's causing these comments.
yeah. And that does not seem like a real name, right? Or Richard.
Which name? Louis Scully?
Yeah. This guy.
No, I don't know. I think maybe the Papa Redact was rubbing off on you thinking that's not a real name.
It doesn't seem like, I know it's a real name. Come on now.
Okay.
Louis Seeley. Looks like some guy that just found on the metro on the way to work. You want to write an article about this guy loving Hitler?
And I'd be like, no.
We'll pay you $20. All right. Let's see. What's next? Oh, Jen did drop a new vlog. Oh, nice. So, Confident Search 8648 posted this one. Chen's trip to the mothership. Let's see.
I'm actually going to see Brian Cowan's special, so I'm there to support him. This is probably the smallest patio I've ever seen in my life. But it's a patio.
That's the thing. Yeah.
And
I hate that that's his takeaway. It's so small. Whatever, dude.
He's filming the chips he's eating on the plane. Vlog life. He vlogged. Who vlogged for who? I did Jeff die there. Who vlogged first? Chin or Bappa?
Probably Chin.
So Bappa's copying Chin, basically. He saw Chin vlog. He's like, oh, I'm going to do that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
What's up with this blog stuff, Chin?
He's like, I kind of think I should do that. Chin's like, yeah, you should. And then Chin ends up doing it for him. Yeah. He's like, I did a vlog. Here, edit it.
either that's a sewer or some type of river.
And Chin's going to go fishing again.
I've never been fishing hole, so I'm gonna go fishing up
In a sewer? What is wrong with him? He's always drunk. Chin, I think maybe that's not a bit. He has a problem.
We're walking to the comedy mothership to see Brian Callen.
Yeah, you're walking on a drive, so drunkard.
Driving drunk is illegal in Texas, too.
But I have a feeling, even though I'm on the guest list, he's gonna be either put me on or something. Every time I go to Brian's shows, something happens. So hopefully me and my friends get it, but we'll see. If you're there, I'll see you there. We hire often cops to work the club. We want to make it as safe as possible.
Upon admittance, patrons must surrender their cellular devices, have their faces photographed, and adhere to a strict code of silence.
Welcome to Comedy Mothership. Couple things before we get started. No handling the show, no recording the show out in any way. Bathrooms in the lobby. How you do?
We made it in, and Brian killed it. Reunited with a bunch of TFK alumni, including the great Mike Catherwood.
I'm excited. We haven't seen special. I agree. I don't remember. We haven't seen it yet, right? I can't wait to watch it.
Me too, dude. I mean, you're excited now, but then halfway through the special, you're gonna wish it was over.
Oh yeah, no. When we watch, if you did on the Patreon, when we watched Man Class and Man Tears and whatever the fuck the other ones were, it was rough. Yeah. It was hard to watch.
Yeah. And something telling me that Man Tits isn't gonna be any better, dude.
Is that what it's called?
No, I don't know. Okay. Man Mothership or Mandership.
He's like the last person that should be talking about how to be a man.
Yeah. I think that's the end of this Chin clip. Yeah, dude. So I want to watch that whole. Maybe for the stream we can watch the whole Chin vlog. Because that seemed like a small excerpt.
Yeah.
How did it even fit in this episode? Bro guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Texas would send these two back in a heartbeat. So what is that? What's the plan? Cali girl. Not for much longer, I hope. Yikes. All right.
You know what? I'm not really liking this whole narrative that like Texas isn't real for them or whatever. Sure. Okay, Texas. Be cool. You're fine. We get it. We get it, Texas.
I don't know if that's the narrative of me. Okay. Oh, man, we're both just talking like shopping, dude.
You know?
I think, well, what do you think they believe Texas is going to be like?
I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, it's not like California embrace shop, enjoying it. Like, dude, like, we love the way they act. They're being ridiculed every day. There's a Reddit with 200,000 people in it making fun of them. So, like, a lot of those people are probably in California. So I just don't know what the difference is. Like, as if Texas is going to be like, no, we don't put up with that kind of stuff around here. No, there's probably going to be much better for Brendan in Texas because he's friends with Rogan. Danny Rogan, Mr. Joseph Rogan.
Yeah. You know what drives me nuts?
What?
That Shop never really, he should exist at Flappers. You know? Yeah. Like, why did that never happen?
I don't understand why there's not like a Brennan Schaub show. And I'm being dead serious. I agree with you. You're just being serious too, right? I mean, they had something like that at the Ice House, right? So if not at the Ice House, if it doesn't work at the Ice House, what's the saying? Try it at Flappers, right? If it doesn't work at the Ice House, try it at Flappers, try it at
Comedy Chateau.
Comedy Chateau. What is it? Brendan Schaub and Friends? That's the best fucking name for a show there is.
This is like when people ask us, like, is Flappers really that bad? This is how bad Flappers is. That even Brendan Schaub That Flappers is redacted.
Yeah, and I don't like that if that's really true, I don't like that. I don't think he's above Flappers. Okay.
Well, his cut, his split's going to be very small.
Yeah, okay, he's like, yeah, he needs more money or whatever. I wonder, maybe, I think he could get people out.
Yeah. I think him and Barb would fight for sure.
Yeah, dude. I mean, Jimmy Dore has a whole thing of Flappers. He seems to pack it up.
Christ.
Probably makes a lot of money.
Well, that's our Flappers quota for the week. Let's see here.
The biggest
What
scam
happens
I've
next? Part 8. Oh hell yeah! I knew we ended on 7, dude. I felt it in my bones. Icarus lives again. Let's see.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Speaking of discipline, you had a baby.
Well, literally like us. I can't help it.
You know,
Happy Free Brian makes it weird. Makes it up.
kid got a dick up.
Oh,
He's got a dick up, right? The first puppy cats.
I've never seen that.
I feel like we have seen that. I think we talked about it. I think we were like, why would he say that about a baby? And then we talked about that for a while.
Yeah, a lot of shows we've done.
Yeah.
I just made the shocking scroll check. Scientists have made the shocking find after two cats broke into their research center.
If he's on the poo.
He's so drunk, as usual. These are the drunk Papa days.
Feast on decomposing corpses in Colorado. I want to talk about a guy who's the poster boy of cancel culture. This is how it should work. Fucking Chris D'Elia. Made some mistakes, no doubt, man. Don't understand anything real. Absolutely fucked it up. Learned from it, worked on himself. Does
3 hours of therapy every day.
fucking 3 hours of therapy every single day.
Why are you saying therapy?
It's so funny. When these two like bro football guys, oh yeah, great. But D'Elia does. Yeah, it's hilarious. He says therapy, and it's probably wrong. But if it is real, it's also funny. 3 hours a day, every day, 7 days a week. D'Elia's so fucked up. They're like, you got to be here like half. I mean, it's like half a workday, dude, almost.
Therapy sounds like a race of people in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, the therapies are coming.
The therapies are coming.
I knew Chris before all this happened, and Chris was tough, man. He was a dark soul and just
Not a real human being. That's my favorite. He was not a real human being in that period of time.
tough, not a real human being. Like, he was a bit of a narcissist, and I love him, and he's so talented. I fucking love him. Now, Chris is a real dude, man.
Dude. Yeah, Shab is the last person you want in your corner. Louis C.K., you remember that Louis C.K. bit where he's like, your friends are not the ones you want that have your back or whatever? The friends that have your back when you get fucked over, not the ones you choose. Probably like Brendan Schaub. Maybe. Because Brendan Schaub, he'll stick by you, but then the things he says, you don't want him to say nothing. I'm not a real human being. I'm a bit of a narcissist. I do therapy 3 hours a day.
All right, let's see what this other one was.
What's happening?
Oh, a haphazard clip. Papa can't stop getting scammed. Haphazard posted this one. Let's see.
During COVID, I got this letter in the mail, but it was in like a real letter.
No, dude, I love when you try to gussy it up. But it was like okay, so the thing about it though is that it looked glossy and dude, I love that. I love your face when you do it because you can see it in your face.
So it was a letter saying that our wall was illegal height, all this stuff.
It's a scam. It's some sort of like some sort of violation. They're saying that he's done, so he has to pay to get it redone or whatever.
Then he's gonna come like, oh man, this is crazy. So then I sent to my biz manager. So then he calls. He goes, yeah, it turns out the wall was illegally built. Then he used permits. All
So the fix is back. Oh, so it's real. But he got scammed by the builders. Or the people who made it.
Manager said this.
Correct. So not his biz manager. So
Sounds.
he's like, man, I know this group. They deal with it. They're gonna come out. They're gonna take care of everything. You don't have to worry about it. I'm like, all right, cool. They come out. It's like a mom and a son. And I'm like, no uniforms, no official truck.
By the way, don't sleep on that door.
You heard that? Oh, fuck the doors back.
Yeah.
Our favorite character.
That was so loud.
Yeah.
Use permits, all we
So the
fix
business
this.
manager said this.
Correct. So not the business manager. So
Yeah, no,
cool.
sounds.
He's like, man, I know this group. They deal with it. They're gonna
You hear that rumbling? Yeah.
they come out. They're gonna take care of everything. I don't have to worry about. I'm like, all right, cool. They come out. It's like a mom.
I hear it.
Mom and a son.
Yeah. That's the door right there. Legs coming in.
Talking about me, business manager.
And I'm like, no uniforms, no official truck. I'm like, this is weird, whatever. And they're like measuring.
Just an old school credit card machine.
They're like measuring, like, it's over.
Yeah, rulers. Just
That's exactly what they're doing. It's just some bullshit.
get out the ruler. I got this one up here right now.
They're like, yeah, well, we'll get these plans, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right. Like, you pay them a hefty sum. I'm like, here, fix it. Pay them a hefty sum of cash. 3 months go by, I don't hear from them. I'm like, what the fuck? So I figured they were in the city. I hit up the city. Can you come out? This guy comes out, legit LA County outfit. He goes, I heard my law was behind me. He goes, you got a letter from us? I go, yeah, a letter. I showed it to him. He goes, that's us. And then I go, first time. Did you have a problem with my law? He goes, not at all.
When is the moment, like, when you're talking to this guy, when is the moment that it registered in your head?
The artist or the actual LA County?
You're talking to the LA County guy.
As soon as he pulled up in legit LA County,
You already know, Jan. Hey, you can actually just go home. I think I know what's going on here.
But when I knew it was a complete scam, it was like 2 months into it. They came on the property and tell me, and they were just out there letting like swats or something like bullshit. I came out with my gun because I thought I got my fucking
Outline prom, y'all. You have a gun? St. Louis King. I mean, the fucking, of course, the team is at fault. I mean, the business manager. He just sent it to the business manager. How does the business manager not catch this?
There's not a chance that he said it.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
That's playing to the team.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought you knew this 40 chess already, dude. There's no way.
There's level to this shit, Brick.
Yeah. Or if my business manager can get the J.
Yeah, it could be. You know, I mean, yeah, who does he act?
Yeah.
AR-15. I'm like, what are you doing? They're like, oh my god, I'm like, what the fuck you doing?
Yeah,
They go, we're so sorry. And I was like, no, what are you doing? Like, oh, we were just checking some stuff out, taking pictures.
What if that's when the scam started? Because they were going to rob you, and you can move your gun. You're like, no, we work for the city. You need to pay us $20,000 for your wall. Yeah, that's right. We're going to make it bigger. Britain's like, wait, I want to know.
That's exactly what happened.
Happiest thing has been all about the Renton scam. It's like,
What is your business manager? Yeah. Oh my God.
Conversation off air.
Oh.
why does Nick look like a man that's lost everything? Right? Like, he just looks worse and worse.
Yeah, he does not look good.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to make it bigger.
It's like his teeth are getting weird.
Britain's like, no, wait, I want to know.
Oh, by the way, every time this happens, I always like to go in here and see if that hole in his mouth is real. I guess not. It is a weird jaw, though, right?
Fish fear that mouth.
Dude, that's like a secret. For teeth. Let's see here. Where's... Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's just like, I mean, maybe he's working too hard.
Rough.
Just getting older.
I want to see what you look like with that beard, player.
That's your business manager. Yeah. Oh my God.
Conversation off air.
Oh.
Who's your business manager? Conversation off air. Eric's like, so who is it? Jay.
This guy.
Conversation off air.
I was just some random Indian guy that's funny.
A guy.
World of trouble. That type of stuff.
It's a guy at a cell phone repair shop.
It juices mañana. Damn. That's fucked up. Crazy. Let's see what else we got. We're like, Confidence Search 8648 posted this one. The intern's giving 0 fucks that he's leaving. The interns give 0 fucks that he's leaving. This sounds exactly like Clappers, dude.
Oh, yeah.
We're lucky because Our house is one of the only houses that can still give insurance.
Why?
I'm from State Farm.
Right.
It's an area code. State Farm dropped out. Like, what's up? What's up? What's up?
They won't tell me. Yeah, his teeth are weird. Usually, if you have a gap in your teeth, that means you're funny. Yeah. True. That's facts.
It's an area code. State Farm dropped out. What's up?
For old times, maybe I'll eat a hot jet.
They know that ship is sinking. Captain Solid. Let's see. This one's Banjo Fitzgerald. Just in case you didn't see the famed truck cover in the theater, he added an extra in the room. Truck cover. I guess street trucks. Wow.
Well, he's always been sort of like an art guy, putting stuff up.
So that's the theater shit. Let's see what the room is. I ain't gonna lie, Brett. Keeping it 100, scooping up the bag. I like these tables they got here. All right, I'll stop talking. Of course, a popcorn machine. This is where he watches Moana. Next one, look at that. He wakes up, looks at himself in the street truck. Wow,
is that the master bedroom?
Nuts.
That is redacted as hell. Baseball stuff.
Where the cubbies are. That'd be funny if there was a cubby on this side.
Trashy black thing. Headboard.
Wow, I feel like this is invasive.
Yeah, I know, it's a lot to know about him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't post something that's online. It's just nobody. You know, I guess it's kind of like Cribs.
Yeah.
Dude, MTV Cribs with Brendan Schaub. That's a must see.
Let's see. This is Drunk Asshole Won't Give Up Alcoholism, posted by Appropriate Duty 930. I think we've seen this. I'll never quit drinking.
I will always make sure that I can keep my body healthy enough so that I can always drink. I love seeing a sunrise, a cocktail, seeing a sunset with a cocktail.
God damn.
The sunrise.
Interesting.
A sunset. The cocktail, not that strange. Not every night, but yeah.
I remember sunrises coked out were the worst thing of all time.
No comment.
Knowing how you wake up and see, or not even, you wouldn't sleep, you just see the fucking sun. Yeah, dude, that's the worst thing of all time.
Because somebody else has trouble waking up at 4:30.
If your house is some bottle of wine, getting on a plane, can I get you something? Double jack on the rocks, lots of rocks. I love the moment someone says, "Hey, we should get a drink," and you're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to. This is crazy. This is like anti-dare.
You know what's funny? This seems like it was Bert Kreischer's peak, and then everything went downhill. Because this is a while ago, this clip.
It's a hot second ago.
This is a hot second ago.
Hot. It's your first kiss. You don't get that first kiss when you're married. You get that those first drinks. At a brunch, someone goes, "Should we get mimosas?" And then the waiter goes, "Actually, get bottomless mimosas." And you're like, "This is going to be the best day ever."
Dude, you just hyped me the fuck up. You just hyped me up, bro. That was like a locker room speech.
Yeah.
That's pretty inspirational.
I should speak at AA meetings. What?
Stupid ass barstool shit. I don't mind that Sunday Conversation show.
I don't know what it is. I make no I'm once again commenting on something I have no idea. I'm sure it's great.
Yeah.
I just knee-jerk reaction. Sorry, big dick. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think you're redacted as fuck.
I mean, what are you talking about?
The next one's Guild Guitars, dude. We haven't seen some Guild Guitars in a minute. The Dizzler thinks Chin's singing sucks. What? Let's see.
What is this? This all sucks.
I don't know how people do this, but that off-pitch singing thing is so fucking... It annoys the shit out of me, but it's hilarious.
They made it bad on purpose. It's edited, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, when they make it off-pitch, I hate how it sounds, but it is very funny.
Yeah, it is funny. It's kind of a good
This sucks. I don't like how many edits are in this, too. It's like, all right, we get it.
I prefer Chin singing.
Yeah,
I like his singing.
doing, bro. Like, you can't even take yourself seriously every time you say it. Oh my god. That sucks.
Obviously, it was a mistake. This sucks. This whole thing sucks. It sucks, dude.
Wow, no sequence for that. Let's see. Another Brian Callen clip. Another failed pod from Rings posted by Confidence Search 8648. Let's see.
I stopped doing, I was doing off limits, another podcast I started, and I just was like, I don't want to do this because I'm not sitting here making and adding, what's my podcast? Informative, like such a short, informative podcast. Like, until I can figure out what's unique, I'm not interested. Yeah. I just like, I don't want to do this. I'm not interested in smart talking. Yeah. I'm going to go find the Steve Irwin. Steve Irwin.
Who is that guy?
I don't know. It just died. I'm going to find the Steve Irwin.
Yeah. Or a snus. Some sort of.
Yeah. Yeah. Still a good fucking idea.
Yeah. Good idea.
So he stopped.
Tells the truth about stuff you can't talk about.
It's so funny because you feel empathy for people. Like, you kind of can't help that, but then you remember who they are, and you're like, oh, no, fuck that guy.
Yeah, no, Callen, African singing man, Scottish nobleman.
Do with the shovel? All right, condolences to the recently identified victims posted by BGL's Little Feet. I don't know what that means.
Oh, pissing.
Oh. Damn, it looks like they were trying to stop him from pissing and then sing. It's like they put up a fucking. Are you just missing a moat? It looks like a castle.
Build the wall, around the sink, none of them piss in the sink.
Dude, if this statue could talk, dog.
Seen a lot of dick.
Seen a lot of Adderall usage. Okay, that's a pissable sink right there.
No protection.
Dude, the most pissable of sinks right there. Yeah, it looks like he bought a house that you could piss in sinks in. Probably. That one. Yeah.
How do you even tell someone not to piss in this thing? Acting on it.
It's kind of natural.
Yeah, you just say, hey, no, what? 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 Huh?
All right, let's see. This is the last one for today. It's posted by Haphazard. He attributes his strength to being a blue-collar car guy. You seen that video that he posted on his Instagram? No. Where he basically is saying that he's stronger than the two strongest men of all time.
Oh, I did see that, yeah.
Yeah, he's holding that barbell for a minute, and they can only hold it for 50 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll clarify. I saw like a second of the clip, and then I saw someone talking about it.
Yeah. What do you think? Facts or cap? Facts.
Yeah, he's strong. He's stronger than the world's strongest man by far.
Well, that take a savage fire.
Strong man. Oh, big old strong hands. I've heard of strong hands, but I didn't know that I was sitting next to the guy who had the strongest hand. What? Hold on. Didn't you make the word hand? What's his name? Cooper? Didn't you make the word the current strongest man in the world? Hold on. Didn't you hold 345 pounds longer than both of them? So you got the strongest hands in the world. Those guys are pretty strong. I've been sitting next to the guy who has the strongest hands in the world. You know better now than when we grapple? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, well, you have.
Meanwhile, Chin's behind the camera with a fucking big bracelet.
Why did you choke me then? The whole time.
Your fingers the same. What's funny
means your fingers are literally the same palms, though. But your palms are whatever. Yeah. You got big old palms there. You got palms. But your hands aren't giant. You don't have big hands. No. You know what's good about the movie Austin? Is that we are further from death.
That's true. Yeah, he can't strike as easy when he finally gets his vengeance.
Who knows? He might have like one last night after this fucking goes for it.
I'd say that's a decent beating guy.
Oh yeah, no conversation, just straight to the wow.
And like I've shaken on pro football players have big hands. Yeah. Thor has big hands. So I figured he'd be the most. Let's watch this for a second. This is crazy. It's 55.7. Mitchell Hooper's the current strong, like he beats Storm and everything except for deadlift.
Hell yeah.
60.4. Must have been like, what? Yeah, they're like, what the fuck? Yeah, wow. I'm also a lot lighter than that. But it's different too because you're 100 pounds lighter minimum. And you don't train like that at all. And you're 10 years older. So, no, hold on. That's what I'm talking about. I know you're Bam Bam. I know you're stronger than you. Bench press 225 right now. You could do it 30 times. You could do combine numbers right now.
Young NFL players.
Have you ever been?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, man, I'm sure you can do
225, 30 times.
Yeah.
Not destroy most of the time. Yeah. It's not all.
Yeah, 7%. Yeah, I mean, like, 6'3", 6'4", like that. Easy look, anything under that. It's like, not really sure.
Yeah, obviously, I was strength wise. Yeah, strength. Yeah. That's cool. Well, I've never seen
It's not so hard. Sometimes I laugh at whatever. I'm a bit of a power lifter myself.
Big deal to watch these shivers this temperature.
Oh, yeah, he's only years to death.
I remember you did strict, because I did them. I did 30 pull-ups, and then
Can I point
you
something out? This is kind of a weird way to say it. I do this.
You do? When it's cold out?
To keep your hands warm. It is a little cold here. It's nippy. Yeah.
Go for it, dude.
I'm ready to fight.
Like you have to stop you sometimes, you know?
32 pull-ups strict. And that's a lot of weight. So, you know, but that's fucking crazy.
It is not boring for hours. It's like they've made something interesting boring. Like if he really is the world's strongest man, he never trains, but he's so much stronger than those two guys. You'd think that'd be kind of an interesting conversation. That's just like kind of like,
Yeah, he's just like, my homie's gassing me up right now, but just sit back while this is,
being said when he's doing shit. It's like contractually part of the show that, like, all right, last 3 minutes you're bragging about something that I did this week.
every
ready for the Arnold too. But I do with the strength stuff, it's like, you know, like sports, all that shit. And then also jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu really get your hand grip strength going. But then also I'm strong, but then also with a lot of like your endurance on the car. Like the mechanic tanks are strong and I'm always turning. You're constantly like this, like cut the gas. For long periods of time. I think a lot of endurance. Yes, endurance. I'll tell you a hilarious story.
I love some batteries and track pads. They take them out and they explode it. And it's like, you can't even get the thing open. I shake your head to shut up. Yeah. Yeah, it's team. But yeah, that's it for this week. See you next week.
Every other culture, which seems to have extremely convergent mathematics as champions. With money, control.
You know why we have to. Go back in time.
I like how you're dancing. No, you're dancing better than I am.
The thing that Jesus was fighting against, Romans turned his death into a textbook. They turned his mission. He was fighting so hard. I mean, he was fighting against the money levels.
All the time, every day.
That's the year.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes to Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon. This week we watched RX Reviews New Specialist and a special America's I forgot it's called. And I won't give away what we thought. But I will say this: there's a message of positivity, and that's what this show is all about. Yes, everybody knows that. But anyways, that's not why they're here. We also see that this that's not why they're here.
No, dude, not a chance. Also, we did not put sugar all over our chicken table.
That's true. We're not going to sugarcoat anything. Never. We don't do stuff like that here. So, start the timer. Wait, the chin clip.
Why is your brain not working?
My brain doesn't work.
All right, let's go ahead. I like what we did last week, so I'm just going to do the same thing again. Oh, shit. Scrolling down through fucking remix. It's the remix. Why did you say it's
because my brain doesn't work. I wanted to come up with a thing to say it's different, but I said it's the remix.
Man, you are very scathed right now. You're not on stage.
I've never loved this show unscathed. I've always been scathed.
Alright, let's see this first. I'll call that out. This is a scathed guy.
Always been a scathed guy.
This was posted by H-Man Comp. What is that?
I don't know why that made me laugh, but it did.
Each account is less than 4 hours old. Red Mark. I'm gonna let you go ahead and click on this dude and go for it. Do you want me to read them? Yeah.
Okay, so keep in mind, these are new accounts. And one of them's a hot cheese. Your videos are always high quality and depth of thought. Thank you for dedication and talent. And then a bunch of emojis.
High heel, smiley face mountain. Sophia Green. Post the shout out to Sophia Green. Ella Handsome. Okay, so a girl that has handsome. Also very hot, right? Your videos are always so profound and inspiring. Thank you for your creativity and dedication.
Happy face. Yo. Devil. Emoji. Devil mouse. You know, I mean, like, again, you know how this is. You don't even have to. Right? These are cats.
Yeah,
right?
Your channel is a real oasis in the world of YouTube. If you're all making us happy with your work,
The snowboarder is funny.
Sticks and trees to make them
why did all either lay down or
do when you have this massive fucking fireworks show in the sky and all that starts moving differently.
Emily Garcia, watching your channel is always an interesting and educational journey. Keep inspiring us with your content.
Next to fucking window is funny. Is that a window or a cabinet?
There's a beer, a window, a hot dog, and a bell.
Just no standard. Something like also a comment. I'm shocked that we're
also gonna, but then VW was
why would I want to read all those hot chicks trying to get at me?
He just responds to
we've been talking about it. We're pretty upset with the amount of things. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, I'm okay.
Oh, really? Okay. I think I would like more inspiring. I feel like we inspire people. So it's weird that people don't comment that.
Yeah, you're right. We're just, I mean, I wish we were as good as Chief and K. They got these kind of comments.
Another thing is only, or no, never mind. I'm wrong. I was going to say only one of them didn't say inspiring. So I feel like Sophia's a real comment, but it's not. It definitely is. No, it's not. No chance. All right, let's see the next one here. That's an ad. This was posted by Direct Bam Bam. Papa couldn't make it. Had to take the chompies to Sugar practice. Oh, man. Is this the inauguration?
I don't. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like that's what the.
Dude, do the Hebrew Bible books.
So the Paul brothers, Bunny Crinchcliffe, Joe Togan, obviously going through some shit. Guy in the back. Do we know guy in the back? Yeah. Who's guy in the back?
That's a beanie guy without the beanie.
It's Jamal. They invited Jamal. They invited Jamal and not fucking Papa, dude. What's up?
I mean, it looks like he got no sleep for sure, though.
He's tired.
Yeah.
From all the fame.
Yeah, so sure Papa would have been there.
I bet he's happy for them, right? Yeah. He's probably like so happy that they all got to be there and stuff. He does it too.
Yeah. This one's called Papa posted by Red Wanted. Anti-hero podcast posted this. Just saw Brendan Shaw blindly defend Tim Kennedy. That's pretty disappointing. Also, we would not recommend taking podcast advice from Brendan.
Dude, they got him.
Yep.
So I'm assuming anti-hero podcast is those Marine dudes.
Yeah.
Damn, they're funnier than him too. They more of a man, like serve the country and better at comedy too. Sucks to be Brendan.
They shouldn't tell him. Don't tell the anti-hero podcast that dogs need to love.
He's so bad at podcasting. Brennan is that if I like pulled him out of it, like if I stopped him from podcasting, I'd be like, you like one. Yeah, it'd be like saving some. Stopping Brennan from doing a podcast would be like saving someone from a car crash.
What else? I mean, I would argue that he's good at podcasts. You know, relative to what else is good at.
Oh, like he's so bad at the other stuff.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I thought you were going a both ways thing because he's like really bad and also very good because we love it.
Yeah.
Which I'd also think.
Here's the thing, I wouldn't go that way because he tried to see me fired. It is like torture. Even if it's like sarcastic or whatever, you're trying to be argumentative.
Yeah.
No, it's unlistenable.
That's why I thank the chefs for their service. You know, that's like it's like any other hourly job. You work at PF Chang's, it has its ups and downs. Like the ups are obviously the funny clips you make. The downs are like I can't believe I fucking have to listen to this shit sometimes. And even the only episode I ever watched really from beginning to end is the Glassman episode, and I hate it. I fucking hated it so much. I walked away from that being like, I fucking hate Glassman. But
We almost stopped doing the show.
yeah, we stopped, but you know, he's funny now, so time to change.
Let's see here. The next one is posted by MR Eisenman. 1 second, we gotta pause this. What is happening to this? Papa shows fear in his gaze when homeless cats get mentioned during GFL interview. Let's see.
Yo, Brick Card. I'm amazing, dog. I know you. How's your life going? Well, all's good, thankfully. What's good in your world?
Just this Sunday, man. Just Sunday. Just got off the phone with a friend of mine from the UK. Just catching up. Just doing everything. I'll be up since 2 in the morning. Normal stuff. Getting on spaces. Just general stuff, buddy. Just general stuff.
Absolutely.
How you been?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I've been really great.
That's it.
Absolutely. All right, Brick Card. Do you have a link tree?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I actually, when you sent me them links the other day, I set it all up. I had it anyway, but I added more socials to it. But I had a problem with when I put the I signed up my WhatsApp to it.
Okay.
First, I created a community and added the WhatsApp community, and then straight away, for some reason, it banned my WhatsApp. And my WhatsApp actually connected to my work as well, so I needed it. It took 24 hours. I got it back. Then I put the group that I have on WhatsApp onto my link tree, and it's to do with people that from my work that are involved in the project as well. You know, like a lot of colleagues and stuff that have invested into the project as well. And I started. It started inviting the wrong people, and now I've got people like personally trying to connect to me, and I have no objections to any contacts until I realise that the people that are trying to connect are straightforward scammers. So I've had to remove the WhatsApp side from my link tree.
Okay.
But
no big deal there.
I'm keeping that social because I have a good group on there. Like I say, it's all offshore workers, and they're all investors in the projects as well. They're all holders, and they're all long-term investors. So rather than them getting annoyed with some random West African sort of trying to hassle them for money, because that's what was going to happen, they'd start going through the people. You know, so I just thought, right, I better remove the WhatsApp from that link tree. The Reddit, I've actually got a young lady who is now posting on my behalf. I've got her running a few of my socials for me because it's just so much. You know yourself, doing socials is a 24-hour job.
100%.
Doesn't it? You know, it's not something I can even see you now on your phone doing something.
I'm looking. No, I want you to know. Oh, yeah, it looks like I'm being really rude. I'm actually looking at your link tree right now. I was looking at your Reddit. It looks really good. Your Reddit looks good. It really does. So it's great.
It's very temperamental. You know, you've got to be careful with keywords and stuff. But other than that, yeah, we're going to build up on the Reddit for sure.
Excellent. Okay, so what about YouTube? That's the number 2 website in the world.
YouTube, I'm not sure how to go about YouTube. It's not something I can do myself. I'd rather have someone that was reliable that can post on my behalf or do some videos on my behalf.
Absolutely.
It's just a finance thing at the moment, so it's. You know, I'm not taking no money from the project. I'm putting all my salary in, and it's kind of expensive right now. I'm going back to work next week anyway, and I've got so much going on right now, Rabbi. Really, I've got so much going on in regards to the game side. It's costing me a small fortune with the salaries that I'm paying for people raiding, with the bots that I'm running. There's the social people, so it's just a case of really just slow and steady wins the race. I do look at YouTubers. I just don't know. I don't know which YouTuber I would pick or know who to. You know, because anyone can say they got 60,000 or 100,000 followers or subscribers, but actually they don't have no views when I look at their videos.
Right.
You know, so what would you say? What would you recommend?
So, great question. Okay, first thing I would do is create my own account for yourself. For the first and foremost reason, you don't want someone impersonating you. I looked up your project on Google when I first heard about it, and it comes up, but there's a lot of stuff that's not related to your project. And you want people, when they Google you, that top 10 pack is all your project, all 10 of them. And because YouTube is the number 2 website in the world, it's very strong, and it's a subsidiary of Alphabet, which, you know, Google is under as well. So whenever you put anything, even just creating your YouTube account is going to put it right at the top. So that's going to be an additional entry for you. Additionally, with AI is going to be scanning the entire internet, crawling the entire internet for information about your coin. And a really great way to feed it accurate information is to...
Hi, bro. I had to verify my age, but I'm here.
Okay, excellent. I'm in the middle of a discussion with somebody, so appreciate that. If you didn't hear me, I'm in the middle of a discussion with somebody, so please be patient. Welcome. So what having a YouTube account, though, is going to do for you is it basically gives you the ability to be able to train AI, social media, and search engines on what you want to basically convey because of the strength of the titles and descriptions. So you could come out and say, um, Bitcoin, a Bitcard meme is the best project in the world. We're connecting people all throughout the UK, Commonwealth, and the world, whatever you want to say. And literally, AI is just going to read that and then put that into their models. So you're basically going to be able to spoon feed it because it's such a strong, because YouTube is such a strong results feeder.
And it's picking it up from the vocals, or it's picking up from the text?
Text. So right now, mostly it's going to be the text, but that doesn't mean in the future it won't be for the vocals as well. And
yeah, it won't be scanning that for video at some stage. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So what you're able to do is take good descriptions. You can have like 2,000 characters per video description. And if you have some boilerplate text, even stuff that you run through Grok or ChatGPT or whatever, that just has keywords for you. So whatever you're going for, cryptocurrency, NFT, Web3, those are big words for you. And then you ensure that you've got hashtags in there as well. So those are really going to make your descriptions powerful. So your titles are able to have about 100 characters. So of that 100 characters, maybe 80 of it is going to be text that you're going to talk about your project or whatever. And then the last 20 are hashtags. And then in the description of the 2,000 characters that you can have in there per video, I'd say maybe 1,800 of those could just be boilerplate about your project, just content that you have. And then the last 200 are going to be hashtags that you're going to be able to use. But that's a really strong, powerful aggregator that's going to feed through all of the different social media. Okay, your Reddit is great. So you should know Sam Altman, the owner, the founder of OpenAI. He owns 10% of Reddit. And so Reddit and OpenAI or ChatGPT are working hand in hand. If I may ask, Brickcard, have you used Sora yet? Sora or Sora 2?
No, not yet.
Oh, they're game changers.
What is this,
AI video creators. Yeah. And so what you can do for yourself, if you want to do this, you can do this with Grok as well. And this is what I advise everybody to do if they have a YouTube, is to create a 10-second video on what you do, basically. And not you personally, but just have the AI say, hey, we're Brickcard Meme. We are one of the most exciting projects in Web3. Take a look at our content. Send us a DM. We'd love to connect with you. Now, that may not be a mind-blowing video, but what that will do is allow you to have entries into YouTube. So that when somebody types in anything related to your meme, or anything related to your project, I should say, you're going to have results. And you're going to start dominating those entries. That's also something that you can upload to TikTok to improve yourself in that algorithm, into Instagram Reels, and then, of course, YouTube Shorts, so that it's just quick, easily digestible, so that you just don't have a blank account there that's just waiting for content. At least you have something. And then if you, in the future, say, you know what, I want better videos than that, then you just take down your videos and then you put up whatever videos that you want. But at least this is going to improve the strength of your account for social media, for search engines, and for AI. And you can take the... Absolutely. I recommend people create 10 videos. The reason why 10's the special number is because most search engines give you 10 results. At least that's the Google framework. And so YouTube's going to be somewhat similar. Instagram. Now, some of them allow for infinite scroll, but you want to dominate that first 10. Very few people are going to look any further than that. And you're going to be able to give them all the information that you need within that first 10. When it comes to the other social media that we have here, okay, so I see your X, that's great. Your Discord server, that's wonderful. Reddit, your Reddit is really strong. And that's going to be really good for you in search or in AI models, because I think 40% of all ChatGPT is built on Reddit responses. So you're already feeding that really well. Okay, TikTok, great. You have a TikTok, that's wonderful. I see that you've got your email there. That's wonderful. Instagram, great. Brickcard Meme, that's your website. I would say to put that one at the top, just because that's going to have all of your data on it. Facebook's great. You've got your official chat, wonderful. Then you have Discord. Okay, Twitch, LinkedIn. All right, so there are some others that, of course, you're going to want to get. Twitch is a really powerful one on the Amazon ecosystem. So just get that. Get your name locked in on Twitch. Get your name locked in on Rumble. Get your name locked in on Kick. Those are the four biggest social media platforms currently. Did I send you the list of the top 30? Okay, excellent. Now, additionally, you may not know this, but X is, we all think it's really strong because it is for cryptocurrency discussions. But in terms of social media, it's about the 16th biggest social media platform out there. 16th. So there are a lot of them that are comparative or larger. And so you want to take advantage of those to the best of your ability. And you're going to be able to with this strategy. One that people don't know, especially, do you have NFTs or anything visual?
I will have. Actually, I have 12 because I created 12 for voting positions in our DAO. But the DAO, we're actually building our own ecosystem, so they're just sat in my Soulflare for now. I've not created. We are going to be getting into NFTs, but right now I'm just still trying to build on the community and just get everything ready for 2026. You know, even though we're doing really good on the market cap side of things, it's not the point. I want to be prepared. You know, piss poor performance and all that. I'd rather be prepared first. So we're just trying to build up on the community and exactly what you're saying now. Get the name out there. Definitely be in that top 10 position on searches on the Google searches. Absolutely.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
The other ways that I want you to improve your web results, your search engine metrics, are in Google Images. And the way that you're going to be able to do that is to create a Pinterest account, create an Imager account, create a Flickr account, and just put those 12 pictures or whatever you have on there. Just upload whatever pictures you have. Upload your logo. Upload, you've got a great logo. It's eye-catching. It's familiar. But then when people Google your project and look at images that are associated with it, instead of it just being random stuff about England, it's going to be your data. That's really important. Then also Google videos. So that's an important search to dominate as well. And if you have that YouTube account and you create those 10 different videos, you're going to dominate the 10 spot there. And that's just people are just going to do research on you, and they're just going to get nosy, and you want to make sure that what they're going to view is stuff that's about you, that's connected to you.
Not some other project with some other terminology, some other sideline. Because I have looked myself, and I do see when I put in brick card, if it's not specific to myself, there is other subjects it brings in,
Exactly.
And you're absolutely right.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll definitely be doing this ASAP.
Excellent.
I didn't think of Pinterest and stuff. Just hearing what you're saying, I didn't think of half of this.
Absolutely.
I didn't think of any of this, to be honest with you. It's good to know.
I just did this research the other day with another project. So X has 586 million monthly users in Q1 of 2025, and it's pretty similar right now. Pinterest actually has overtaken it with 600 million monthly users. That's how big Pinterest is, and people don't recognize that X, in its own way, it lost a lot of traction when Elon Musk took over. It lost 40 million users at least to Blue Sky. It's lost some user base to Mastodon. It's lost some to Truth Social. These micro-blogging websites are becoming more competition for X. You can also, to improve your search engine rankings and what people learn about you, create a blog. Now, I'm not saying you have to go out and buy bloggers. You don't need that anymore. But once a week, go to ChatGPT and say, hey, just write a monthly or once a month maybe, just write a blog entry for me. Use hashtags in it. Have it talk about the newest trends in cryptocurrency or whatever it is. That's going to be really strong for you. And you can do that through Google's blogger.com. Or blogspot.com. Basically, what that's going to do is when all these social media and search engines scan the web about what your project is, you're literally feeding it information about yourself. And the key is you don't want these AI models to have to guess about what you're doing. If you have a really nice bit of text, 500 characters or something, just that's updated once a month, that's going to be really strong for you. Then when people type in brick card, it's going to be everywhere. And AI is going to have a really great understanding of who you are. When I first started this project, my project of live streaming, nobody knew who I was. AI didn't know what I was, but I found that if I taught AI who I was and what I wanted them to know about myself, then it starts to pick that up and it gives a really great overview of who I am. And this can work for any NFT, cryptocurrency, or anything else. So you have that list. It's very important as well to get all those names so somebody doesn't impersonate you. And then have all of the notifications sent to your business email. That's also very important so that you don't have to check 30 different social media platforms a day. You shouldn't have to do that. You want push information, not pull information, essentially. You want the information pushed to you. You don't want to have to go and get it. And then about your follower base. So you made a really good point. You know, a lot of these people say, I can do all this stuff for you, and they have 60,000 followers and no views. They've just bought their followers. And if you want to do that, you know, that's a road that you can go down, and it works for some people. They cost a little bit of money. So
yeah, for me, I look at the followers that I have, and I can talk to them.
Exactly.
And to have I've had a lot of people that come and say, look, I can get you, I can say you X followers, I can say you TG followers. One of the guys that works alongside me, he asked me to remove the verification from the TG group. And all it done was add 1,000 bots. They don't integrate, they don't talk, they don't converse. For me, I'm not about selling bots. I want people to be able to hear me and engage with me. So I would just build it organically. I've gone from 0 to about 1,796, I think, or something like this at the moment on X alone, just in the period of time we've been running, which is only just shy of 50 days.
Excellent.
So I see nothing wrong with the organic growth that I'm creating by going into spaces and meeting people, just generally being out there. Now, looking at what you've said now, I've made a list alongside me as well.
Excellent.
So I'm going to get straight onto the Pinterest and stuff like this. The guy that's doing my website, I actually thought about this earlier on because I had him API my Twitter feed to my website. And I was thinking about it. It'd be good if I had an updatable section, not just on the Twitter feed, that I can actually go in. It can put in information from elsewhere into the website. So
yes.
I'll be looking into doing that as well.
That's excellent. Absolutely. So that's a plugin.
From Pinterest or something.
Absolutely. That's like a plugin that just basically mirrors whatever's on your social media. That's great. So
I think it's good for the traffic side of things as well.
Excellent. Do you have a blue check on BritCard? Okay, excellent. So you're right where you need to be in terms of you've been doing this for 50 days and the amount of followers you have. So I can tell you, I'm pretty sure I shill more than you do. I'm almost certain that I do because I'm in like every shill space. And I can tell you in about 50 days as well. So since like November 1st was when I randomly got a follow and said, you know what, I should go back to shilling because it's a really great way to be able to connect with people. I've gotten 2,100 followers without a blue check mark. Okay, so what does that mean? I'm doing it day in, day out, every single shill space that I absolutely can be, and I'm not running the other projects like you are, and I'm not working like you are. So to give you an idea, like you're in a perfect spot that you've gotten a lot of attention, a lot of people who are attracted to your project, and you like basically what I'm making you aware of is if you did it as much as you absolutely can, it's not like you'd have 10,000 people or anything like that. I think I've basically maxed out in a lot of ways what you can do with the shill strategy. Now, do you ever think of running your own spaces?
I've done a couple, to be honest with you. I was going to run them every Monday, every Friday.
Okay.
It's just, I'm not, it's not about me being a one-man show. I'm just not really having someone as a co-host, some other people to talk, to be in with, you know, so the people I have around me are either camera shy or don't want to talk on the mic or different time zones. It's just a little bit awkward, you know, for that side of things. But I know it's something I should be doing more. I should be pushing more for it.
So, what I was going to say is your strategy is really good right now. Go to other people who are hosting the spaces themselves. They've got 35 people in there. That's 35 more that you're going to have when you start them. I can tell you, I've been running the space 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since February. And I'm lucky if I get 5 or 10 people in there with just the account that I use. That's not my current account. That's not the one that you see. It's just kind of a dumb account that I use. But just to give you an idea, there isn't a lot of organic traffic that's just going to come into your space and want to shill. So, like, why have you do all the work of organizing these things and trying to pull information out of people and hearing the same conversations when you can just go to a bunch of shill spaces and boom, hit 50 people, boom, hit 30 people. Some of these you'll hit 600 people, and there's no way you're going to be able to pull that. Now, I'm sure you're aware that many of these shill spaces are basically botting themselves, which is a smart strategy. So without naming names, basically what they do is they get their core group into a space and they've got really good co-hosts, and then they bot the space with like 500 or 600 different bots. And then all these people come in because it becomes like the number one space. And then they get a bunch of people in there, and then they're able to sell basically positioning to different projects to say, hey, we'll do the first hour and just talk about your project. You've seen how it's done. Don't let that frustrate you.
I didn't even realize that, Rabbi.
Oh yeah.
I didn't realize.
Oh yeah, definitely. So
I was on one the other day, and he said, "What's going on?" He just stopped me mid-conversation. Went, "Sorry, I don't know if he was in there." And he went, "Sorry, I have to. What's going on here?" And they had like 12,000 followers. It went 11, 10, 9, 8, and it was just weird. I'm like, I've never seen anything like that. And I did see a Southeast Asian one had 350,000 people in it.
There you go.
Outside of.
Right.
I was like, holy shit, they got some people. How is that possible?
How is that possible?
Now I see.
Absolutely. You should know at any given time on Twitter Spaces, maximum you're going to see about 10,000 people, unless Elon Musk is having a space or Donald Trump's having a space, one of these big time influencers. It's about 10,000 people. If I may ask, Rick Hart, do you know about spacesdashboard.com?
No, I don't.
Go to it right now. It's the best website. It's a game changer. It ranks every single Twitter space that's currently going on, and it ranks them from largest to smallest. It gives you a lot of metrics on them. So it's spacesdashboard.com. You can also organize the spaces in terms of most recent to longest duration. They organize them through NFTs, cryptocurrencies, investing, finance, world politics, whatever you're interested in, you can organize them. Do you have access to a computer right now? I imagine you're using. Okay, so you're speaking to me right now on a computer. Can you open a new tab and go to spacesdashboard.com? It is something that you'll want to bookmark. Your Android device generally does not have a search function for Twitter Spaces. iOS does. But this gives you access to every single Twitter space that's going on in the world right now. It is free. You don't have to register. It is a game changer. Everyone who I show this to is like, where has this website been my whole life? I could have used this to be in so many more conversations and to network with so many more people. So do you see how valuable it is if you're on it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So this
amazing.
It is amazing. So that's some major alpha right there. That site's going to change your life. So when you're looking for spaces, just know that the search function of that website is generally more accurate than what you're going to find on an iOS device or an Android device. And like I was looking at what iOS was giving me earlier today, just a couple hours ago, and it was giving me 3 different Twitter spaces going on. There are 300, 400 English-speaking Twitter spaces alone, and English isn't the highest used language in Twitter spaces. Japanese is, and then Arabic. But you'd never know that because you're just seeing like 10 different selections that Twitter gives you. But when you go ahead,
these are all on X.
Yes.
That's weird because I flick through sometimes and find nothing.
Exactly.
I have no idea. So is it like, I take it as a location thing or
No.
something, or what they're allowing me to see?
It's basically, since Elon Musk bought Twitter, there's been really no change since the Jack Dorsey era, and they haven't programmed the app to give you all of the availability of all of the different spaces. Like, I'll go to my X right now, which I'm sure is very similar to yours, and if I go to spaces, I'm gonna see 1, 2, I see 3. I see 3 right now. Now, I do have a search function, so that's when I go and type in the word shill, and then I just find anything that has the word shill in it. But right now on X, on an iOS device, I have 3, and then I've got an Android right here, and I'll tell you what Android's going to show me, and they're both logged into the same account, so there shouldn't be any difference there as to like who I'm following. Everything's the same. And if I pull up X right now, and I go into.
I've got 12 on my laptop.
So you've got 12 on your laptop. I'm going into spaces on Android, and it shows me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So on one it shows me 3, one it shows me 6, and then on yours it shows 12. So in combination, that's 21 between 3 different devices. But yet you go on spacesdashboard.com, and it's this whole new world that you're going to see. And it's going to change your life. You're going to network with more people this way. You're going to be in better conversations, and you're going to be in the biggest conversations. So if I were you, what I would do, you have a very, I would say, professional, calm demeanor when you are shilling your coin. It makes people feel like they trust you. And, they hear a lot of rug pulls and things like that, but you've got some advantages because you're a great communicator. What you want to do is get into, if you can, some of these really big spaces that you're going to see with maybe like 400, 500 people that aren't the normal chill and chills, because those are a lot of times the same people. So there are some people in there, some like people, I can say, like, maybe off the top of my head, there are 3 influencers, the 3 biggest influencers who are regularly in Twitter spaces. One is named James Wynn. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from the Commonwealth, I believe. And he does a lot of spaces. He has 400,000 people who follow him. Then the next one, his name is Andy with 2 N's, Leon, Lian. And he has over 100,000, and he's like a speaker. Like, he speaks at conferences and stuff. Like, he's a pretty big in cryptocurrency. And then the last one is Fiddy.eth. Fiddy.eth is in Southern California. He's got 200,000 followers. But what you want to do is get those guys to hear you, because those guys, once they start following you, you're gonna, like, that's a really big whale, basically, who's gonna know about your project, and that's what you want. And then when they have a space, you're gonna be, in their conversations, and they're gonna let you speak about it. So those are the 3 biggest. Now there are some other semi-big, well, actually really big guys, but they're like UFC fighters, but they do go into spaces in X spaces and talk to people, but they're not like finance guys. So those 3 are the biggest 3 that you're going to find, at least currently, within the last month. I'm in every basic space like that you can think of, and I tell you, like, I learned people's different profiles and how many people they have following them. So if you can kind of get in with them, or if you see them in a space, you want to, like, if you can, get your project in there. Now, I can tell you the one guy, Andy Lane, he does not like people who shill. So you might just want to organically be able to drop your information. Like, a lot of times what he'll do, and this is just like a secret, like, but I hate to say it, but it's not cheating. Like, he'll ask a question like, why aren't meme coins popular anymore? That's a question that he'll ask at the top of the space. Then I have some reasons, but I'll go to ChatGPT and get like a really good bullet point of why they're there. And then I'll go into his space and I'll give him not every bullet point. And I don't want to sound like a robot, but I'll give him like 5 really good points. and they're what I really do believe, but they're easy for me to access. And then he thinks I'm really smart. And then he's like connecting with me. And then he remembers me the next time I come in, and he lets me come up and speak. And that's kind of a little bit of a hack, but like some of these guys, you got to give them what they want to hear. And they want to hear nice, organized, bullet point style kind of points. And they don't want people that just ramble and ramble. And so if
I'm kind of like that, to be honest with you. If it's a shill and they ask me, sometimes I just want to talk. I just want to be myself. And I'm a believer, like when you go fishing, you don't try and snag a fish with the hook. You put in the bait and let them come forward.
Sure.
No, let them come to you. This has been my approach with this project as well. Because sometimes you can just piss people off just by keep going on and on and on. And other times, no, you can set the bait, and then I've done it myself with some people that I know you know. And it's just me. I just want to meet them. I want to meet new people. And one of them said, "You're the Dead from Brick card." And I was like, "Yeah, just something I'm working on. But what are you guys doing?" You know, it's made them come to me. It's kind of strange, but it's made them look at me in a different way. I'm not pushing it in their face. I'm not ramming shit down their throat. If you want to talk about my project, I'll talk about my project. I'm in it for long term.
Exactly.
So I'm in no hurry to get where I'm going. You know, we get there in the end. And right now, it's just like Andrew teaching me, building my community and getting the awareness of the project. And once you get to that level, the rest of it will form itself. I was asked a question the other day, Rabbi, and it was, where do I see the project going?
Okay.
And I said, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know. Because everything I've done up to this point has been inspiration. When something's come up and it's felt good, it's felt right, or someone's mentioned something to me to be doing something or looking in this direction, that's when we've gone for it. So I can't tell you what tomorrow is going to bring. I can tell you that at some stage, something tomorrow is going to come to me.
Absolutely.
It's going to make my project. It's going to ring a little bell in my head, and we're going to go forward with this in this direction. And that I think is probably one of the most honest answers I could have given in comparison to when I hear people, you know, when they talk about their projects and what they're doing, and I'm like, I sit here and listen to it sometimes. I'm like, man, you're full of shit.
Oh, sure.
You're full of shit.
Absolutely.
You know, and I did hear one, like you were saying, about certain people, certain groups that they've got their accounts and get people to come and talk about my project with us for a bit, you know. And yeah, I heard one of them say something the other day, and I was like, did I just hear that right? And then I waited for my turn to talk, and I'd done my little bit, my little spiel, and then I said, it was just something I wanted to ask, because I thought I heard this earlier on, blah, blah, blah. And the defensive side came in from the host, and I was like, no, I didn't mean to step on toes. I just wanted to know if I heard what I think I heard, because the guy forgot what he was saying and said something he shouldn't.
Okay.
You know, and someone like myself that sits there and actually listens to what people are talking about, it was like, I didn't hear that right. Did that guy just say he did what he did? When they reacted in a way to their project getting dumped on, basically.
Okay.
And how they reacted, they shouldn't have said openly that we did this, because now it just shows complete supply control. You know, and it's not like being a dev wallet holding an X amount and use it to distribute later. It showed that you came together with secret wallets and you bought everything up just to make the people stop panicking. And when I heard that, I was like, that wasn't a good thing to say personally. So I brought it up in a conversation at the end, and it was just like, oh, okay, well, there'll be someone else on next. And I was like, I know I was still on toes then, but have your ducks in a row. When you're going to go into a place publicly and you're going to speak, you've got to be sharp, because if you're playing both sides of the fence, you can easily trip yourself up. And people like me are sharp, and I've always been that kind of character, business mind. And I hear things sometimes that I might not. It just rings a sentence in my head, and then maybe a day later I'm playing it in my mind, and I'm like, man, I know I heard this right. You know, so I'm just a different character, Rabbi. I have a different approach with what I'm doing. I know you see my shills. I prefer personally to get to know people within my Discord. I mean, everyone go on, let's go on a video for 5 minutes. Let me see who I'm talking to. Don't be shy. There's nothing to be shy about.
Right.
Jump on the video. Let's have a natter.
Absolutely.
Because it's the personal side of my project that I think is the attraction to it from the people that are holding to this day. There's no one selling. They're holding. They're holding because they can see what I'm doing is so open. It's so transparent. I've registered my business in the UK. I've registered my project.
Excellent.
It's not just a meme coin. It's a proper UK limited company.
Well, that's a fantastic.
I made a point of doing it. It's a good idea, yeah. I personally think it's a good idea. And someone's going, "Oh, that's a bit dodgy. You have to pay tax." I don't pay tax. I pay tax. That's just the way it is. It's my way of showing that I'm here. I'm here. There was one project yesterday that I sat down with my wife, and they're getting promoted a lot. And my wife was sat here alongside me, and I said, "Just have a look." I went, "That's the people that are talking now." I'm looking, and it's behind the team, looking at the team views, and it was just emoji. It was just emojis. And I went, "Now look at my website. Look who's behind my team. We're there. We're visible." I went, "How can you preach transparency and openness and about the community trust when you don't even have the balls to put your own face up and your own name up?" You know, you can talk how solid your project is when you're hiding behind an emoji. And I'm like, that's just terrible. That's, you know, that's transparency, all right. That's the invisible man. You know, this is the difference between what I'm trying to portray. Is I've been there, I've been on many a time a rug pull, I've been ripped plenty of times with things that I thought were trustworthy, and then their X account is gone, their TG's gone, they're gone. You know, making myself and my project so legally bound is what's going to separate us from the others. Really.
I agree with you. I think we're both using a type of strategy. It's in psychology known as mere exposure effect. Basically, coming in every day, telling people what we do, and they remember you. And maybe initially, because so much stuff's going on, they may not be paying attention to you, but eventually they're going to become very familiar to you because you're there every day and you're grinding it out with them. And I hear all the different projects that go on out there, and you've got a top 10% project that's being shilled now. It's professional. It's a legitimate corporation. It is, registered. You're doxed. Like that already puts you in the top percentage of different projects. And yeah, exactly. And you're honest, so you're willing to say, I don't know what the end result is going to be of this coin. People want you to say that it's going to be the next Bitcoin. I mean, that's really what they're going for. And you are honest enough to say, I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm here for the long term. We're not just, this isn't a rug pull.
We'll let the people decide. We'll let the community decide. We'll let it form its own route. It's like a river. It's like a river flowing, and it's going to form its own route. I think that to me is the most honest thing that I can say. You know, you can baffle people with bullshit. When I listen to some people talking, and I'm like, they're just going around in a circle. They haven't really have a use for their project. So rather than try and make one, just be honest and just say, right now, the point that we're trying to prove right now is amongst our community that we're here, and then the community will build the project for us. It was the reason I'm having the DAO. I have one DAO at the moment, but we're going to scrap it because it's not our own part. Yeah, I want it to be part of our own ecosystem.
Okay.
So DAO to me, that you mentioned about the NFTs, I'm going to be giving them NFT positions as sort of like parliamentary positions.
Yeah, you were saying the 12.
People I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, but people I don't actually know. So, but they're holders, and they will decide how this project goes. We will vote as a democratic on what happens with this project. You know, someone said you're building a game. Talk about the game. So the game is the game. The game is a financial asset that will give me the money, hopefully give me the money to put more into the project. Because as the project gets bigger, it will cost more. I'm not taking nothing out. None of my team are taking anything out. We're in for the long term. I'm looking for the passive income side, but it's hard to be on this side of the fence and receive a passive income. You can only, I see passive income from the other side, from the holder looking into the business, into the project. They can take rewards from me investing X amount of supply in a farm, for instance. That's a passive income for them. For myself, there's no passive income. My passive income has to be other branches of the merchandise, the website, the game, maybe through X, funding for account followings. You know, this
Sure.
sort of thing. This is. I'm not a rich man by any accounts, Rabbi, and nor do I want to be rich. I just want to be accepted, and people look at me for the person I am. Forget the tattoos. Forget the times I've had a skinhead. Look beyond that. There was a time, Rabbi, I'm going to give you a past, something that happened about 18 years ago. I used to have a bar in the main town here in Chiang Mai, me and my wife. It was only a very small little place, but it absolutely boomed. And there was one occasion, I was always a skinhead, and I always had tattoos, I never had my shirt on. And I see this elderly couple keep walking past and looking in. And I just said, why don't you just come in? And they got to know me.
Okay.
But everyone else in the bar was pretty much like mine. There were some people from Sweden, Denmark. It was international. It was a very friendly place. But they're big, they're tattooed, they're skinheads, or whatever it was. And they said, you know what? We looked in and we made a judgment with our eyes,
right,
not with our hearts. And you know, it was kind of a loving point, because that is us. Get to know someone first before you make a judgment on the visible side, or make a judgment on what you think they should be doing, you know, or what the project should be. Get to know the person and the people behind it, and then we'll go with that. Once you get to know us, you have that familiarity, that family involvement. You can make an educated opportunity. You can say, I could do this, you can do this. Why didn't you look at so and so? Why did you look? You don't feel threatened because you've become part of it. And this is what I'm trying to create. Become part of it. I don't know how I can make everyone wealthy, because the majority of the people that are in this want to make money.
Right.
But all I can say is that I will give this 100%. I will give it 100%. My wife will tell you, I do not stop. I do not stop, because I'm zoned in. I've always been that kind of character since I was a kid. If I get into something, I focus, I zone in, I take notes when someone's talking to me. I hear things from conversations that ring into my psyche. Yeah, I'm just that kind of guy. I like something, I will just pursue it. I really will. I really will.
Excellent. If I may ask, I imagine you do, but do you have an X community?
I haven't. I have. I've not involved it enough. I think there's like 77 people in it. In fact, I keep forgetting to go in and add people.
Exactly.
I've just got so much stuff I'm dealing with, you know, and it's hard. I need more of me. I need more people involved like me. I keep going into places and saying, look, if there's anyone that has this and has this, that wants to be part of this, come in and talk. Let's talk. If I like you, if you like me, and I feel that you're an honest person, work alongside me. We can do this together. I cannot do everything. I know you have all your socials, and I'm in admiration of how you keep up with everything. But I can see you've mastered it. You know what works together, what can work together. I'll get there in the end. Time is my friend right now, Rabbi.
Absolutely. So some just little pieces of advice, I think. What you can do is, there are some bots in Discord. Do you have many Discord bots, or do you know how to use them?
I have a young guy that runs my Discord. I've got a few things that he's put in there, to be honest with you, but I don't really use it for anything other than it's for me to talk to people.
Absolutely.
I like it when like this right now, I get to talk with people in there listening, and we chat like we're humans.
Exactly, you know? Like we're having coffee. Exactly. I like that too. So one thing that you can do, and I'm really big on cross-pollination, meaning like if you're following me on one thing, it's great if I'll follow you on it, and then follow me on your other stuff, and I'll follow you on your other stuff. You can have a welcomer bot. Basically, whenever anybody joins your Discord, you can say, hey, follow me on X, join our community on X, join our Telegram, and follow me on my Linktree, and here's our website. Like, basically, it's just like a little introductory message, but then people have access to all of your stuff, and that you're just going to get people organically who join your X space. Now, you have a blue check mark, so I'm not exactly sure what the limits are with that, but I know you personally, as a regular account, can join 20 people's communities. I would do that if I were you. It's free. It's great to network. Many of these people are just going to say, hey, I know we're in the whatever billionaire babies club or whatever, we have whatever in common. and they're going to say, I want to work with you. But basically, you want to use everything that's free to your advantage, because nobody in this is full of unlimited money. But if you just have your one X community, that's great. But why not increase the amount of network that you have, and then to cross promote yourself? That's really what that link tree does. Okay, and in terms of your X strategy, if you do what you did for the last 50 days for the next year, you're going to have about 10,000 people following you. That's the goal. Like, if I were you, I would say that's my goal mentally. You might have like 12,000, but 10,000 separates you as an account from being just like kind of a regular person to being a pretty medium-sized account. So, you want to set some goals for yourself. Now, on Discord, I know you don't promote it that much because it is a place that you just want to have people come and be able to connect with you. Do you know how many people in your Discord right now?
How many people are live on it? Not so
Not
many.
not live, because it's in the middle of the night in a lot of places. But how many people are members?
Oh, I have quite a few, about 100 and something.
Oh,
quite a few. Where do I look for that? Because I've forgotten where that is.
Yeah, so it's at the very top of your Discord. It'll tell you how many people are online, and then how many people are just total members. And so it's something that you might want to make just like a mental note. By this time next year, my goal is to have 1,000 people in the Discord, or whatever it is. Like, basically you've been doing it for 50 days or whatever it is. Now I know that you've heard my shill like a million times, but what I would like you to do, I just sent you a message in Discord. I want you to see at least a little bit of my project, so you know that all of what you've done, all of the times that you've shilled that I've been in there, you're part of my project now. So I sent you the link to my YouTube streams. And when you see this, it's going to be very much like Space's dashboard. You've never seen somebody with so many live streams simultaneously. So I just sent you a message in Discord. If you see that, you should have gotten a new message in Discord, and you're gonna. And do you see it? It opens up YouTube for you. Do you see how many live streams I have going?
You got 15.
Now I have at least 15. Yeah, exactly. That's just what shows up at that link. But what I want you to know is that I've been doing this for 4 years. You recognize how big of an event that's going to be when the world finds out about what I do, that you can literally watch my life for the last 4 years from all of these different angles. That's going to be really exciting. It's going to be game changing. It's going to change the world. I know that it will. And so you should know that whatever help I can give you with my project, we're going to certainly have benefits to yours. So you may one day, when I go viral, you're going to have tens of thousands of people in all of your Discord and your X community and all these other places. And that's what it's about. Basically, if one of your friends does well, you're going to benefit from that as well. Your project's definitely going to benefit from it. They might make movies about you someday, about your past, what you've overcome, your relationships, and now how you became a project leader and founder, and where you want the project to go. I mean, that's what happens when you network. Okay, so you've got about 77 in your X community. You can join more communities. Are you in the Big Steppers Discord?
Yeah.
Excellent. So they gave me my own space in there, so you can watch my life in there 24/7. And I didn't know any of those guys a month and a half ago, and already within a month, you see the kind of relationship that I've built with them, that they've literally given me in a very big Discord, 8,000 people, 8,000 high value, high net worth individuals. They've given me my own spot. I don't recommend that's what you do by any means, but you just know, like, you'll get those little extras the more that you communicate with people and the more you connect with people. Do you follow people back when they follow you?
Always.
Same here. I don't understand why you wouldn't, unless you're like a Manchester United player or whatever. You know, like why wouldn't you? You know, it's just
It's courtesy and it's respect.
exactly.
Someone's made the effort to connect. I don't see why I shouldn't connect back. And I actually went through X the other day and was kind of surprised because my followings to followers was starting to invert the wrong way, and I was like, what's going on here? When I'm starting to look at these people, they were the majority of the ones that were saying, yeah, don't forget to follow the one that you left the one up. Like, and they were the ones that are unfollowing.
Absolutely.
And I was like, man, that's just cheeky. Wait for me to get into because I'm kind of a cheeky character as well. I'll get into that. Say, yeah, I remember you, buddy. You were the guy that told me to follow you. You followed me back, and then you waited till I was out the room, and then you locked the door up. You know, it's people trying to gain their own popularity to make it look like they are a Manchester United player.
Exactly.
I don't have to follow you. You follow me.
Exactly.
You know, I think that's wrong.
I'm in agreement with you.
And if I see anyone I glance over, sometimes you glance over with a mouse, it says follow back. Oh damn, I didn't even know.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of bad about it.
Exactly.
And if anyone sends me that FB a message, you know, they send it in notifications, and I didn't realise I wasn't following, but yeah, absolutely, I'll follow you back.
Okay, excellent. Do you know how to?
Give me an opportunity to put a comment there as well, Rabbi, for me to say thank you. Sorry, I didn't notice, and now we're connections. Welcome to my world. You know.
Absolutely. That usually the ability to be able to message them. Now, if you want to check to make sure you got everybody, go on X and go to your followers. If you click on your followers and you just scroll down, and wherever you see that button that says follow back, you just click that and just keep going until it's all the way at the bottom, and then you know that you've gotten everybody and you haven't missed anybody. That's really important to do as well. I'm like you. It's just a mutual respect. If you're gonna follow me, I'm gonna follow you. I'm not any better than you are, and I don't understand the people who feel it's an ego thing, like, oh, I'm only gonna follow X amount of people or whatever it is. It almost tells me something about you if I see that you have a ton of people following you and you follow a very few amount back. It just almost tells me like, well, I think you are like, you really think that you're that popular? No one knows you in the real world. So, you know, unless you have like, I would say like hundreds of thousands of followers. Okay, I understand at that point. But there's a professional wrestler in the United States, and he's an actor too. His name is John Cena, and he follows over 1 million people. Now, I know he doesn't personally do it, but his team does it. And to me, it's like if he can follow 1 million people, then anybody can follow however many that you need. And it also tells me that Twitter doesn't necessarily limit you. So long as your ratio is somewhat balanced, then you're not going to have too much of an issue. But you know, you're not the people who pull that cheeky stuff. I mean, that tells you a lot about them right away.
I don't know why they do that. I know why they do it. It's exactly like you say. It's just people that just want to feel that they're wanted. You know, they're one step above. You know, and if we're not. We're all human.
Exactly.
We're the same level. No matter where you are in the world, we're all the same.
Exactly.
I have this with my work, Rabbi. I'm a supervisor.
Okay.
But I'm a supervisor that's 2 levels down. And I work offshore, so in my work, everyone always fears the boss. I don't, and I have more respect from all the bosses than anyone on the boat, because I don't see that person as anything different than another human being. I treat you with the respect you treat me. Everyone's a winner.
Exactly.
This is how it is. There's no monarchy. There's no pecking order. We're not chickens.
That's right.
No, we should respect each other. It doesn't matter where you're from, who you are, what you look like. Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. We're all just humans, and we're just trying to get through life.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement with you. Okay, just want to drop some more alpha on you if you're not with some spaces things. So if you ever want to know what spaces are being botted, if you look at the bottom, it'll say like 1,000 other speakers, but it doesn't have all the little avatars. Then you know that somebody just bought 1,000 different listeners for an hour. You rent these things in like hour increments. So if you're going to have a space, you buy 1,000 people to listen to the space that are anonymous, and then your space goes all the way to the top, and then all these people join it, and then you just keep essentially renewing the people for as long as you need that space. So don't get frustrated if you are ever in a space and you ever host a space and it just doesn't have a lot of people in there, because a lot of times what you'll see is maybe like 12 profile pictures, and then it'll say 1,200 people listening, and it's like, where is it? Like, why aren't they speaking? Or, hey, I just shilled myself and like I only got 2 follows out of it. I would yeah. So I
they just bought this. So I was thinking to myself, how can they be listening from outside? What programs connect to X that they can? It has been confusing me because I'm new to X. I'm pretty new to it.
Absolutely.
I'm still learning things, but when I see that now, I'm starting to understand it. I'm like, it's strange. So they really, in theory, their spaces have had no more in them than my spaces have had. And my spaces have been pretty fun. You know, we all do a little bit of talking about the projects. We're all a bit open-minded. We've had some right jocular ones, and I've really enjoyed them, to be honest with you. I've had some great ones. Yeah, so they didn't know that. I keep looking at it thinking, where are these people if they're listening anonymous?
Right.
Or they're externally.
You're exactly right.
Yeah, that's strange.
It is. And it'll also tell you something about the host and their strategy. And some people have deep pockets and they really want to push themselves. They'll have these giant spaces, but don't let it get you frustrated. Okay, so that's one piece of it, one little thing. Now you can listen to spaces anonymously, but they don't get 1,200 people listening anonymously and only 30 listening organically. So if you're ever like, man, I just shilled that space and it had 1,200 people in it and I only got 2 follows, well, know that there's just a bunch of bots in there. Okay, other things. There are differences between iOS devices and Android devices. Which do you use, or do you use desktop or app?
I use the desktop and Android.
Okay, so Android does not give you access to the sound bar, or the soundboard, I should say. So you know how sometimes people have clapping or the horns? That you don't get that option. Additionally, on Android devices, you don't get a search bar in the Spaces app, or I should say in the Spaces tab. On iOS, there's a search bar, and you can search all the spaces. Android, you're going to see 12, and that's how many spaces it's just going to show you. So that's why you want to use Spaces dashboard, because there are a lot more alternatives out there. Okay, additionally, Android does not allow you to host video spaces, but iOS does. So I don't think you need to host video spaces, but just know as you grow, maybe this time next year, hopefully Android has the ability to do that by then.
I went live. So what's live? Because I went live on my phone yesterday. I done a 38-minute video, just my first time. I just thought I'd put it up there because I see Rico Big Bags or Rico Money Bags. He's been doing like a live TV broadcast type thing.
Right.
Talking about crypto and looking at front fun. And I thought I tried to work it out on the phone how to do it. I carried on working and I see a few people joining, so I just talked.
Absolutely.
And the views I got afterwards I was kind of surprised. Like within an hour, I had like 300 views on it.
Right.
And that wasn't mine. It was just good to see that people are actually listening. And then I got the opportunity then to tweet that out and have my raiders push that out within my TG and obviously talk about it and get some more acknowledgement, engagement on it. But so going live on an Android, that's not Spaces video.
That's correct. So going live on an Android or desktop or even an iPhone, that is a premium feature. It used to not be, but basically it's like a video live stream that you're doing that you can talk about whatever you want and you can get people to comment, but they cannot come on and talk with you, if that makes sense, like a space.
Yeah.
Now, there's an iOS function. Do you have Spaces dashboard open still, or can you go to it?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can, in the search, type the word Rabbi, Rabbi.
Yeah, there you are, top 2.
Okay, excellent.
1, 2, 3. You got no, you got loads.
Yeah, I've been doing it for like almost a year. Click on the one that's live right now. See one that's live?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you're doing it on a computer, I believe you'll be able to see this. When you enter it, and then you should be able to see that there's a video going.
Yes, there is. Yes.
And so you could hear yourself. Yeah, I see you in there. Yeah, there you are. Hello.
Oh, I'm on the video as well.
100%.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
Exactly. So there are 2 different versions of like going live. One is a video space, which is what I'm running right now on an iOS device. And then the other one is a premium feature, which is what you did, which is where you go live. Now, I can communicate with people on this video space. They can't be live as well on video, but at least we can talk to each other. When the version that you used, it's just just you live on a live stream. So those are kind of the differences. What's the benefit?
So where is that feature? Where is that feature on Android?
Which one?
What the one we just had just now?
Yeah, so it's
you can see me.
It's not on an Android.
It's not on an Android.
It's not on an Android. It's
only on iOS
for the last 2 years, and that's what I wanted you to know. There are some differences between the two, and if you don't know this stuff, nobody teaches it to you, and it's just stuff that I've learned through the years of being on spaces and such. So iOS currently, they launched this feature in to be able to go live on video in like March of 2024, and it was an expectation that Android would get this functionality, but here we are at the end of 2025 and it still doesn't have it. So it could be any day, it could be never, but it is something that, let's say you start to get popular and you want to do video spaces, because you have a great look for social media. You're interesting, you sound very polished, and you will get get traction, get attention. You can buy a cheap iPhone if you need to, or just wait until Android has the feature. But I just want you to know the different video versions.
It's not on a Mac neither,
no. It may. Let me see that. That's a great question.
I just looked just now and I clicked spaces, but it's not there. So it would be in normal spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be just an iPhone feature or something.
Yeah, but there is a way to do it. There is a way to do it on a Mac. So you use something called an emulator. I don't know if you're familiar with what emulators are, but basically it'll allow you to use an iOS device like a phone using your Mac computer. So you would do this through I know a way to do it through it's called Xcode. It's like how you build an app on an iOS device. So if it is something of interest to you, we can certainly walk you through it. Now, let me just see if it innately has this option. Do Twitter users have the ability to go live on video using a Mac computer in a space? Okay, so the answer is sort of, but with limits. Twitter's Spaces feature, live chat rooms, does support video for hosts as early as 2024. Hosts can choose to enable video when creating a space. However, the video in space capability appears to be available only on the iOS app so far, not on desktop, Mac, or PC, or Android. So you would have to use an emulator if you wanted to do it. But it is something that if it was of interest to you, you certainly could. Okay, there are some advantages to Android, though, not that many. The one big one that I know, on Android, you can run a space longer than 24 hours. Now, you may say, Rabbi, why would I ever want to do that? I know some people who just want to get their name out there, and they just have the space going 24 hours, and they put some keywords in it, and then it's free advertising. It's that mere exposure effect. The more and more people see you, the more familiarized they're going to be with your coin. Also, like in my space, I allow people to just come in and talk. And it's basically this portal that I give to them. Just say whatever you want. And you can do that yourself. If you went to work and you left your space open, you'll get people who come in there and they can just come in as a speaker and talk to other people as well. And you don't have to do anything. Or you could set up a friend as your co-host, whatever you want to do. But like just giving you, there are some people who do that as well. So I know a guy who does a chill and chill space for 24 hours, and he does it for like 12 hours, and then he has co-hosts just run it for him, and then he just gets people to follow him organically. Oh, that reminds me, if you want more people to follow you, I think it's a really good trick. So before you go to bed every night, put yourself in the follower for follower spaces. You know what ones I'm talking about?
Follow.
Yeah, exactly. So you put yourself in that space, you go to bed, and when you wake up the next morning, you'll get 30 extra followers. And then you just go back and hit follow, and you follow them all back. It's like fishing with dynamite, if that makes sense. But you do that for a month. Cool. Absolutely. And you do that for a month, and you'll get an extra 1,000 followers to your account. So that's something that, just depending on how long you sleep or whatever. So many times I have 33 different devices. So
my wife is over there listening as well. She's
excellent. Hello, welcome. Hello, pleasure to meet you. So I have a bunch of different devices, as you can see, and so what I'll do is I'll log some of them in to these follow for follow spaces all day, and I don't have to do anything. People follow me organically, and then when they do at the end of the day, I just go in and follow them all back. And
all the tricks, Rabbi.
That's what, exactly. Exactly. And especially for people who have smaller accounts, this is a really great way to be able to legitimize yourself. Okay, some other tips that I have for people that I give to everybody. You're more professional, but a lot of times these guys have absolutely no background. They might be right out of college. They don't know how to do this. So I teach them to maximize the amount of X spaces that they're in, which I told you. So I think you can join at least 20. So find 20 good projects that you like just whatever they may be, but maybe they're big spaces, and you just join them. It doesn't cost you anything, but then whenever they go live, you're going to get a notification about it, or you'll find out about it. But then also people will see you in there, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I know you from whatever community, and whatever it may be. Okay, so join the most amount that you can, which I think is at least 20. Additionally, Discord, with a normal Discord account, non-Nitro, you can join up to 100 Discords. Now, do I recommend you join all the random Discords that you can find? No, but if it's a friend of yours in a Discord project, there's no reason to say you can't join that one and just see what they've got. Maybe they've got a cool bot. Maybe you can network in there. It's always nice when you go in and you're connecting with someone. You're like, yeah, I know you from whatever Discord it is. And if Discord allows you 100 spots, why not use them? I mean, it's free. There's no. The only thing that I would advise you is make sure that if you make sure that it's not like a how would I say, like a controversial Discord, because if it's too controversial, Discord can ban the Discord, and then you can get in trouble with your account if you're in there. I don't really think that's fair, but that's just something of which you should be aware. When it comes to Telegram, joining different Telegrams is really great too, and there aren't many limits to that. But just the more that you're able to network, as we all hear, your network is your net worth. But the more connections that you have, it's going to be really powerful for you. Some other things that I recommend to people when they make memes, like, you're not necessarily someone who makes a lot of memes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have memes for your own project that you just put in the purple pill, and people just routinely see them. They'll get used to seeing them from you. I'll send you one that I made for someone. I do
it quite often, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Whenever I join a space, the first thing I do is jump in, make a comment, and I always put one of my memes, one of my sort of regular recognized pictures, or an iconic. If I've created something new, I put some iconic in there as well. But again, it's always a personal to the community, to the people that are in the space. It's very courtesy.
Excellent.
It's more of a courtesy message. And I always abide. If they say they want to retweet, I'll give you a retweet.
Absolutely.
I'll like and I'll bookmark all their spaces.
Excellent. Now that you say that, I know I've seen yours. It's the It's the flag of England, of Great Britain, in like that old scroll. Yeah, and it's like a square that I see, and I see it quite often. So you're always doing that. What I do with anybody's space, I used to not do this because I just didn't know as much, but I go into their space. If I think I'm gonna stay, I like it, I retweet it, and then I put a comment. And that's all they normally want from you, and they'll let you say whatever you want. The bookmarking of it is great as well. Uh, they say that a bookmark is 5 likes. I don't know if that's true. I've just heard that rumor so many times that perhaps it's true. But um, okay, so then you speak in a license, so I don't really have to give you any heads up when it comes to that. Other things that I tell people to do, um, when you're creating your social media profiles, you want to optimize them for um whatever it is you want to be searched for. So yours would be like uh certainly certainly the name, but meme, NFT, coin, web3, whatever. You want all of that text in your name, or I should say in the description of your profile. Um when I look at your um okay, so here's one. You have Okay. You already do this. Let me look at your. I'm gonna go to your account on X, and you already do something I think is really smart. I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. Okay. So we ain't no S coin. Great. Yeah, you do exactly what I think you should be doing. What you do is really smart. Bitcoin. You put your hype your Malcolm. Okay, Mal, very well. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, but my name is Michael. But everybody calls me Rabbi. So Mal, you have your link on your picture, and that's brilliant. It's brilliant. You have to recognize you're telling a story with every impression that you make, and I can look at your profile picture, and now I know what you are. I know your slogan, and I know where to find you, and that's really important. What I always advise people is to do that, because if not, it's just a bunch of different pictures that people are seeing in Twitter Spaces. Why not give them more of an opportunity to check out what I do? Um, if you ever have the opportunity, and as you build up your link tree, you've got some. If you can see this, this is your. Okay, so like at the bottom here of your logo, put your link tree down there.
Yeah.
Then everybody has access to all your social media, 100% of the time.
Okay.
And
yeah,
that is a way for people. It's like free real estate basically, but people will randomly click on that and they'll get familiar with you. But you and I already think in the same way, just like that. Okay, I'm gonna look at your profile. Founder of Brit Card Meme, leading the Brit movement, vision, updates, and community growth. Linktree, Brit Card Meme. Okay, great. That's exactly what I would say. All right, and then I see your community. Yeah, it's really good. One thing you can do if you want, um, do you have your account? Oh yeah, you've got the view more. Excellent, man. Okay, this is great. So you already utilize that. That's wonderful. Um, is your account a professional account, perchance? Okay, excellent. So you can do things to.
I've done the same with my TikTok. I actually have the business side as well on the TikTok. Everything's all connected. It's just it's not quite ready yet, but everything is all verified and connected. I do try to make sure, like I say, by registering my business in the UK, that's to the level I want to take all my socials, not just be an average social. I want them to be fully professional.
That's excellent. That's excellent. And you even have your work history. Not everybody would do that. That's great. So they know that you're a real person and what you do. Okay, that's wonderful. Normally I have for their profiles, but yours is really good. I don't have any advice for you. It's really yeah. I mean, you know how it is, but like you already have some of the secrets in there. That view more function is really nice. You can have, just to give you a heads up, you can have 50,000 characters in there. Not that I'm recommending that to you, but you can really put a lot in there if you want to. And then your account is a professional account. Okay, on what platforms can you buy Bitcoin?
You can get them only on Dexys, to be honest with you. The Dextrine, Radium, Gecko Terminal, anything like that, GMGN, things like this. At the moment, I'm not in a financial position to be putting them on the real platform. Plus, they'd expect a certain amount of volume and a certain amount of holders depending on the platform, you know.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get on with CoinGecko, and I keep using agents, and all they've done is got me knocked back for one reason or the other, and I really don't think they're doing their job properly. So right now it's a financial thing. My thoughts on financial thing. I go back to work shortly. My first thought is CoinGecko, 100%. And then once I'm in a position beyond the game, because I've got certain payments to meet with regards to the game, I'd have to look at something, and definitely not a Sendex, because someone put me off the other day when they told me about the consistent monthly fees, which kind of surprised me, because I was expecting it once it's paired off to be in a different position, but no, they want $2,500 US per month.
Yeah, no, that's a joke.
That just seems crazy.
Right.
And that's just that's all of it.
Okay, yeah, no, absolutely not. Okay, what would you do? I'm just putting this out there because I've seen it happen with other projects. If somebody took your logo and your $ Brit and put it on Pump Fund, what would you do? There's not a lot you can do.
There's not a lot I can do, but my community, I don't think they can take the logo, can they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They'll do it in a heartbeat, and they'll pump and dump it. I've seen it happen. So my thought is this, and I'm just putting this out there, and you might want to talk to someone who is more knowledgeable. But I mean, like I'm on Pump Fund just so I can stream on it. I don't want people buying my coin. It's literally just so I have the video record. But it's free to do. It might be something that. So, like, you could just there's no cost to it. So basically, you start your coin on Pump Fund, then nobody's going to be able to steal that name and your logo. You'll already have an established presence there. I'm not saying to go out and do that right now, but it's free. Anything that's free, that's going to be, there's the saying, if it's free, it's for me. And in a lot of ways, this may be something that you want to do. But for these ones who want money, get out of here. Now, you said that you pay raiders. What does that mean?
I pay guys to go into my tweets and and forward them on, and basically it's similar to shilling but non-verbal.
Absolutely.
And I have 3 communities of 10 people each. Funny enough, I did get a message from one of my friends who now says that one of the guys hasn't been active since yesterday, neither has his team. So, okay, I'll rotate him out, and I'll put in. I have 2 particular teams that are really good. They don't just go in and say, "Oh, amazing project." They create tweets.
Okay, good.
They use my memes, and they sort of publicize it that way, and they're very, very well worded.
Excellent.
And they tend to use blue check accounts rather than ones that have only got 2 followers or 3 followers or something.
Excellent.
So it looks pretty good in what they do.
Excellent. May I ask, how much does that cost?
One of them is 1 soul per week for 10, and the other one is 150 per week for 10. So it depends on how soul is sitting. It's the same.
Okay, that's, in my opinion, that's a ridiculous amount to be paying for that service. I could be wrong, but are you getting enough back from that? You're paying $240 a week for basically like 20 reposts and likes?
I wouldn't say I'm getting enough back. No.
Yeah.
If I thought there was a better way of doing it and cheaper, then I'd be on it now.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's too expensive, far too expensive. That's an easy service. So do I have a great way around that? Yeah, I do. I mean, there are ways. Okay, so I can just give you what the comparable amount is for the standard rate on the internet. So let me just get you that just to see, because you're just paying a lot of money for that, and I want to keep your costs as limited as possible. Okay, so there is a website that I've used. Okay. Okay. Insta followers. .co. All right, let's see if this is the right place.
Yeah, because they tend to get a little bit slack sometimes, you know, and it's the case having to keep chasing them up. I get up in the morning and I go through, and the first one I put is who's active.
Yeah.
And it might take. There was a stage they realised what time I go to sleep and what time I wake up. You know, I woke up to a whole load of messages on TG alone saying that I'm really sorry, sir. I know what we've done is wrong. Well, you get burnt once, you don't. You know, if you're more for you once and more for me twice, you know. So it's. I don't like to go back over hallowed ground. So if someone's let me down and didn't produce a service, they don't get a second chance.
Exactly, I understand that.
It's business, and I work very hard for my money.
Exactly.
I don't like anyone that would jeopardize what I'm building right now. This is not for me. This is for my team, family, for my son. Everything I'm doing right now is some form of legacy that someone can take over and continue it and do what they want to do with it at a later date. Follow the path it's formed, you know?
Absolutely. Okay. So I found the website that I've used, and it's the best website that I can tell you. So okay, right now let's get how much you're being charged, basically. So we'll say what?
I'm 300 a week.
You're 300 a week for how much? For how many likes?
They do about. They constantly raiding, to be honest with you. You know, I looked just now and I see there was 10 backed up queued raids, and 2 of them from my profile haven't been touched in a few hours. And to me, that's unacceptable.
Absolutely.
They should be between them, you know, because I'm pretty sure it's only one person with 10 phones rather than 10 people.
Right. Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I've done it myself. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So, how many likes per post per week?
For one of my tweets, I'm averaging about 25 likes.
Okay, so for 25 likes of premium users, the going rate on the internet right now is $1.95. So
in the right direction.
Right. So I'm
in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna send you this website. I've used it before. I can tell you that these are going to be blue check marks, and I think it's the best website for this. You can get anything that you want. What do I mean? Like if you want Twitter followers, if you want YouTube. Pardon me?
Is it called Media Master?
No, but I've used that one too.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I used that one for my TG. I paid it was like $40 for 10,000 shares in the TG, and I didn't actually see anything from it. And I don't, you know, I was anticipating like a fishing frenzy, and I didn't really see anything different. But at the same time, I had someone else that was doing an invite competition into the TG. Since we just sent that.
Yes, sir. So, if you would, yeah. So this used to be a different website called Insta Followers, and it got purchased. But this has everything. You can see from the different logos: YouTube Shorts, Telegram services, SoundCloud, Quora, Spotify, Twitch, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Reddit, WhatsApp, Snapchat, Kick, Threads, Discord, Tumblr, VK, Vimeo, Quai, AudioMac, Blue Sky, Trovo, Medium, Likey, Rumble, and these are high quality accounts. And so what does this mean? You're just getting
500 retweets, just $14.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. You're paying $300 a month or a week. It's just I had to jump in, and especially if they're not perfect, This is going to save you a lot of money.
Oh, no, some of them, I pulled these guys up the other day. I was like, Mike, I don't want to see this no more, because this is like someone's doing it whilst they're eating. They put 3 words down and then they copy pasted those 3 words down on the next one. And so when I go for my notification, it's to see it. I said, not only that, you have no followers, like 2 or 3 followers. The names are just wrong. Even just the names of the accounts just sound wrong.
Right.
It's okay. I promise I'll do better. And I've just had a comment from someone. So I'm just gonna send this message to Tom, because Tom is my right hand man.
Okay.
And famously.
And just to give you a heads up, they have a free service. If you just want to try it to make sure it works for you, it costs nothing. And it will give you retweets and likes for free. So that's at the bottom there. You can use their free tool every 12 hours, and it will automatically give you 10 likes on whatever post you want. So, I mean, I don't want to tell you how to do business with these reply guys, but they're just absolutely yeah. This looks
absolutely amazing.
It is, and I can tell you myself. I bought on different accounts that I've had 10,000 Twitters on it for $100 a few years ago, and they stuck. That account got suspended, but it had nothing to do with those accounts. It had to do with what was interpreted as spam, which I understand from X's perspective, but it had nothing to do with those accounts. I can tell you I bought 10,000 Instagram followers with it. I still have Instagram followers, meaning they don't go away. It's not like you're going to fight to getting these accounts back. Like, I still have as many when I created the account 4 years ago, I still have that many. And I can tell you the same is true on TikTok. The same was true on YouTube. I've used this website before and it's always been safe. And it's really nice. You can just use your credit card. There's no like, oh, I've got to change into whatever kind of cryptocurrency they want or anything like that. And it works for everything. So, okay, now if you're open to this is this opens up a whole world for you, because basically right now you had a $300 a week advertising budget, basically.
There's the space listeners. I've just seen
You see it now. Exactly. Yes,
Yeah,
exactly. So that's what these people are doing. And they just go to a website like this.
It doesn't affect the account. You say it doesn't affect the account. Obviously, I won't go for 500 retweets on the post. Going for 25 at that price is a damn sight cheaper than what I'm paying.
Exactly. And here's what I recommend to you. Create a new X account and just test it yourself. And what I mean is it has nothing on it. And if you lose it and it got banned, whatever. Spend $3 or whatever and have it retweet your stuff. And just make sure for your own good sense that, hey, it worked for that one. It didn't get flagged or anything like that. And I'm willing to start doing this in mass. Not necessarily $300 worth. I want to lower your budget, but really you could do that same amount for like $5. You know what I mean? Like at least. And you see all the different services that are available. So retweets and all that other stuff. And frankly, I try to talk. So what you've got is basically like reply guys, and they're not doing their job. And it's like herding cats, and you don't want to do that. What I tell these guys, and I have about 50 guys in the last month who I've helped create their link tree, connect all their social media. And I say to them, you don't want to be your standard reply guy where you come into a space, GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I'm a reply guy. I will help to promote your account. Send me a job. I need a job. DM me with a job. You don't want to be that. You want to be able to say, my name is XYZ GM, everyone. I am a full stack social media marketer. I will promote your content on my 30 different social media platforms. That would be a lot more valuable to your coin if they were like, hey, I posted something for you on my YouTube and on my TikTok and on my Twitter and on my Instagram and all these other things. And then you'd be dominating the social media platforms. That's not what they're doing. They're only literally pressing one button of the like. they're pressing the repost button. They might bookmark it perhaps, and they're going to put the comment on it, whatever. At least their comments are good, but you can buy quality comments with this as well. And anything that you don't like, you could always hide. But there's a reason why these organizations exist. And
sorry, Rabbi,
go ahead.
These retweets, the people that so if it was a like, what accounts are they using?
Yes, so
an account with I suppose I have to test it and find out. That'd be the easiest way, just to test it and find out.
Exactly. So you can buy one of two kinds of likes. One are considered high quality likes. The others are premium. So they'll be blue check marked ones.
Okay.
And
which one's the best one? The premium or the best one?
Yeah, I would want the blue check mark ones because you have a legitimate project. They're twice as much as the high the what they call the high quality likes, but they're going to have that blue check mark next to them. And you could try it, just even the free version. If you create another X account, it doesn't take you long. You don't even have to pay anything. Do you see under X it says at the very bottom, free Twitter followers, free Twitter retweets, free Twitter likes, free Twitter video views? If you click on the X icon on website, and at the very bottom, the last four say free Twitter followers, free Twitter retweets, free Twitter likes, and free Twitter video views. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So what you would do is you create your throwaway account, and then you make a post with your throwaway account, and then you use the free Twitter followers. See if it gets you the 10 people they say they're going to follow you, and see if it gets you the 10 retweets on your post, and see if it gets you 10 likes, and see if it gets you some video views if you put a video on there. And then you can do that every 12 hours for free. And then once you get 20 or 30 different views on there and you're like, okay, I trust this enough, I can tell you this website, it did get bought, but it's the same structure. And it's the same website. I think they just changed their URL. And they offered a lot more services. I used it like 4.5 years ago for 10,000 Instagram followers. I still have 10,000 Instagram followers. I used it for 10 Twitter followers. I had those for years until, like I said, due to my own spam, that account got banned. But it was not because of these accounts. I can tell you that I've used it to promote different posts that I've had, and they're delivered within 24 hours too. So there's none of this, hey, where's my stuff? You start getting these things, like they're sending out an API to somebody. So I can tell you that I trust it as much as I trust any of these services. Media Master I've used before, but it wasn't as good as this, and it wasn't as cheap as this. And so it's up to you. But if you like it, then what you can do is use it for other things too.
By the look of it, I can rely on this service and then more than I can on the guys I'm using.
100%.
They literally wait for me to go.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. So, I would just try it with a Dodo account or just an alt account that you have. And once you throw a couple dollars at it, you don't even need to. You can use the free service though. And once you say, okay, this is working, I'll try it with one of my posts. And, I can tell you though, I've gone from an account with 0 people to 10,000 people and nobody batted an eye. Now this was years ago, but it's like Instagram. This is how major influencers get their views. They go to they have their manager go to a website like this, and whatever their Twitter post is or their followers, they just type in the number, they make sure their credit card works, and it's good to go. And this is kind of like the cheat codes, but you're paying $300 a week. We got to help you with that, and this is definitely going to help you with that. And then you can say bye to those guys, thank them for their help.
I spoke to you yesterday, I just bloody paid them.
That's okay. You won't pay them next week, and you won't ever need to pay them again. But let's just say you use the same strategy for Twitter followers. Now, these would be premium Twitter followers we're going to go with. We would, so free, actually, we want the, I want to see how many premium followers you can get. I know like 4 years ago, for 10,000 followers, it was $100. Now, I'm sure that the price has changed since then. So let's see how much it's changed. All right. So for 1,000 followers, or let's see, 10,000 followers, it's $154. So I would expect that with inflation from 5 years that it would go up like that. And they have a deal right now, 25% off with the New Year's code. So if I were you, look, you got 1,000 people in a month, but you work pretty hard to do that. If it's worth it to you, it's
$3,500 for $40 there, you know, so it's quite a nice little jump up.
Exactly. If I were you, I would get 10,000 for $154. That's half of what you would pay for next week, and that's going to automatically put your project in a different class. No longer is it a startup project. Now you are a mid-tier influencer on X, which is going to be important to you. Now, would I do it all at once?
These are non-engaging followers, though, yeah? These are non-engaging followers.
That's correct. Now, if you want engagement, that's something that you generally have to pay for. But that doesn't mean none of them engage. Some will. It'll just be minor. Now, if you want premium followers, they do not offer premium followers at this time because they say due to an update on Twitter X, the product is temporarily unavailable. It will resume stable service shortly. So they say high quality followers, which is fine. That's what I did, and I got 10,000 of them. And I was really happy, and it stayed at 10,000. So it might be something that you want to consider, because then when you go into a space, if you have 10,000 followers, they know your projects are going places. So it's just a thought, and you might want to experiment a little. And they have free services, but this is going to be a game changer for you, especially with I'm glad I asked how much you were paying. So now when it comes to the things that you're tweeting and all of that stuff, you're gonna go like your Twitter's kind of messy because all of these different influencers or these space hosts ask for retweets and likes and all that other stuff, but then your big tweets kind of get shoved down a little bit. And I would say that there's a strategy you can use where you like the space and you retweet it, but then when you're done with it, you remove your like and remove your retweet. And that kind of goes against what we talk about, where like it's like almost following someone and then leaving them, but you don't really have a choice because, and a lot of people understand that anyway.
I remove them from my feed.
Exactly.
Normally, I leave them for a day, and sometimes the option is not there to remove them, and it sort of appears after a certain period of time, and I can delete them off.
That's correct. So then you're going to have all of your big tweets there, and so like, what's the most amount of tweets that you've ever had on a retweets that you've ever had on a post?
Oh, I've had a few. I think probably again only in the 20s.
Oh, okay.
It's only in the 20s, 10s to 20s.
Okay, so like for 100, now with the premium retweets, you can get premium retweets. So you get 100 premium retweets for like $6, and these are blue check mark. Yeah. That's better than that's 5 times better than anything else you've ever gotten. And if I were you, I would kind of just have a strategy that once a week I'm going to put out a post about myself or whatever, and I'll just promote it, and then I won't have my timeline be too messy, and then people are gonna see it and they're gonna do their own thing on it. Now, do you get other people of the 1,000 people who are following you? Do you get a lot of them who retweet your stuff like organically?
I've got a few. I wouldn't say a lot.
Okay.
I've got a few.
Okay, it's only been 50 days, and so the relationships that you've made are still being debated. but you'll be able to do.
People coming to me and saying that I heard you talking in X, and to me, just genuine people. Maybe 1 in 5 is genuine, and the other 4 are fishing for some kind of they want a coal or something, but I don't go for it. I just don't go for it. And I did have one particular guy. I pick up on grammar.
Sure.
Especially when someone's writing, and when I read it, I'm like, this grammar is not related to this person that's talking. The profile's wrong. I know the YouTube link that he has in his profile is stolen from a real website.
That's right.
Because when I go on that website and I hear how that guy talks, and I see how he writes in his comments, and then I go back to this one. The guy the other day, he wanted 38 for space. I said, well, why you want 38 for space? You invited me to your space to talk, and now you want to charge me?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You invited me from another space to come and talk on your space. Now you want to charge me? Now you want to sell me billboards? He told me there's in Madison Square Gardens. I'm like, bro, at least pick the same country.
Yeah.
That billboard looks like it's somewhere in Nigeria. And you're asking
right. Yeah, you're going to get that.
I'm not stupid, bro. I'm not stupid.
No. And you're...
Yeah, and he messes with me all the time at the moment, and I'm like, I won't even block him. I just let him talk away.
Absolutely. You can mute that conversation. Stay diligent. You know what you're doing. But that's a big one. People impersonating good people, and they're just bad actors. So if you put together, this is what I would do if I were you. I would test the system, even though I vouch for it as much as I can. I don't own the website, so something could have changed. But I would try it on just an alt account. I would try the free version to make sure that these things are working. Then I would maybe throw out a few dollars just to promote my stuff for 10 likes or whatever. If that worked, then what I would do is I would try on just one of my tweets. Once a week, I would promote a tweet with 100 retweets. So that's going to cost you $5.90, whatever it is in pounds. And then I'd have it have, let me calculate how much this is going to cost you. So then, and all of this is premium accounts. So then we would get, so that was $5.90. Then for 100 likes, $4.50. So we're looking at $10 for 100 likes and 100 reposts. And then I would put, I would check, I'm looking to see, okay, they have comments, and that's new. This is the big one that tells you if someone's botting something. So this is the one that I would try on my alts before anything, because you don't want somebody making it look like you're just botting yourself. But if you want comments, then 100 comments is $6.09. So for $15 each week, you're going to have one really strong post that's going to get a lot of visibility. And that's going to give you 100 comments, 100 reposts, and 100 likes, which is better than you've ever gotten with anything else. And then when people look at it, it's going to make your project look strong. And then once this worked for me, I would buy those 10,000 followers. I wouldn't need any more followers. I wouldn't necessarily even need to worry about the whole follow back thing. You just want to do that with the legitimate people who follow you. That's going to go a long way. But for the 10,000 that are just bots, no big deal. And then when people see your account, they're going to say, wow, this is a really great strategy that this person's using, because they've grown. Their account it'll be at that point 2 months old, and you'll have had this massive amount of growth, and you'll have done it for a lot cheaper than what you're currently paying. That's what I would do. And then in the future, every week, I would spend $15 just promoting one or two posts, maybe $30 on some weeks or whatever, if I have something cool that's going on. Now let's take a look at the listeners, the space listeners. So we get a lot of people who get 1,000 people in their space, and so you should know they're paying about $20 every time that happens. And is it worth it to them? Probably to some extent, because this means that they get to be the center of attention, and they get people who connect with them. I mean, I can tell you there's some really big projects that connect with some of these Twitter space hosts because they get 1,000 people in their space, and they don't know that most of them are botted. But what this will do is put your space at the very top. So you'll be able to host a space if you ever wanted to, and instead of getting 3 or 5 people in there, you just pay $20 to get 1,000 space listeners for an hour, and then by the end of that hour, you'll have 400 or 500 organic people in it because your space will be all the way at the top. And I think that's. I don't think you should be a Twitter Space host just yet, though. But eventually, you're going to get so well known that you're going to be able to host your own. You'll get organic people in there, and then on top of that, you'll be able to boost them a little bit. And keep in mind, you don't always have to have 1,000 people in your space. You could just do it at the beginning to get a rush of people in there, and then just let them filter out as needed. I'm looking to see.
It's kind of strange because I've noticed there's a couple of them that have been right at the top, and then partway through the day, I'll go to see if they're still there, like an hour later, and they're not there, but they're at the bottom with 11 people listening.
Exactly, and it's like, how were they able to do this? How were they able to do this? You were able to get 1,100 people in your space 2 hours ago, and now you've got 12 people. Like, where's the middle section? So you can tell that's what they're doing. The other stuff that they offer, so they offer likes, views, followers. We talked about that. Retweets, bookmarks. I don't really know how much bookmarks help somebody. People say it's worth 5 likes, but I think that could be true, but that could be hearsay. To me, a bookmark is really important, but only if it's a real person who's going back to my tweet and using it as some kind of reference. Aside from that, I don't really look at bookmarks, and I don't think many other people do. Now, they have automatic retweets, which is something that might be of interest. So basically, whenever you put anything, you could get perhaps people to automatically retweet you for a certain amount of time. There are poll votes. You don't need that.
Automatic Twitter likes as well there, don't they?
Pardon me?
Just below it as well. They also have the automatic Twitter likes, so they sort of work together, them two.
Yeah. Now, let's see how long it works. It says, let your tweets gain steady interaction.
Future tweets you post from now on.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
This automatic likes page has no time limit, and you will be applied to all future tweets. Now, that's brilliant. If you can get that, that's what you want. Now, they say it has no time limit. It's for as long as this company.
5,000 total likes. So, okay, 5 tweets. I see. Yeah. So you have tweet quantity per tweet, likes quantity per likes, tweet quantity. Okay. Yeah.
So this.
Actually, yeah. That's something you'd have to test, isn't it, to see how it will.
Absolutely, but this would be one that I would test because then you're not going to be paying every single time that you tweet. You'll just organically, whenever you tweet, you're going to get however many people liking your stuff.
I do five tweets a day because anything more than that could become spam. And I use Tweet Hunter as well. If you know that one.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I like Tweet Hunter because it allows me to schedule stuff, especially if I was traveling, and sometimes I don't have the internet ability. At least I feel personally that something's happening in my absence.
Okay.
So running that automatic tweet one would work on side of that as well, because I've actually had to save for the Raiders before.
Over.
Why you're not actively going into if I'm asleep, go into my account and forward or share it and raid it. You don't need me to come and spoon feed you to do that job. They will literally, I'll be waiting on you, sir. What are you waiting on me for? Just go ahead into the X account, forward it into the TG account, and then start the raid. It's just it's something I'd rather not be dealing with that personnel, but I could actually be dealing with it automated on a website. So yeah, this is a change that's coming this week.
Excellent. Yeah. So I would test it with the automatic likes, and if that works, I would jump at this. And I would just say to myself, I'll pretend I never spoke with Rabbi and that I'm having that $300 budget for another month or whatever you would be able to do. and then I don't have to touch it anymore. Every time I tweet something, you can still tweet 5 things a day, and they're going to get 5,000 likes automatically, and you're going to be all over people's timelines, especially the people who follow you, which is what you want. Excellent, excellent. Okay, well, to be honest with you, that's everything in my bag of tricks that I can think of right now that could help you. But I'm pretty sure this conversation was beneficial for both of us.
Yeah, it was brilliant. I really enjoyed it.
Excellent. I'm always here if you need me. I'm live 24/7. Excellent.
A load of notes.
Great.
I've got a lot of bookmarks here as well now. So it's give me something to work with, and thank you.
My pleasure. I'm always here to help you. So if you ever need me, come on in and we'll talk about strategy, or you have questions, let me know, okay?
Yeah, I know where you are.
Excellent.
My wife's cooking chilies and that.
Excellent. Well, enjoy.
Say goodbye, love.
Take care. Best wishes to you guys. Pleasure to meet you as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. You take care.
Peace. Bye-bye.
See you again.
Take care.
See you real soon.
Bye-bye.
See you real soon.
Absolutely. Shout out to Bitcoin. Oh boy, that's going to be great for him. Wow. I hope we save him some money. He seems like a really great person, really nice individual. What a nice person. Introducing to his family. Shout out to his wife and his project. Hopefully it saves him some money and just makes his project more successful. Gave him a lot of good alpha, I feel. And I'm going to join his Discord. And I don't join everybody's Discords, but I'll join his.
We tend to, in our interviews with shared experiences, we're looking for what kind of practices one might have to facilitate this. And a lot of times we do find that the overwhelming majority of our shared experiencers do have some sort of mindfulness practice. And that could be prayer, that could be Tai Chi, that could be yoga.
Shout out to FameT.net. What a nice guy. I could talk to him for a long time. He was really cool.
Why is that important? Because the example I just gave to you before the break, this gentleman was simply watching television, and because he was, as he described it, I was just chilling. He said, at the end of the day, I just had a long day of work, I was just relaxed. His mind was open and floating, and then he noticed that there was a pull on him, a gravitational pull of sorts. And then he was curious that he leaned in. He didn't close it off. He was curious. He was mindful. He allowed himself to go with the experience, and then boom, he was over. He moved through time and space, and he was literally over the top of his adopted son's wrecked car, and just soon to see at that moment the spirit of his adopted son coming out of that car, and they had an encounter, and then I told you the rest of the story at that point. But the point you're asking is, what the ball is, and I think it's openness and consciousness, and I do think anybody who is interested in these experiences concern themselves doing these reflective mindfulness practices of any kind.
I mentioned during the break that we do shared group meetings to have people share experiences that they can sign up for on your website. Tell me a little bit about what those are.
Yeah, so we have what's called the Shared Death Experience sharing group. It happens twice a month, and it's free to the public. And it's we set this up because it's really the research team. I have 10 researchers that assist with the volumes of people who share their stories with us. And it was they were noticing that we have so many experiencers. We need to have a place for them to come and be with other experiencers and have their own experiences affirmed. So we always have one person share in this hour-long group, and then other people comment, support them, say, oh my gosh, I had something similar. But it's really a place that supports their integration. Because the shared death experience, despite all the research that we have done and we've published in some of the top medical and academic journals, but still, it's not nearly as well known as the near-death experience. So we offer this forum for people, and you don't have to be a shared death experiencer to show up at the forum. If you just want to be there to listen, to learn, we welcome. So it's really both for experiencers and for people who are curious and want to learn more about the shared death experience.
Now, there's the near-death experience, what you're talking about as the shared death experience, and there's also the spiritually transformative experience. So these are experiences that are like awakenings and seeing an angel or being born again or something like that. Do they have similar qualities?
Well, I think the near-death experience and the shared death experience, and you're saying a vision of an angel, let's say, these are all fit into what we might call spiritually transformative experiences. And there are more than just the three I've identified, but all of these are invitations to awaken for sure. That doesn't mean that if you have these, that you will awaken. It really requires a commitment to say, I have this experience. What does it mean to me? And it really demands, I dare say, a rather significant spiritual quest. Because, well, nowadays, the near-death experience, there's a good deal of literature on it, a good deal of research. That is easier to access and get supported. There's the International Association for Near-Death Studies that has groups all over the world, in fact, and you can just show up there and you can learn and you can do with other experiencers. It's very normalizing and affirming. And so that particular spiritually transformative experience, there's a lot of support for it. But say for the shared death experience, we are providing it, and definitely the shared death experience is now being discovered, really at an increasing rate amongst healthcare practitioners, certainly hospice workers. Our work is definitely getting out there. But I think what I want to do is, because so many of your listeners, Lisa, know the near-death experience, I want to just tell everybody, just so they're clear about the shared death experience. It's basically the same experience in terms of phenomena. The difference is a near-death experiencer has a brush with death themselves. A shared death experiencer is a caregiver, loved one, or bystander. And it just all of a sudden seems like they find themselves observing the transition of a departing loved one. And sometimes a hospice worker will say, I was just working with this person who was dying, and all of a sudden I was with them in this transition. And the phenomena is just like the near-death experience. So
that's what I want to ask you about. Is this movie that you've done that is about a man with ALS and he's preparing for his wife, with his wife, to die, basically. I would love to hear a little bit about what this is and how the movie is made such an impact on people. It's called Suffering into Gold. And tell us a little bit about the story behind it.
Yes, so we are at this time producing the first feature-length film on the shared death experience. in our research, well, I should say our research, I should say that we put out an invitation for people who would be willing to work with me and our medical director, Dr. Michael Williams, to prepare for what we call the conscious, connected, and loving end-of-life experience. And then we would teach them our methods to enable, facilitate a shared death experience. And I should be clear, our methods have been evolving over now 15 years that I've been developing them. And the question is, well, how effective are you with them? Well, we're about, I'd say, somewhere between 20 to 40% of the people that we train will have a shared death experience. And sometimes more. That's a conservative estimate. I think it's getting much higher.
You train them to have a shared death experience?
Well, ideally what we do is we train somebody who is at the end of life. In other words, they have a cancer diagnosis or ALS in the case of Paul and suffering from Paul, which I'll go into in a second. And then we train them with their loved one who wants to be the person, the caregiver, who at the time of death will accompany the loved one into the initial stages of the afterlife.
Okay. This ends up being a very positive experience.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I can go to that in a second.
Yeah.
But the key features, really quickly, are the loved one often sees at the moment of death the spirit leaving the body. They'll also sometimes feel a pull upon their body upward, a section pull. And then they're in another dimension, and they might see deceased relatives, they might see heavenly realms, they might see elevated spirit beings. And the elevated spirit beings they see are absolutely stunning. And they see, typically we see one who's in charge, and I refer to that as the conductor. And the conductor seems to have this role of managing the transition of souls, spirits, consciousnesses, if you will, out of the human body and into the initial stages of the afterlife. And I've seen this, and my team has seen this conductor, dozens of times now, and it has this very purposeful, intentional, almost guided, like a guidance, yes, and a guide. And it takes his job kind of serious. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a very powerful being. It can be very loving, but it's got a job to do with it. And it seems like the job is based on timing and frequency and all the energetics that are required to move a spirit out of the human body and into this early afterlife. So that's the experience. But in terms of the suffering into goal,
quick question. The person who's the person that's helping with the shared death experience, do they have to be laying next to the person, sitting in meditation, in locale, like close proximity to the person?
Great question. So this is really, I'm smiling because originally Brandon Moody did the first research on this. And he did this research because as the father of the near-death experience, he would get dozens of letters, and he collected them. And the one he was collecting a pile of letters that was basically sounded like this: "Hey, when you talk about the near-death experience, I had something very similar when my loved one died, but I didn't have a brush with death. I was just at the bedside with this happening." So Raymond wrote the first book of this, Glimpses of Eternity, 2009, and I met him right about that time. And we thought these experiences were the experience during the SDE experience had to be a bedside. We started doing the research, and we collected the first 160 odd cases we did there. We realized something. Wait a minute. Over 2/3, about 64%, almost 2/3. Are remote experiences. And for those of you who are into the research, that was matching with what Peter Fenwick's research in the UK. He had an experience called deathbed coincidences, which were basically remote SDTs. That means at the time of death, a loved one remotely located, either in another room, across town, or on the other side of the globe, were basically being drawn into this experience of transition and having the exact same experience that Raymond had captured, and now our research has validated with now over 300-400 cases deeply analyzed and coded. So almost two-thirds of these cases they are remote. You don't need to be at bedside.
Wow, that is fascinating. I think it's fascinating just because it shows us that we can cross between these worlds if we're aware of them. Just being aware of them is it's a first step.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we asked the question, is there a personality type? Well, really what it is an openness, an open-mindedness, and an ability to track your experience, your experience is what's going through your mind, and saying, oh my gosh, something's happening. A lot of our experiencers will say to us, I was having a dream, all of a sudden, I noticed something and it got my attention and I stayed with it, and they made a choice to stay with it. Some people just find themselves, they say I was asleep, or I was I was driving my car, I was shopping, and all of a sudden they just find themselves in a different space, and they realize, oh my God, they're with this person transitioning, and then that experience ends, and they get phone calls, or they get a phone call saying, hey, just want to let you know, Uncle so-and-so died. You go, right.
So now, in the case with the film, Suffering into Gold, the man with ALS is preparing with his wife for her shared death experience as he exercises medical aid in dying. What is that? And when did that become legalized?
Yes, so medical aid in dying is now legal in the United States. I think it's somewhere around 12 to 15 states have it legalized, but it's moving, it's increasing. But what it really is that you have a hospice diagnosis, which means you have less than 6 months to live, and because of that, you have the option to seek medical aid, which means you talk to two physicians, they both agree you have hospice, they give you a prescription for a medication that will essentially terminate your life, and you get to choose what that is. And so this is something that's, we're in California here, and increasingly people are, who have, like take Paul, for example, he has ALS, and this is a very debilitating, quite frankly, painful, ugly, untraumatic experience. You're losing all your bodily functions, but your mind is completely cognitive. So he said he didn't want to go through it. They call for preparation for conscious, life experience, and these protocols that enable STD. And so,
wait 1 second, I just have I want to give a break to happen right now, and then I want you to go through this experience. It's really important to the whole idea of medical aid and dying is a whole concept I'd like to talk to you about as well. It's just that. All right, we're going to be right back. William, thank you for your patience, and everyone else, thank you for being here. And we really appreciate you being here tonight. We'll be right back with my guest, William Peters, after the break. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM.
Really business and not thinking about radio? Think again. Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they were 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other media. Even twice as many teens than TikTok. And that reach reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help
I
your
love
business?
helping
Think
people.
iHeart. Streaming,
It's
podcasting, and radio, where the reach is real. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time, just call 844-844-iHeart and get radio working for you.
On this week's episode of Next Chapter, I, T.D. James, sit down with Rabbi Rothschild, a two-time Academy Award-winning actor and cultural icon.
I don't take any credit for it. I just didn't put me first and just put God first and he's carrying me.
Open your free iHeart Radio app, search Next Chapter with T.D. Jakes. That's NXT Chapter. And listen now.
And the homeless woman who fought the bus driver, you can see she's wearing a G-string. So she's still in the game. The homeless woman.
Dressing sexy game.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Yeah, she may want to round off some of the sharp edges.
But you can only do your show. They're more to the G-string than they are for constantly. Yeah. So she's really constant.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. How many apps do you have? Okay, so I have the fewest. The few that I don't even know. I have no idea. I have a fitness app. Oh, God. You think I look at that one? I'll handle no. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Hi, Jordan Christmas in the KFI 24-hour news report. Los Angeles County employees have been charged with felony grand theft. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office says the charges involve unemployment benefit fraud during the COVID-19 pandemic. The new charges come after an earlier round of filings in October against 13 county employees accused of similar conduct. In total, prosecutors say 24 employees fraudulently collected over $700,000 in unemployment benefits between 2020 and 2023. The DA's office said each of the 24 employees allegedly claimed unemployment from the State Unemployment Development Department, but working full-time for the county. Officials say investigators are looking for a group of thieves who swiped close to $100,000 worth of Pokemon cards from the shop in Burbank. Sharon Bearden has details.
Burbank police say security video shows several burglars smashing through the shop's front door around 2 Friday morning. Kit Nguyen, owner of LA Sports Cards, says the group appeared to know exactly what to grab since they started with the Pokemon cards before moving to rare Kobe Bryant and Cristiano Ronaldo cards. Nguyen estimates $100,000 worth of cards were stolen. NBC4 says he plans to increase security.
The California Secretary of State's websites are the latest victims of a nationwide cyber attack. David Martindale has the story.
On Thursday, the state of California's official elections and business registration websites were compromised. Google users searching for information related to the sites were directed to links and PDFs with ads for pornography and cash apps. Users who open the links are then directed to pornographic sites. Affected websites are overseen by the Secretary of State's office. The Los Angeles Times reports similar cyber attacks have hit 38 government agencies in 18 states in recent weeks.
And as we turn the calendar, we jump full on into the holiday season. Free tennis with more on it. The holiday hubbub is not a thing.
Psychology Today says nearly half of us really don't like the holiday at all. The cost, family dynamics, parties, decking the halls, gifts you don't want, gifts for people you don't like, or maybe you're one of the 23% of us who hate holiday music. All that doesn't mean you're a Grinch, just that you don't need the holiday to spread your personal kind of joy. Psychologists say hang in there. January is days away.
In Los Angeles County, the high is expected to be 72 degrees later this afternoon. While in Pasadena, the high will be 74 degrees. We lead all from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jordan Christmas.
Did you know that California offers various programs and services to support older adults, adults with disabilities, and family caregiver, health insurance, counseling, to caregiver support, and information on elder abuse. The Aging Resource Guide has it all. And let's not forget about the friendship line, available 24/7 for those who may need a friendly conversation. Dive into the Aging Resource Guide today at aging.ca.gov and discover the support you need. Because together, we can ensure every older adult in California is now paid to serve.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
Hi, I'm John Koya. I still have my father's old toolbox. The handle's worn, the latches barely hold, but I have it as a reminder of where I started. My dad taught me that the tool doesn't matter as much as the hands that use it. He believed that skill, honesty, and a respect for people turn an ordinary job into something that you can be proud of. That's why at Ritter Hero, we focus on people first. Tools break, technology changes, but treating families right, that never goes out of style. In the end, it's not about the toolbox, it's who you trust into your home. Ritter Hero Plumbing, real people, real service, and a promise that every job is backed up by my personal guarantee. Thank you.
Visit our website, RitterHero.com, to schedule your appointment today.
CL 996688.
KFI AM 640. Students are agents of their own learning. They're doing what they want to do. They're pushing out any discomfort. That's not the way we live in a world. That's not the way we live in a community. Some people have to sacrifice. And if you're not willing to do that, Gary and Shannon, get out in the community. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. They have dreams, and I'm not making this up, of a 15-minute city. They would like to compress our lives into little neighborhoods where we live and work all within a 15-minute range. There will be no more gas-powered automobiles, swimming pools, no more driveways, no more grass. John Cobell, that really is their dream. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the radio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Lisa Gar.
Welcome back to Coast AM. My guest, William Peters, will be back after the break. And I love your calls coming in. Thank you so much about shared death experiences that you've had. It really is proof of concept for you all and share these experiences as William has been doing the research around shared death experiences. And I also want to mention there's a lot of great content on the Gaia Network. I have a show on Gaia Network as well called Inspirations on Gaia. And you can check that out. The website is inspirationsongaia.com. And right now, Gaia is offering a free trial, which is fantastic. It's $1 for 30 days. Almost watches as much as you want in 30 days. So check out inspirationsongaia.com. You can check out my show there. There's a 30-day trial for $1, and you can check that out there. And there are great people I've interviewed on that particular show, including among one of them is right there on my Gaia Network. So check that out. Great interview, great man. We will be back with Coast to Coast AM right after the break.
Mars Mission 1, the fictional book.
I'm from China. I belong to a scale. Many team factory. They are very complex. They are very innovative. If you need a many team, you can find me. I hope you can find me. I hope you can choose me. I hope you can take me.
Missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris. All cell phones fail. All GPS fails. All power fails. Life on Earth, as we understand it, may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, surviving the Kessler effect. You do not want to see it happen. Now available on Amazon. That's Mars Mission 1, surviving the Kessler. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1, surviving the Kessler.
If a Lenovo gaming computer is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to score exclusive deals on the gaming PCs you want, like the Lenovo Legion Tower 5 Gen 10 gaming desktop and Lenovo Log gaming laptop. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
I'm excited for my dad. Passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Stroke. It's hard, obviously. Again, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance. My wife, 4 kids. The best place to get life insurance is those.com. Because you can do it in 10 minutes. There's no medical exam, no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes to your family to protect it. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Welcome back to Coast AM. I am Lisa Gar. My guest is William Peters. We're talking about shared death experiences. Before the break, we were talking about a film that he has coming out called Suffering into Gold. And William, if you could tell a little bit about the upcoming launch that's happening for Coast to Coast viewers, be able to see this film. And I would love that. And then we can talk a little bit more. I want to talk about the medical aid in dying, legalized medical aid in dying.
Thank you. Yeah, so Suffering into Gold is a short film. And I'll tell you a little bit about how we came about this. As I said, we're in production right now, pre-production, heading into production, to make a feature-length film, a 90-minute film on SDE. Well, Beth and Paul contacted me at the very beginning of this project to say all wanted to choose medical aid to die, it qualified for that, and they basically wanted, as Paul said, I wanted to have control over my transition. I knew he was going to go. He didn't want to go through the awful ALS, decline. It's just a good deal of suffering and really difficult for his wife and family. He didn't want to put her through that. So they together, worked through this. Not an easy process at all. And I helped them, others helped them, but they really did this with a good deal of consciousness. And after we had trained them up in our methods, they all selected a date, and then Paul had the date in the morning, and Beth was there, and Paul's sister was there, a couple sisters actually. And I don't want to give the movie away, the film away, the whole kind of story as it unfolds, but I can tell you what Beth and Paul's sister experience was spectacular. And so we will be showing that. We've been doing a festival run, and it's done very well at the festival. There's not a lot of short film festivals, but for this type of film, but the ones we've been in, really a lot of wonderful feedback. And so this film will have its online premiere this Tuesday, December the 9th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Go to sharecrossing.com, and it's free. We're offering this for the general public, so you can learn about. Basically, we want to teach people, say this is what's possible at the end of life. You can actually take control and, in a certain sense, choreograph your life. And it's a beautiful film that really ultimately is about conscious dying. And it's very loving. And this is one of the aspects of the sharing of the experience, which you were getting to earlier, so we didn't quite get there. And that is the after effects, the transformational after effects of having an STD. They rework your understanding of death and life to the extent that what we hear all the time is this term, knowing. I know I will survive death. I know my loved one who just died is alive and well somewhere, and we will be reunited. And I know that there is nothing to fear. And then they get to those other profound those steps in their integration and making this shared experience a part of their life and live from what they experience. And that demands the hard work of, what are you going to do with this one precious life? And that means changes at work, changes in relationship. Ultimately it's all good, but it takes some work.
It transforms you, just like in your death experience, the shared death. I'm wondering, beyond this, and it's great that you are bringing this into and normalizing the conversation of death through going to film festivals and getting this feedback. And I feel it's such a big topic around medical aid and dying, because when we do it for our pets, we can euthanize animals, that humans have the ability to choose when a pet's life or animal's life ends. But we don't have the ability to choose when our own life can end. And now there is that ability in certain states that it's possible to know when you can, and I'm not talking about anything other than medical qualifications in order to know that the ultimate diagnosis within X amount of weeks could be painful and suffering like that, then why wouldn't we have this conscious experience of going through something that could have to do with communication afterwards, memory sharing, or making even, was it you that said to make an agreement with your loved one in this lifetime of how you're going to connect after one of you passes?
That is correct. We teach that. In fact, we're working with a couple right now with stage 4 cancer in Florida, and they have identified the way in which it's a woman who's dying, and I encourage them to discuss the son, and so she has identified an animal that will come to him, and that will be her sign to him that she's still alive, and she's communicating to him in this way, and she said she will, make that animal behave in a way that he will know it is her, and we see this quite a bit. This has become, a synchronicity of sorts. It's like, wait a minute, this, the most common ones we hear these are, birds behaving in bizarre ways, like a bird. Well, this is very interesting. I've heard, I'll tell you where I heard this from, and I think it makes sense. So, Suzanne Eastman is a very well-known medium, and she trains people in mediumship, and we were all in conferences together, and I asked her about this one time, and she said, oh yeah, when they, departed of deceased spirits, do, when they want to get hold of their loved ones, they basically take hold of the consciousness of an animal, and they certainly take over the wheel, if you will, metaphorically, and that's why she says, and I have no reason to disbelieve this at all. It makes perfect sense. I've seen it so many times. I got to tell you, as a researcher, I was so resistant to study these synchronicities with animals, but they happen all the time. Birds come way too close to a window or something, or a hummingbird is in the same place peering in to a kitchen of a grieving person, and then we see it with dogs, with cats. I even heard it recently with the raccoon that kept hanging around, and it was not doing raccoon behavior that's just more mischievous. It was just sitting there looking in a back window with these big eyes as if to say, I love you, I'm here. So, this is in our research, and I think that what Suzanne says, and like I said, it makes sense. There's a way in which these spirits, our deceased loved ones, can inhabit the bodies and take over the operations of an animal for a short period of time for the sole purpose of making contact with the deceased loved one to deliver the message. You see, I'm alive and well, I'm coming to you. And like I said, I used to be ashamed in a certain way to talk about this, but the research we have literally over 1,000 cases where people say, this sounds bizarre, but there is this, some sort of bird. Sometimes it's butterflies, it's all sorts of things, and sometimes it's this. There were hundreds of dolphins while I was walking down the beach. Now, Lisa, you and I live in, Southern California, where I coast as a grief therapist. I'll tell my bereaved clients, go for a walk on the beach and ask your loved one to send you a sign. I can tell you, within a couple weeks, they'll come back with their eyes wide open, their jaw dropped, saying, you told me to do that walk on the beach. I walk on that beach all the time. I was walking out there, I asked for a sign, and I gotta tell you, the dolphins were doing the biggest display I have ever seen. There were 20 or 30 jumping, dancing, whether it's dolphins or seals doing something, or a whale doing something, or pelicans doing something. I'm telling you, I cannot believe the consistency of that intervention for someone who's grieving, looking for a sign from their loved one. They walk on the beach and they come back. They have been moved by this intervention, I dare say, from their loved one through an animal.
It is, when my grandmother passed away, we were back in their house, my grandmother's house, and the bathroom was in the very back of the house. You had to go through a couple of rooms and turns to get there, and a bird flew right in the front door, through the rooms, all the way to the back bathroom, and then back out again. And it was like, how did it get the same way way in and out, knew exactly where to go. And I was very young when that happened, but we have a lot of people that are calling in about this as well. And again, I encourage you, if you've had those experiences, sometimes my skeptical mind goes, well, I was around the beach this morning and there were dolphins and I didn't ask for a sign. So there are going to be dolphins in the beach. But maybe it's a precursor specifically asking for a sign, and that would be a specific sign, and that could be related to, and what's the difference? I mean, really, what's the difference? You're looking for a sign, you're communicating, you're praying, you're finding the soul of your lost loved one. It's all the same thing, in my opinion. Let's go to Jonah, our first time caller from Portland, Oregon. Hi, Jonah, how are you doing?
Hi.
Good. Tell me a story. Yes, you are. Tell me a story of COVID.
Happy birthday to my family in Tacoma, Oregon. I love you all. I have two short experiences I'd like to share. One of them, my cousin has one, passed away years ago, but we're at the bar in the sunroom sitting at a picnic table and just dreaming about having, and we're sitting in front of each other, and I said, Adeline, I'm worried about you. Do you know that you're dead? And he laughs at me and says, do you know that you're dreaming?
Wow.
That one more I want to share, and then I'll take it off there.
That was in your dream. Fascinating.
Yeah. And so, my partner, best friend of many years, she just passed away a year and a half ago. And I was being haunted by her in my dreams, having nightmares, and doing just like really hurtful dreams, like making me really sad. And I had a new age teacher that told me that I can, if I cut the ties, that, I can let go of these negative attachments. So when I was laying down to go to sleep, I did a little prayer and ceremony and meditated on it. And when I went into my dream, I was laying my friend Jackie down, and my sister came into the dream and she says, if you blink your eyes, it'll cut the ties. So I blinked my eyes, and I haven't had a nightmare since, and it's all, I still dream about her, but it's all love and happiness. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Okay, very great too. Thank you so much. Do you have any experience with that in terms of how to have the time from the loved one haunting you?
Yeah, so thank you, Jonah. Having a haunting that Jonah's describing is not that common. But I say that because I don't want your listeners to think like, wow, this can happen, and I got to be scared about it. If I was working with Jonah, I would love to work with Jonah when he was going through this, I would suggest that maybe Jack is trying to get your attention. But the only way she knows to get it is to kind of rile you a little bit or scare you. That's where I go first. And the reason why I go that direction is because I've had a number of cases, not more than a few dozen, that Jonah talks about. And when I say, hey, when that comes again, why don't you ask them who they are and tell them essentially, hey, I want to know who you are, and please identify yourself, because I want to get to know you and make sure that you're a good spirit. And more often than not, what started out as kind of a tormenting of sorts transformed to thank you, I've been trying to get a hold of you, and I'm sorry I bothered you, I just want to tell you I'm alive and well, and I love you. And this is more common than not. So these hauntings can really be just a misguided effort on the part of our loved ones to get a hold of us.
How can you cut the ties if you don't want those efforts?
Well, so this is another really important debate and grief therapy. Is historically, the goal of psychotherapy, bereavement, or counseling would be to sever the ties with your loved ones, essentially let go and move on. All of us know loved ones, or even ourselves, there's times where caught up in grief, and the teachings historically have been, let it go. Just move on, find new relationships to replace that. Well, there's a new movement in psychotherapy that is called continuing bond, and I'm an advocate of this, and that is, you don't need to let go of your loving relationships. There's no reason to. What you need to do is have a continued bond with them, allow that relationship to transform, and continue the relationship in whatever way you would like to, whether it's just, talking to them or going to see media. There's all sorts of ways to keep in touch with them. But people find that is a lot healthier. It honors the depth and time that you had with this person. I mean, if you're with somebody for decades with your mother, it doesn't make sense to just cut them off. So, but it does make sense to nurture the relationship, allow it to transform, recognize that this is no longer a human relationship. It's now a relationship between a human being and spirit.
And you get to have a new relationship with somebody. Your relationship will evolve. And so will you, quite frankly, if you really lean into that. I want to find a little bit about what the therapist does when we come back with William Peters. You're listening to Coast AM.
Stimulating talk. I'm Jordan Christmas in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Los Angeles Clippers are now 6-18 after losing to the Minnesota Timberwolves last night, 109-106. The Clippers had an 18-point lead at one point in the game, but the Timberwolves were able to come back. The Clippers have 4 full days off before they head to Houston to play the Rockets on Thursday. A former Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy is suing the department, saying he was wrongfully fired in 2024 over criminal charges he was later acquitted of. Sharon Kirby has more.
Brandon Martin's lawsuit accuses LA County Sheriff Robert Luna and others of racial discrimination, failure to prevent it, and equal protection violations, along with malicious prosecution. Garland claims the county intentionally discriminated against him and failed to take reasonable steps to prevent it. He's seeking reinstatement, or if reinstatement is not possible, front back pay with benefits, general damages, and punitive damages on some claims against the individual defendants.
The Highway 65 in Lancaster. Local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jordan Christmas.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. The benefits of quality water have never been more apparent. That is why families recognize a LifeSource whole house system as their essential home appliance. LifeSource pioneered salt-free whole house water. No regular maintenance and no worry. We build, install, and stand behind every system. For a limited time, we pay your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply. Your one stop for advertising. Call 844-844-IHEART.
Tis the season to be jolly with Coast 103.5, celebrating 25 years as your home for the holidays. Listen to Coast 103.5 on the iHeartRadio app because holiday music is playing right now.
Keep the holiday soundtrack on everywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app and listen to Coast 103.5, your official holiday music station on the go. Tap the holiday banner or just search holiday, and you'll see customized stations like iHeart Christmas Classics, iHeart Country Christmas, and tons of playlists to set the mood. You've got enough to do. Let us handle the music. Open the free iHeartRadio app now and start listening. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
If you want to start a protest saying it's too damn expensive to live in LA, I'd be in that tent next to you. Sorry, cop, but I'd destroy my feces at you. Man, I think Philly would get in on it.
Oh my gosh, yes.
You know, I mean, not the feces part, but the Tim Burley Jr. show.
I might throw yours.
You would throw yours? Oh, wow, your feces look too good.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI.
Yo, what on?
And on demand anytime on our website.
Shout out to him. We're on a gang sign. He's like a pimp.
relationship to make money.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Prices increase so dramatically. Now tell you who gets nailed. People on Social Security. Seniors. I mean, it breaks my heart. They just can't afford it. It really is heartbreaking. Okay. You know, like your life is terrible. You know, I do a lot of those. All right, Bill handled. You know, that's what the show is about. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Are you a cheese guy or cheese guy? Just straight cheese. I do a lot of cheese. I'm not talking about sausage too, right? I like sausage. Why? Bill handled. That's what I hear. Yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. To talk to Lisa Gar, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time calling line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Lisa from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Lisa Gar.
Welcome back to Coast AM. What we are definitely learning tonight is based on the callers that are coming in about bird experiences with their father, bird experiences with their dad, dog experiences. These are all incredible, beautiful experiences of knowing that someone is crossing over a potential to continue communication with soul. Death isn't the end, in other words. And that is kind of what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. William Peters, through the shared crossing experience, has researched, along with other near-death experience researchers. And you get a chance to see this movie that he has created for film. It's won many of the film festivals. You can check it out at sharedcrossing.com. You will see the film right there on the top there. You can just click on that to have the opportunity to view it for free. And there's also the opportunity to get together with shared crossing groups. That is also a complimentary thing to do. You can connect with loved ones or not loved ones, but people that are going to crossings with loved ones. And you can talk about the shared death experience in this particular group. If you have questions about it, it's once or twice a month, and it is also complimentary. I think this is opening up a conversation that's really important, normalizing a conversation that otherwise is very painful, and gives possibility for life after life. So we'll continue with our conversation with William Peters right after the break. You're listening to Coast AM.
Tis the season for identity theft. This time of year, most of us are checking off our holiday lists. But guess what? Identity thieves have lists too. Your personal information might be on them. Protect your identity with LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second and alerts you to threats you could miss by yourself. Even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements, if your identity is stolen, your own U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteeing your money back. And all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. The last thing you want to do this holiday season is face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses or identity theft. Make this season about joy, not identity theft, with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year at LifeLock.com.
This is from Monica.
They follow us. They did. Oh, that's right. They said on YouTube. Thank you, Evan Bolts. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, you guys are great. That guy, I think.
Right? We're good now? Yeah. The internet loves this guy. Everybody on the internet loves this guy. Nothing but cats. But anyway, all joking aside, you get quoted for this over. And I mean, listen, you're all over the place. You have a podcast and all that stuff. You have the NFL. You got the NFL background. You have the football.
Not the NFL. Damn, they're gadooshing him a lot in this. Wow. It's been 33 seconds. There's some gadooshing going on.
This is that face when you say not the NFL. He's
Where is it going?
I'm angry now. Now I know why he has to have 4 nicotine pouches in his mouth. He'll fuck anyone up.
He does look very big. Like, this looks like he's about to kill this guy, kind of.
Yeah.
It says King on his shirt.
I mean, this guy's haircut was, I have bad hair. What is he? You don't think it's good? No.
I wish I could have any hair, like I said in the last episode.
You would take that?
Yeah.
You would take that?
Yeah, I would. It does kind of look like a poop. It's poop. It's spreading out the end. A turd with a tail. But listen, his hair is better than that guy's hair. That guy has the worst of all.
That guy does have the worst hair out of the 3. Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah, something's going on here.
I like his confidence.
Something's going on here.
He's just like, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, they talk about him a lot on the internet. People love this guy. People love this guy. I gotta go fix my hair. Neither of these people care at all about Chop. They're talking shit right to his face. He's like, he's not gonna do shit.
Yeah, dude, I'm on Chop's side.
No, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, no, I love. They think you have a big holes.
Cats don't whistle. That's how right now. But anyway,
that was a laughter and fear a little bit, I think.
Good for him. Let's see. Let's get that face real quick.
Okay.
This guy leaves right away too.
Yeah, he's like, okay, well that guy's dead. So.
Well, joking aside, we get called for this. And I mean, listen, you're all over.
He's like, all right, howdy.
You have the NFL, you have the NFL background, you have the football background. When you have a lead like this, contact. Don't pray around there. And it's, keep that just fine.
Brennan is a guy. You know what? He really is that guy that works too much. There's some truth to that. I'm being serious right now. Because he has a lot of podcasts. And he's also the baseball coach, the football coach, soccer coach.
Too much credit. He's not the baseball coach.
I used to sleep in there.
He's on the credit.
Okay, but he's teaching.
He's got a coach. That's all he wants.
He's got to say he's not the coach. He's the coach. Okay? He's coach. He's not going there and being silent. Brennan's saying some stuff.
This is why Brennan's so awesome. He's not even the coach. He's the coach. Right. Took the coach from the coach.
Yeah. The coach's stuff is on the floor and the stuff's inside.
Oh, Brennan must be happy.
That's right. That's Brennan's here. But honestly, I don't really know what's going on here, but it sounds like Bob volunteered his time to help out fighters for some show. Now, obviously, he grips on everything, so maybe that's not true. But just face value, it seems like Knightsmead completely ignored all the mean things twirled it in. He's like, "What's a no-brainer? I gotta help out." That's not bad. Yeah. Good. This is good, Brendan. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I like it. It could use big red chairs. That's what I like Brendan most. Big red chairs.
For sure. No chairs, so that's a negative.
Yeah. But yeah, shout out to them, dude. MMA holes. We made some jokes. It was all jokes. And
that guy's gonna beat you up. You're more afraid of him than Bob.
dude, they'll choke the shit out of both of us at once. One guy dismantle both of us.
The guy on the right does look like, yeah, he could be a son. I'm not sure about the other guy. I'll take my chances.
I'll challenge you to golf. We don't feel confident talking shit. Other than that, you'll fucking rip my neck off. This is posted by Confidence Search 8648. The comedy tour poster years. We never know what we have till it's gone. Yeah. I mean, just even the drawing. So you know, it's like the drawing is the open face.
Yeah, he wanted this. Or he told the guy what he wanted, and the guy looked at his pictures and he just mimicked the pictures.
Yeah. Phoenix, Arizona. I'm assuming that's either Stand Up Live or Celebrity Theater.
So the alien thing, Roswell's in New Mexico, right? Why are the aliens in Arizona?
Because Joe Rogan was the alien thing every year, and he was in his office.
Yeah, they're trying to get it.
It's like out of both specials, he never mentioned an alien. I don't think I've ever heard Brendan Schaub talk about aliens.
Well, yeah, that's a bit above what he thinks about. That's like on another plane, right? You know, he's like, aliens is just not something that you can even think about or consider. Really. I just said the same thing. No one will ever forget this one. This was so
just Dahmer. Okay, I was like, what is that noise? It's wild parrots. They're so fucking
they're pretty annoying. Yeah, can't get rid of them. Invasive species, just like almost cats.
This is, by the way, it doesn't have like an AI art feel to it, but I feel like the only part you have to mess with is the face to put Brendan in.
I know the person that does social media.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
It just, it's funny. Well, fuck it. It's just funny that that's they had to post this. Tiger Thick. The caveman, I'm sorry, not the caveman, the Bigfoot is holding, if you go back one Tiger Thick, you saw this, right? Bigfoot drinks Tiger Thick. No wonder no one's ever seen it. Not real. Illegally. Why is it a shirt?
Brendan Schaub, did you have fun in 2023 tour?
Hilarious. Did you have fun? Is this low self-esteem, Brendan?
No, I mean, no. What I'm talking about is he just rips styles for people. He doesn't have his own style.
Oh, yeah. Another example of, like, this is like a hype-beast, cool guy, whatever. He's trying to get the full set podcast crowd to come out and see you.
It's just too much, too. Like, the picture is way too faded for a faded picture. You know what I mean?
Don't smile. Okay, like bite your lip, kind of. Watch us. Look at that rock.
Jules, let's see here. Next one. Laugh Factory. That was recent because the Laugh Factory here.
Yeah, remember when he was doing that? Oh, he must have forgot.
2023.
Yeah, but I remember him talking. Yeah. He was like, I'm looking at Covina. And people were asking me those
Brendan Schaub.
This is Trash Panda.
Trash Panda. Should we look up what Trash Panda is on the Urban Dictionary?
You're right. We know what it is, Jim.
Yeah, there's a lot of disturbing things about pandas with Urban Dictionary. Yeah. Well, like what it signifies. Apparently, like elites doing things to people that aren't of age, and then they get panda eyes afterwards. That kind of stuff.
Panda eyes?
Don't look at it. Don't look at it.
Do the elites get panda eyes or the kids get panda eyes?
Let's see here. European Tour 2023. Brendan Schaub. Who the fuck is that guy?
Irish tour, I think. I'm Irish.
You didn't even go. Dude, at least go once and then cancel the next one, dude. Jesus Christ. Maybe, what do you think it was like in the, you know how we did like the situations before? Or for Brendan Chop's whole team, they're like, they see like just homeless cats growing throughout the UK. And they're like, we have to cancel the tour. Do you give a reason? Brendan's like, no.
It's like the Hitler thing in that movie where they keep playing these subtitles and last name. Yeah, I mean, they probably just saw Matt. They're like, there's no tickets sold.
I don't think that's what it was. I feel like tickets were sold.
Yeah,
too homeless cats. Maybe too many people were loud online. You know, like homeless cats doing the cat cracking dance outside. Being like, I can't wait to fuck up breaking the show. And it's just like so much of that's going on.
Every Fun Shop is so bad at comedy that it smooths tensions in Northern Ireland. The Catholics and the Protestants are like, he's fucking bot. He's fucking bot. Oh, right, show's not coming anymore. But then, you fucking scumbag, pig Protestant. I watched this fucking Northern Ireland rap movie. I wish I could remember what they called Catholics. It's so funny.
Skink Fest. He did that one, right? Yeah. Did it go? Did it skip? Did you see that? It skipped or a triple? Yeah, okay, whoa, you just drove by real fast right there. Stay in your lane.
You should have done that.
Dude, he did so many tours.
He was really in stand-up. He's always kind of been a stand-up guy.
Yeah. Ever since a kid, he wanted to do it. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's why, dude, I can't understand because he's one of the best. There's only 2 of them.
That's such a bad picture, dude. He's a great guy, but this picture sucks.
This looks very Laugh Factory-ish.
Yeah. He's like spelling out Laugh Factory. Or that's a half sequin right there.
New faces.
And then like a new face. He's supposed to be another kid.
I'm sure.
I got it. Keep on Trucking tour. I remember that. This is towards the end. This is when he got a new truck. No, he's been a new truck.
It is funny to have something that's towards the end be called Keep on Trucking. These names are kind of sad. Did you have fun? Trash Panda, Stay in Your Lane, Stay in Your Lane. These are like all warnings to them to stop. Why am I doing this? The next one's going to be like, why am I doing this?
I think you'd be surprised.
Is this thing on? Great, one guy.
Stop talking during my show.
Calling an Uber. Check spot.
Fired as a coach from a football team.
Pool fire alarm.
Relapsed. Let's see.
Sorry.
Oh, rescheduled.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
Jesus. These names are amazing. The Trash Panda or 2022. Oh, he did. That was a nice little trip down in lanes of memories, right? Yeah. Wacky. I know, right? Let's see here. This is posted by Haphazard. Jealousy. Thy name is Bob. You know, haphazard clips are always good. What is that? I need a haphazard clip. I think this is an inauguration episode. Oh, I mean, they have the American flag.
Cowboy hat that, what's his face? I think Luis Gomez, and then this the top hat. Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam. Sorry, dude. Listen, what if it's on purpose? Matt Brady.
You had some pretty good seats, Brian.
I had some Presidential Joseph Rogan seats.
Oh, that heck. I saw your seats and I went, okay.
I brought my nephew. He's such a, he loves such a, you brought down Sorokin. Being the main event. No. I don't. I mean, I should be. It would have been crazy. It would have been a Umar. It would have been really broad fight. You know, it would be so high level. Yeah, high level. Guy got cheated. You know, it said Monk Jobs whatever it was, minus 2,200.
Onan is it's like mukbang did really good in that one. He can't give Brian anything, man. Can't let him have anything. Probably Brian to get to choose which hat he That's just so bad. He's a clown, like he's like a bitch. Like Brian just like do what I want, or do what I tell you to do, bitch. Yeah. What a stupid hat. It's in the corner. Like, that's his face. Like, if I told you sucked. Brian tries to make a suggestion and John's like, shut up, you old bitch. I don't want to talk about those fights. They fucking sucked. They sucked terrible fighters. What else you got, Chin? And then he praises him. He's like, he's so funny. He's like, dude, you're amazing. You're so good in Austin. But outside of that, it's just like, do what I say. But even then, it's still the same energy. You have no career. Nobody likes you. What the fuck? I love you. You're right. I miss that. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the subtext of that. It's very this fucking monster goon is controlling my mind. He's kind of like cuckish, right? He's like, Brady, can you stop fucking upset? Yeah, he's being cucked in front of our eyes. Let's see what else we got here. Joe is clearly wearing height boosters here. You think it bothers him or not that he's so short? I think so because he doesn't address it at all. He knows it's going on. He clearly tries to make himself look taller. He lies about his height. You're right. Yeah. Like, he's not self-deprecating about his height, is he? No. You know how, like, I'm self-deprecating about being bald, small teeth, graves. Big sorry about that. You talked about hairy. We're both very hairy. You talk about your haircut. I'm going to sugarcoat that for you. So yeah, I mean, we're pretty nuts. He's a billionaire. Wait, not billionaire, probably. I just said that. I don't know why I said that. It's all its weight. Yeah, he's very rich. He's 6'6". He's one of the most successful. He is a black belt podcast, right? And he's still, not secure enough to just like he worries about his appearance more than most guys. That'd be funny if he does like a Logan Paul apology video about not talking about his height. Did Logan do a recent apology type? No, but remember the Suicide Force apology video where he was like, "I made a great mistake." I don't know. Oh, okay. It's okay. Yeah, I can check it out. Anyways, the apology video. Okay, well, I hope you're listening, Mr. Jim Rogan. R.I.P. Let's see here. This one's posted by Vivid Hubert, 3752. Okay, but seriously, what happened to her face? I remember this one from before, I feel like. Or is it here? Oh, so her face is different now. This is her as a young kid. I don't know, dog. Let's skip it. Okay, this is okay. I don't like hearing about this. You want to read this? You read the title, right? Okay, yeah. I heard that. Kirby Hancock 619 posted this one. Andy Letterman moms that are Andy Letterman show at the Comedy Store. What's the Comedy Store Tuesday night because it's all independent shows. Interesting.
Come on, nice peace. This is my first time here, but I'm always this space. It looks and I know what's happening in this space. So I'm just going to make this share. So one, I mean, video editor, graphic designer. I mean, community moderator, Sheila. Yeah, I'm not working on anything right now. So that's why I'm and I just Sunday, so just trying to so yeah, thank you for passing the mic. So yeah, thank you.
You are welcome, legend. Everybody go drop one a follow. One little advice for you as well. You already have set up your username right, but you should also, your display name, but you should also set up your username right. Make it, for example, one D by 8 or something like this, so that people can find you when they're searching for you on X. Your username and your display name have to be matched. And trust me, legend, this is some off I'm putting you on. It is very, very important. So everybody go and drop him a follow. Also, guys, let's pass the mic to Scott. Where did Scott go, bro? Did he freaking rug? I think he rugged. I don't know. Yeah, man. Go find it, man. Yeah, I lost Scott as well. I lost Scott. I don't think he is in the space anymore. He got rugged. But all right, let's pass the mic to Rabbi Rothschild and hear from this legend. How are you doing today, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Scales. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Let's get it. Scaling the trends. If you haven't had the opportunity, join the Baby Billionaires Discord. It's an amazing community. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life show. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater green planics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you are a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Let's get it, legend. Everybody drop Rabbi a follow, fam. He is a true legend. Real quick, I want to give everybody a shout out on the space. I'm going to start from the bottom up. Shout out to Nenji, Maris, Farouk. Shout out to Michael, Sheer45, Jaegro, Jenny, Spheric, Paradox, DFIMO, Murphy, Walid, my boy BK. Everybody show some love to BK. Everybody show some love to Liquid. Let's get it, legends. Owen, Royal, Aridunu. Sorry for that fam, but it's with a crazy phone, so yeah, bear with me. Becca, Gas, Lightning, and yeah, shout out to all the legends on the space. Shout out to everybody on the speaker panel. Let's start these sequence, legends. Let's scale the space to 100 comments in the purple pill, so everybody go and max engage with that purple pill. Let's scale. Let's get the 100 million views on the space. We had a space with the 10 million views, so I'm sure to get 10 million views again on this space. I'm gonna talk about a little bit about that later as well. But before we do that, I want to talk about some money glitches. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of pillars of things that might, like work out for you in a way where you get some extra money for yourself in general. So let's dive right into it. So first, I want to go into early ecosystem participation so that you can like accumulate some airdrops. In 2025, airdrops remain one of the most effective value creation mechanisms in crypto. So the strongest current
Yo,
opportunities I'm going to talk about
what
today
up,
come
Maris? How are
from
you?
ecosystems experiencing, like rapid growth and like just
Maris, can you
very
hear
strong
me?
token expansions. And these include
Maris, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Excellent, pleasure to meet you. How's your day going? Can you hear me? Maris, I saw you sent me a message, and I'm going to help you. You're a registered nurse. That's very impressive. Thank you for your service. Are you currently are you currently employed as a nurse? I hear you're trying to talk, but I can't hear what you're saying. Are you currently employed? Okay, go ahead. All right, you are cutting in and out. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm a nurse. Want to start my own YouTube automation? Okay, I'll help you with all that. Okay, so I'm sending you. You may already be employed as a nurse, so you don't need a nursing job. But if you do, I sent you a bunch of recruiters from Nigeria who will help you to find a job, and then I'm sending you a social media strategy that will allow you to dominate um, search engines, social media engines, and AI. And then what I'm doing is um, there's so I hear you. I hear you talking to me, Maris, but you're not coming through. It's very choppy. So, check your Twitter messages right now and read through what I wrote, and then let me know if you have questions. I can help you with YouTube automation as well. But first, before you do YouTube automation, you should have all your social media set up. So check your Twitter messages right now, read through what I wrote, and then either type to me or let me know if you have questions, and then we can take it from there, okay?
Okay.
like consistent stuff. Just be consistent in general. Consistency is always key.
Maris, maybe just send me a message on Twitter because I can't hear what you're saying. I hear you're trying, but it's just the signal that you've got maybe isn't that clear. So just send me a message on Twitter and I'll help you.
always fun to be together. I want to mention that our next guest is not an endorsement for any psychedelic or medical substance. This is just a wellness conversation. It does not reflect the opinions of the station or the program or the host. This is a conversation about curiosity around a myth that you know. It is a legal and natural mental wellness tool. And my guest, Christian Rasmussen, he has an incredible story, and I love stories. I love finding out how people got from where they were before to where they are now, and what got them there. Fascinating to me. He has a story from being addicted to benzodiazepines and led to a but he learned that microdosing with certain types of psychedelics helped him and has helped physically with people PTSD and mental health issues and veterans and many people that have begged for a conversation around because of curiosity. And I think that this is definitely one of the things that I always approach people with is what happened? What happened there?
Gratitude, were you raising the hands?
No, bro. I raised the hands before.
Okay, because I thought somebody was raising the hands. If anybody has any questions regarding this, make sure to ask right now before we start rotating the stage again. So, yeah, let's get it. T-Boy, you can have the mic. Questions regarding this, make sure to ask right now before we start rotating the stage again. So, yeah, let's get it. T-Boy, you can have the mic. I think T-Boy is struggling. Alright. Let me see something happen with T-Boy. I think I have to remove him from the co-host room.
Causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris. All cell phones fail. All GPS fails. All power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler effect. You do not want to see it happen. Now available on Amazon. That's Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler.
If a Lenovo gaming computer is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to score exclusive deals on the gaming PCs you want, like the Lenovo Legion Tower 5 Gen 10 gaming desktop and Lenovo Log gaming laptop. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price compare, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Life is but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or eyes. If you're a 50-year-old male, even 40, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013, 800-444-2013, or visit BigLou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
Welcome back to Coast to Coast. I'm the cigar. My guest, Christian Rasmussen, is the founder of NN Nice Ethnobotanicals and also the Effect. It's called the Effect podcast. He's one of the first people to reintroduce this incredible mushroom to the U.S. market, not as a trend, but as a mission for personal transformation. And I'm welcoming you, Christian. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's excited for talking.
Great, Zach. Tell me a little bit, a lot actually, about this journey that you had. And first of all, how did you get addicted to benzo in the first place?
Yeah, so benzodiazepines are typical anti-anxiety medications. You think of Xanax, Ativan, Klonopin, Valium. Those are all benzodiazepines. They're
strong.
Yeah, and one of the problems with decentralization is we kind of need people to lead.
Exactly.
Right? Like you were talking about the KOL.
Absolutely.
And like truly, so the tip of the spear decentralized, like what does that look like?
Well, yeah, I mean, what it means is having this is a blockchain that completely basically runs on itself. You know, it has to be trustless. That code has to be trustless. It can be upgraded, but it can't. You know, you can't get in there and start doing stuff to it. You know, there has to be a trustless system in place. You know, if you can't go forward in this world financially by having human beings, relying on human beings to press buttons. You know, that's the truth of it. That's it. So, you know, there's so much skill in this industry, and if it was just focused on creating, because I mean, let's face it, human beings, you know, crypto's become very complicated. You know, it's kind of insane, really. But you know, all human beings need to do is just some peer-to-peer transactions and a bit of store value, and you know that just needs to be done in a trustless manner. You know, but it's got too complex. You know, and you know, I think we need to just get back to the basic stuff. You know, I need to share this value with you, and you know, and I need to store my value somewhere. That's pretty much it. You know.
Yes, no, zero. Yeah, totally agree. So I just wanted to mention real quick. So I didn't. So as I'm talking about this more with Annie and others here, and since I last spoke with you guys, the more I realized that you basically, at some like you know, and like Pastor Manager said, so you can have trustless code, right? That runs the base of everything, and so, but for now, even if it's a real DeFi, you still need central authorities at some point and level, right? So I'm curious, would you still call something DeFi, or you know what I mean, like the decentralized chain, if the code is, you know, it's itself, but you also need somebody who can interfere when they need to, and you still classify that as DeFi.
Well, I think the sure is, you know, like I say, at the minute, crypto's being birthed still, isn't it? You know, we're at that birthing stage, so, you know, it's not like we've got the perfect stuff there already. So in them early stages, there does need to be more involvement, yeah, but certain, you know, aspects of the code can be locked, you know, and that's immutable, you know, that's what we need. But I think in this birthing stage, you know, the idea is to completely remove human interaction altogether from it. You know, so it's just, this is it, this is what it does, and you know, I think that's where we're heading, that's where we need to head, and you know, not think, oh, you know, this is not perfect now, because you know, nothing is perfect right now.
Yo.
But you know, but it can be, you know, and especially when people focus on it, you know.
Right, well, I hope so. Yeah, I hope so.
Yo.
And that's the point, is right now, it's all work in progress. You know, you can't just be like, well, it's not the way it should be, you know, so I'm not going to be, when is it going to be perfect? No one can say,
Exactly, yeah. I mean, this is it. I mean, it's blatantly obvious that, you know, there's a lot of smart people in crypto, but man, there's, you know, if your foundational view is not in the right place, you know, you're just creating tech that's not really for the people, essentially. You know, it's not going to give us that freedom and sovereignty. That was always the promise of crypto, you know.
Or it gets hijacked. Yeah. Because the execution of Bitcoin and the decentralization of all the nodes and all that, the foundation is basically the central entity, and they can push, I mean, you get a soft fork or a hard fork if there's a disagreement, which we've had a couple. But it's like we need a founding document or something that was, you know, like the Bitcoin white paper is sort of that.
Well, it's the Bible of crypto, isn't it? Essentially, at the minute, you know. So
It kind of is, yeah.
you know, it's interesting. You know, there's so many people that are in crypto now, and you know, they ask all these questions. And the first thing I say to them is, look, I tell you what, just go and read the Bitcoin white paper. And it's surprising what they get out of it. They're like, oh my god, wow, really? You know, it's all in there. You know, it's surprising how many people haven't actually read it, and it's all pretty standard normal person can read that and actually understand that.
Not true. And there are some resources now. It's on audiobook. I got a little file with the Bitcoin org version, and then there's something on YouTube that I refer people to. It's basically just audio. Makes it a lot easier. People are laid out. Absolutely. Read.
Of course.
And some of it's going to go over your head probably the first time you read it, but I had to spend some time on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it just needs simplifying. You know, like crypto's got very complicated. You know, trying to manipulate as much gains and yield out of this, and it's that's all fine. You know, if you had a stack of money and you were sort of wanted to sort of stick it somewhere and earn some yield off it, I mean, there's no issues with that. That should be part of it, but I think there's just something needs happening here, and we need to all these people, all these big KOLs, we need to somehow put them together.
We are at an inflection point. Yeah, definitely. Regulatory, we've just been kind of flying with
very likely most utilized and prized plant medicine, we'll say, aside from maybe something like cannabis in ancient history. And it was very likely the most prized you see in ancient religious artwork. It was like some of the earliest depictions of Adam and Eve have been covering themselves with amanita caps instead of the fig leaves that we're here about. Nowadays, we have the Rig Veda has the drink Soma, which is the divine drink of immortality, which there's a little bit of debate around this, but the evidence really suggests that it was Amanita muscaria. They were drinking Palma and Zoroastrianism, which is very likely Amanita muscaria. It's just kind of never throughout history.
Does it have any poisonous qualities to it? I know it has. Oh, it does.
No. So it's been labeled as toxic and poisonous, and I kind of like to think of it like this. So if you have a plant or a mushroom that people are utilizing for spiritual experiences, or for growth revolution, and you're in power and controlling the world and the narrative at this point in time, like it makes sense to and want people to be in some sort of a box. It makes sense to try and get this mushroom out of use. So during like the Crusades, during the witch hunts, it was very heavily demonized, and it's been labeled as toxic and poisonous for hundreds of years. And only in little select communities is it really known the true power of it. But truthfully, it's not toxic. It's not poisonous. You can pick it out, drink straight from the ground, and eat it raw. Most people will get sick, will get stomach issues. So you have proper preparation that's necessary. But even then, these myths of it being toxic have been perpetuated by various establishments. So they have the two main compounds in Amanita are ibotenic acid and muscarine. Ibotenic acid, they've done studies where they take really large copious amounts of ibotenic, and like they pull out like hundreds of kilos of mushrooms to get this amount, and then they inject it directly into rats' brains, and then it creates brain lesions. And they're like, oh, it's not toxic, it creates brain lesions. But if you inject copious amounts of really any chemical into the brain, it's going to create brain lesions also. So it's something that's been perpetuated very systematically, unfortunately, for a long time. But really all the data, all the evidence, all the anecdotal reports suggest it's actually really safe. And with proper preparation, it mitigates the risk of
Right. We're going to talk about the proper preparation, but we're also going to talk about guided administration of certain psychedelics, which has become a very big movement these days for mental health. So quickly, I wanted to ask you, because you went from this detox from this particular benzo experience, did you have a transfer addiction to this particular mushroom?
So one of the beautiful things about MDMA is that it's one of the few GABA-derived substances. So most people don't get GABA, which is the same neurotransmitters that benefits or alcohol. It's one of the few GABA-derived substances in the world that doesn't cause addiction. And it's actually somewhat anti-addicting in the sense that people don't get cravings for it. In fact, it tends to help people's cravings for other substances, whether it's sugar or sex or food or drugs or whatever. So yeah, it's very anti-addicting in that sense. And then I'll also say that when I first found out after 2 weeks or 3 weeks of microdosing these consistently in very, very small amounts daily, I was healed essentially. It felt to me as if I was healed 70 to 80%, which was miraculous. Like I was drowning for a year, multiple years, and finally I could breathe. But what was even more miraculous was after I stopped taking them, my brain was still functioning as if I was on them. So it was as if the homeostasis was coming back to my system, which was
now. Question about why wouldn't you just take GABA?
There's these people going through these benzo addictions try absolutely everything. And GABA, it can add a little bit of GABA to the system. And GABA doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier that well, but it can add a little GABA to the system, but it's not going to rebalance the system. So what everything is it seems to rebalance the GABA systems. Furthermore, it's not just a GABA issue, it's a GABA glutamate issue. If you have glutamate through the secretory system, so if you have too much excitatory stuff going on, a little bit of GABA isn't going to touch it much. But yeah, I tried to have everything under the sun, as do just about everybody that's going through this, and it's so brutal. But yeah, this is the only thing that people are finding actually helps heal the system and provide transfer.
There's others, but let's just find out a little bit about the administration of something like this. So, how would one have a proper guided experience around this sacred plant? Because it does exist in history for many, as you mentioned, many references, right?
Yeah. I mean, most people are utilizing very, very low doses at microdose levels, which it's not intoxicating in any sense. It's almost subperceptual. It's not super noticeable for most people. However, in a state of extreme heightened anxiety, it's very noticeable when anxiety gets lifted. But yeah, so most people are utilizing very, very low amounts.
What is that? A low amount, for example?
With amanita, it's like a half gram to a gram is considered a microdose. So it's a different dosing table than what some people are familiar with. They think of psilocybin, which the gram is kind of like more of an experience, but with amanita, 1 gram is a microdose.
Okay, and then guided experience. Do you mention that you would help somebody go through this as a spiritual experience? So if they meditate ahead of time, do they set intentions? Do they want to connect with loved ones? Get out of pain? What types of intentions do people come to you with to have around this? And you do a guided experience, right?
No, I don't facilitate. It's something that there are close facilitators out there. It's something that we're going to be building up. There's kind of a group of people that are building up a network, we'll say, of facilitators around the country and around the world. And we're actually building. I'll help facilitate with friends and stuff, but we're all building out facilitator training internally. So you'll likely start seeing people that are doing this pop up around the country. And one of the things is legal, so it's not scheduled. People can navigate in this territory safely, and so it's much more able to be pushed or brought out to the public.
It's legal, but is it FDA approved?
It's not.
Okay, but it is a legal substance that you could have and not That was a great way to say that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's back onto the conversation about instructions and setting up the experience ahead of time. What would people want to do with this? Is it mostly for mental health? Is it great for PTSD? Talk a little bit about those programs.
Yeah. It's so when I first got into it, it's mental trauma. That's what I was interested in. But as I more and more down the path, started realizing more, talking to more people that were realizing it. Really, a huge array of efficacy started popping up. And most people get into it for people generally get into stuff like this when something is off in their life and they're trying to find something that can bring back balance. Most people are actually majority of people are getting into it with issues like anxiety and sleep. Those are probably the two big ones. I mean, it's one of nature's best, most efficacious anti-anxiety substances. It works extraordinarily well, and it really works for sleep. It seems to really deepen sleep. People, unlike a lot of sleep aids out there, wake up feeling, really refreshed after utilizing Amanita. People utilize it for depression and for PTSD. One of the really beautiful things that it seems to do is it gives people space to be face in between their thoughts and their reactions. It also seems to those thoughts were more positive.
That's what meditation does too, is it gives you space between thoughts. Very interesting. All right, we're going to come back with my guest, Christian Rasmussen. We'll be back after the break, and we'll be right back. You're listening to Coast AM.
More stimulating talk. I'm Jordan Christmas in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. If your feline is a bit fat, the California company may have the fit solution. Sharon Reardon explains.
Okapa Pharmaceuticals has begun trial testing GLP-1 drugs in 50 cats. The treatment uses a tiny under-the-skin implant designed to release the medication slowly over 6 months. The study's titled Meow-1 and first of its kind. Experts say about 60% of cats in the U.S. are overweight, and that's not good, since it increases the risk of diabetes and other health problems.
And former Cyprus Mayor Paolo Morales has entered the race for an open assembly seat. Morales launched the 2026 bid for California's 67th Assembly District. That district includes Buena Park, Cypress, Fullerton, as well as different parts of Orange County, Artesia, Cerritos, and Hawaiian Gardens in southern Los Angeles. In Lancaster, the high is expected to be 65 degrees later this afternoon. Local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jordan Christmas.
Tis the season to be jolly with Coast 103.5, celebrating 25 years as your home for the holidays. Listen to Coast 103.5 on the iHeartRadio app, because holiday music is playing right now.
One stop for advertising. Call 844-844-iHeart. Keep the holiday soundtrack on everywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app and listen to Coast 103.5, your official holiday music station. On the go, tap the holiday banner or just search holiday. And you'll see customized stations like iHeart Christmas Classics, iHeart Country Christmas, and tons of playlists to set the mood. You've got enough to do. Let us handle the music. Open the free iHeartRadio app now and start listening.
Whether it's Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, I always send over $1 just to confirm. And once they say yes, I will send over the rest of it just to avoid the risk of feeling like my money is floating out there somewhere in the ether. That's a good suggestion. Yeah, the big bucks are safe when transfer money.
Count your money today at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm the thread that's already inside the house, in the closet, under the bed, in the car. But I don't want your money or your TV. I can't be scared away or negotiated with. I'm patient. and quiet. Don't sleep. You can't call the cops on me. You can't even see me. I'm the threat of family fire. And as long as your guns aren't stored securely, I'll be there. Protect your family. Secure all your guns. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council. You're listening with the iHeart Radio app. And goes wherever you go. Wherever you're listening, have something for you in your ears. Easy story, more stimulating talking.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Lisa Gar.
Welcome back to Coast AM. I am Lisa Gar, and you love listening to this show, then you can listen to my show anytime of the day on my podcast, which is called The Aware Show. And I interview people that have to do with evolving, life-changing conversations, and especially around stories of how they evolved. And my favorite thing to do, and I'm a curiosity seeker, that I love to find out why people do the things they do and why you do the things you do. So check out that podcast, theawareshow.com. And you can also go anywhere you go on podcast, listen to your podcast, you can just check out The Aware Show. We will be right back after the break with my guest, talking about therapeutic experiences around microdosing, mushrooms specifically, Christian recipes, and my guest. We'll be right back.
Tis the season for identity theft. This time of year, most of us get off our holiday gift lists. But guess what? Identity thieves have lists too. Your personal information might be on them. Protect your identity with LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second and alerts you to threats you can miss by yourself. Even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements, if your identity is stolen, your own U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed or your money back. And all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. The last thing you want to do this holiday season is face trading accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses for identity theft all along. Make this season about joy, not identity theft, with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year at LifeLock.com. With promo code George. That's promo code George at LifeLock.com to save up to 40% off. Terms apply.
I'm Chuck McDowell, timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of the timeshare department. I run Wesley with two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we want our own family treatment. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they can help others do timeshare free. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-970-8855. That's 800-970-8855. 800-970-8855.
Welcome back to Coast AM. I am Lisa Gar, and we are talking about the effects of psychedelics on mental health and on PTSD. And I was noticing and looking up some overviews of studies for veterans with PTSD that they're actually, the VA is, for the first time in 50 years, focusing on these studies. They're involving rigorous protocols and are conducted in controlled clinical environments in conjunction with intensive psychotherapy, which is very important. The Department of Veteran Affairs is actually funding research into psychedelic-assisted therapies, and it's a fascinating subject and topic, especially with people that are really, really suffering. And I'm wondering, Christian, if you know anything about these studies or have looked into the advocacy.
Yeah, of course. I think, there's in many circles, there's been a lot of knowledge and understanding that psilocybin, these are all psilocybin, by the way, which is a different mushroom than Amanita muscaria, but, people's lives, I think a lot of these, there was one study in which I think there was 4 out of 5 participants say it's one of the top 1 or 2 experiences of their life. These experiences can completely transform somebody's life in a single experience. And yeah, there's a lot of evidence that we're starting to see. Psilocybin is becoming criminalized in many areas, and a lot of people are getting access to something that wasn't accessible before, which I think is a really good thing.
We were talking earlier about shared death experiences and about near-death experiences being very indelible in the brain. Does this Amanita have that type of effect of maybe a near-death experience or something that the brain remembers vividly, as it was yesterday, but time and time again?
I think that's really with really large doses that most people are going to find uncomfortable, and it's really not what most people are utilizing this for. I would say maybe 3 to 5% of the people that are utilizing this mushroom are utilizing what we call heroic doses. But
what do you think utilize it for? This particular?
Yeah, it's largely for, like I mentioned earlier, kind of the space that it helps give between people's thoughts, and which gives people the ability to reassess how they react in setting. And then neuronal pathways to help in the future so that they can, reacting is a little bit more in line with what they would like to be. But most people are coming to it initially with things like sleep issues, anxiety issues, depression, really anything that wrong category. A lot of people are coming to it with physical ailments too. A lot of people find that it works extraordinarily well for pain relief. We have plenty of people that utilize it in place of opiates. And then there's other physical ailments that a lot of people see that it helps a lot with, such as Lyme disease or various nerve conditions. So it has a pretty wide scope of efficacy, but the majority of people are getting into it for anxiety, insomnia, things of that nature.
And it has a calming effect, or does it have a focusing effect?
Yeah, so it has a little bit of both actually. So it hits the GABA system, which is our inhibitory system. So that's what alcohol is, or what benzodiazepines is, and Splenda, Ativan. So it has a relaxing, grounding effect. It also, and then it can lower inhibitions a little bit, and relieve stress and help with sleep. And then it also hits the glutamate system, which is what something like ketamine hits. And it does it in a very light way. But the theory is, and unfortunately there's no data around this currently. We're in the process of funding research, but research is very expensive and takes a long time to complete. So we're still looking at 3 years out before having real good solid data on this. But the conjecture is, the thought is that it increases neuroplasticity to a pretty profound degree, which allows you to build those neuronal networks. And it also hits the whole energy system, which is what a lot of the neurotropics and smart drugs benefit. So people find that it increases verbal fluency or memory recall. So we find that a lot of executives or busy people or certain doctors take it to kind of get into a flow state. A lot of musicians take it as well, and artists. But yeah, so it's kind of a wide range of people that are coming in, depending on what they're utilizing it for. And I think a lot of it, just like we mentioned at the beginning of the discussion, it comes back to kind of a calling that people have initially when it starts popping up more, and they feel kind of a resonance towards it.
Right.
And,
this is something that I know it's been done for in the desert environments and so forth, for people to have encounters with paranormal experiences and to really cross spiritual gateways with these types of psychedelics. Can you talk about if that was something, an experience like all paranormal?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So there was a book written in the 50s by he was an ESP researcher, and it's a long story. I don't put it into the whole thing, but he ends up researching studying sensitives, different sensitives, and he found that it increased their ESP faculties by like 10 to 20 fold when they're utilizing Anita. And one of the things that we see and hear time and time again is that there's a strong increase in synchronicity. There's a strong increase in intuitive capabilities. The first time I utilized it, it's kind of a fun story, but the first time I used that microdose when I was getting off of benzos just to see what it was like initially, had immediate relief. But the fun part of the story is I was on the phone with my sister, and she was working at a vineyard, and they just got a shipment of grapes in from California. And in these grape boxes, there were a bunch of blizzards, and she took one home and made a little habitat for it. And she's telling me this story, and as she's telling it to me, I just blurted out frantically. She's like, "Yeah, I need it." And I've had intuitive glimpses like this in the past, but this is a pretty profound one. And these types of instances seem to increase when people are utilizing it. That's at least what we hear time and time again. It's probably not like that for everybody, but yeah, and then of course that would also include if one's more sensitive and they're more prone to having these paranormal experiences. Also, I've had most of these. I know plenty of people that have had most of these. I can't say for sure if it's helped contribute to it, but I can say that it seems to be more consistent, at the this point.
It's just an experimental thing. What about historical uses, like ancient traditional uses or esoteric uses for psychedelics, or the specific one or specific antidote one that you believe that the world is maybe not aware of?
Yeah, I mean, so you have, like I mentioned, the Greek Veda, you have Soma, the divine drink of immortality, which Gordon Watson put out a book in the 60s, I believe, called Soma, the divine mushroom of immortality. And he argued that the Soma from the Greek Veda was actually Amina Muscaria. It's a pretty compelling argument. There's a lot of debate and conjecture around it. He had his entire career destroyed after putting this out, but it's a very compelling argument. You have John Allegro, who was one of the researchers tasked to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls when the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, and he ended up writing a book called The Sacred Mushroom and Kramas, which is all about the early Christians and Jesus utilizing. One of his arguments was that potentially Jesus' life was an allegory for the mushroom. I think that's probably a little bit far-fetched. Yeah. He also said the alternative was that he was utilizing one of the arguments is that the original universe was empty. But then you have it covered throughout most cultures around the world. I mean, there's lots of stories about the Druids using them. There's cultures in South America and Central America that would utilize them. There's cultures. It really, like, you can keep those on every continent except for Antarctica. If you think of really any culture that was around coniferous forests, it's likely that they had access to them. And then a lot of this information has also been kind of swayed in the slate of history, unfortunately. So we don't have too much knowledge about like how it was used. The only real surviving culture that utilized it pretty consistently are the Siberians. And actually, the word shaman comes from the Siberian shamans. And in Siberia, they utilized Amina Muscaria. Now that word is utilized across cultures for anybody that utilizes plant medicines, we'll say. To produce altered states of consciousness. Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal.
Can you talk a little bit more about the paranormal experiences of where people would or experience something that's just outside, or they love the concept of letting go of the fear of seeing alien spacecraft or something like that, but they have fear around it. Maybe they could open up to the curiosity of having a paranormal experience. Have you heard of that?
Sure. I mean, I think when one starts noting this in their own sort of faculty and a release on nervous system stress, and a release of fear, anxiety around their daily activities, people can open up more to those experiences. And furthermore, when you realize very, very high doses, people can have some pretty profound experiences on par the same caliber of something like ayahuasca or something like psilocybin and heroic doses. But again, that's really not for everybody. Some people really enjoy that. Myself included from time to time. But
have you had experiences with this?
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's conversations with entities, and one of the things that Anita does for me more than any other medicine, in these really high doses, it connects me. A lot of these, like psilocybin and ayahuasca, connect people to external things, other dimensions, entities that are external from themselves. And Anita, for me, it's connect me with God within, or with the divine within, which is a really, really profound experience and maybe paranormal in some sense. But then, yeah, of course, there's also been experiences with more external things as well. Any of these psychedelics or psychoactive substances in high doses.
Yeah, I mean, I'm welcoming callers to call in about that if they have any ideas of where these mushrooms are used in psychoactive settings, or if they're used in therapeutic settings, if they're used with veterans, if anyone's had experiences with these types of mushrooms, or even DMT or something What's the difference between DMT and psilocybin and this particular mushroom?
Yeah, DMT and psilocybin are very similar. They're terpenes. They work on the serotonin system, primarily 5-HT2A receptors. They produce traditional psychedelic experiences that people go. When you think of psychedelics, where amphetamine it works on completely different receptor sites in the brain. It's actually technically not psychedelic. It's lumped into that category pretty often, but it's psychoactive. But in really in any of those
Psychedelic and psychoactive.
so psychoactive that alters brain chemistry and changes the way that one feels feelings. Psychedelic is traditionally like external visuals, hallucinations. Really when it comes down to it, psychedelic is serotonergic. It's working on the serotonin system. But yes, this technically isn't psychedelic. It's psychoactive though, but it's not going to generally produce, the walls aren't going to be breathing, like you're not going to be seeing things that aren't there in high doses. It can be somewhat psychedelic, but it's an internal experience. It's not necessarily visual. It's more of this deep intuitive knowing dream-like experience that tends to happen. It's kind of hard to, it's kind of ineffable, right? Hard to put it into words, but it's a different experience.
And you're saying this is not addictive to have these types of experiences?
There's a potential aspect for any sort of psychological addiction with things like this. I mean, people can get, generally you don't find addiction with something like psilocybin or like DMT or ayahuasca, but it's people can want to go back to it maybe more often than they should, which is definitely can be problematic, but they generally not too often. I mean, there are people that argue too much, take it too consistently, in important doses, but there's no withdrawal or anything when one stops. And like I mentioned earlier, it's generally tight for most people. Like it tends to move people out and away from addiction. It's just like something like psilocybin, or like ibogaine, for instance. There's been a lot of data coming out recently about it, which is really, really powerful. Medicine.
What is ibogaine? I've heard a lot about that recently. Ibogaine. Go ahead.
Yeah, ibogaine comes from it. So the plant is iboga. It's an African plant. A lot of people say that it's kind of like the African ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is very iboga being a very massive plant. So it's kind of it's a much more rigid, rough, analytical experience. And it is extraordinary that the reason the data shows it's extraordinarily good for addiction. And among a host of other things, but addiction in particular works really well for us. So they'll use it for opiate addicts to come off of opioids. And it works extremely well. And it seems to kind of take out negative largely eliminate withdrawals. The experience is very long. It's very, very intense. But it seems to pull out the hook that addiction. And that hook can always be back in the future, by the individual that world. But it seems to be one of the most powerful tools that the planet has to offer.
I wonder how that works, though, to bring that self-identification with the addiction. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Where someone identifies with their addiction and makes it better, or that they're reliant on it or they become late. How and where in the brain does that undo itself through something like this, a psychoactive?
Yeah, I thought it was super interesting because it hits nearly every receptor site. And it does a tremendous amount of balancing receptors and healing receptors, but then on a spiritual level and a more emotional and psychological level, it some of them parts are not entirely clear either. Exactly what more but it seems to be saying as follows: that when Rabbi asked the question, which one did you learn it from? To have a problem, that there was some kind of problem. He wasn't just asking which way is it. So and then he was pleased with the outcome when he said he learned it from the man above. So it's clear somehow that Rabbi had a problem with learning it after Moshe was. Where is it going to What was Rabbi's problem from learning it after Moshe was that was solved by learning it after the man above? Okay,
Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they were 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other media. Even twice as many teens than TikTok. And that reach means everything. Just think about the universal
learning out from
the number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever. iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help your business. Think iHeart. Streaming podcasting and radio. Where the reach is real. Let us show you what iHeart advertising. That's iHeart advertising.
Not say it was so, and we said that therefore he had a regulation. But why do you say it doesn't say as the word most people? We know that most people because the authority that it's by you, so then don't say it doesn't say it does say that most people you are based on their server. And maybe that would be what they would travel if you learn out both from what you don't from what you must then you should say that adultery is you are not that. Or just, because I would know not to learn it out from there. I mean, the other Rahmana, I would bring a kilo from Boston to a lab, similar lab as well as that one know that terrible the punishment is not on Rita and made out more serious punishment against Shiva, so it took out of the punishment Kemet, right? You know, you're telling me every case of adultery is Kemet because I was learning from both Shiva from both the adultery. I'm like, you told me that every case of adultery is Shiva, because I learned out from both Shiva, then what expressive punishment you're giving is over the Shiva. So you would know that agency can't be Shiva, so that couldn't be what's bothering you there. Okay, well, I'm not the other being of the so rather, they were bothering you learning out from both Shiva, the other problem with our halal that something against father and mother, because they did the different so he said as follows, he says, why not learn that someone who hits his father and mother was written that they would in fact get Gila, and yes, we say that it gets Eric. It says, I the government, the don't need to do
Therefore, if your people love open the worship they are all, so then you learn out all those basic things. You're learning about how you learn how to play ball. So that is fine. But if you're learning it after 12 months, then you have a problem because you know that is only strangulation. And OBE is Tila. You would learn out basic things instead of learning the OBE. So that was the problem. And therefore, he was happy with the answer that the source for learning from OBE is the man ball. In which case, that's a straight comparison with the okay, this one, let's get more of that. So we've now outlined how you do all of the forms of pizza. I'm now going to break it down to two just one forms of pizza. So we're going to deal with people get two of the pizza cases. Paul and Ace, coming on you with to his mother. Galatians to us, who are the wife of his father, who's not his mother, we're getting to that in a minute. Yalatala, from our relationship to his daughter-in-law, Yalatupper, someone who's an act of homosexuality, Lalahima, someone acts with act of bestiality, Lalahima, that of a woman, committing an act of bestiality, Gade, someone who is black, someone his children, Molech was a form of service where they would take his children and put it through over a fire. Rashi points out that this mission is obviously going to put to the Jews that Molech was not a form of the Lord Zara, it was just Dr. Mori was taken practice of some sort, because otherwise if Molech was a practice of Zara, it would have been covered by the category of the settlement. Okay, so follow over, you don't someone as Russian before seeking to communicate with like a fellow at the time of someone with someone who first his father and mother actually take out his get into it, actually point out it's interesting that someone first as a brother is a hearken from Hilo when someone hits his mother and father, because someone hits his mother and father when they get strangulation. So I can see that because, and even though you would think that maybe hitting is worse, the fact that someone hits their parents or is done in there with their parents. When they hurt their parents, not only have they done their parents, but they've also used their parents' name in vain. So the double operator, and therefore it has the harsher appeal. The Habal, Nara, Rasa, as we talked about before, the Nara, we would have one Harrison, and that is the basis, someone who gets another person from another Zara, but Medea, someone who we talked about this before, Medea is the one who got people who got most of all of the cities that circulate Zara, so the Catholic Catholic is the right, Makate, someone who is a magic, then Torah Mora, then Torah Mora, we're going to spend on the 7th extensively, is someone who has shown that he's going down a bad way, and therefore he gets killed before he does the whole thing. Okay, so now we've completed all of those categories that get repeated. So we're going to start to analyze them, and this first thing that we're going to analyze is going to occupy us the rest of the video. Habo Alaim, someone who has a relationship with his mother, Kayam Alam Aim, Mishum Aces Up. Kayam for having a relationship with his mother and for having a relationship with the wife of his father. Because his mother is the wife of his father, so it's could be the wife of his father, so it is. That's the point now. So what's the difference? You're having a relationship with his mother, what's the difference? One or two? The question is, if he doesn't have such okay, he gets killed either way. But if he did it by accident, then Rashi points out that since it is something that if it's done on purpose, and a person cannot get killed, they will get hurt. So we know if someone is a punishment that is due by accident that would otherwise have carried, then they have to bring up matters. And as Rashi points out, that they can be high of multiple others, and therefore it's significant to see that if someone by accident had a relationship with his mother, someone else, perhaps, that in that case, he would have to bring two carbon copies. He would have to bring two carbon copies. By purpose, he just gets killed because they're both people. Okay, so there's the Tanakama of our Mitzvah holds that if someone has a relationship with his mother, he gets both two different so in that case, it's someone has a relationship with his mother who is not out of wedlock, who is also the lawfully wedded wife of his father, he is Kayaf only one. Which one is he Kayaf for? He's Kayaf for the relationship with his mother. He is not Kayaf for the relationship with the wife of his father. Okay? Now there's the someone who comes on the wife of his father, which would mean someone that is, as Rashi points out, married his father, either married his father after this child was born, or else someone who was born out of wedlock. So therefore, I'm sorry. So it is talking about a case. Someone who is not other, but just as where it says, so now we're talking about a case where the father is still married to this woman, and so therefore he's Kayim on Eishav and he's Kayim on Eishav. Now, this is whether the father is alive or dead. Now, Rashi points out that's true only for the Isser of Eishav, but not for the Isser of Eishav, because if a woman is married to a man, and then the man dies, she's no longer an Eishav. But the Eishav, the fact that this woman was married to his father is significant even after his father died and he cannot have a relationship with her. Then when heirs can get her in school, whether his father had heirs with her, whether his father had a school with her. Someone who has a relationship with his daughter-in-law, so his son is still married to his woman, relationship with her, so then he is he's done through Laban. First of all, his daughter-in-law, second of all, she's a married woman. This is true whether his son is still alive or not. Again, I should bring out not on the HG part, but just on the daughter-in-law part that she's got that even if his son has died and he has his former daughter-in-law, that is still actionable. Benjamin Harrison doing again whether his son was married to this woman, his daughter-in-law only through Harrison also through. Okay, that's the part. Tanya, we learned in a bright son. Now let's review what the mission says because the Bible say something different. We had a question as follows: if someone had relations with his mother, we say that he is Kayaf for relations with his mother and for relations with his father's wife. Now, Tesla points out, by the way, that you could also add HSD if you assume the father is married, but I think that would confuse us, so the mission of life didn't assume that the father is subsequently bound. You have a feeling that he has a relationship with his mother after the father died, and the mission says, the conversation is over, he violates both prohibition on relations with his mother and the prohibition on relations with the wife of his father. Okay? So, and Rabbi Rothschild said for that, no, only violates the prohibition on relations with his mother, but not on the prohibition on relations with his father's wife. Not yet for the daughter, so in the Bible says something that the review that says, in the Haisha, of it, so in our Mishnah we said, no matter what, if someone has relations with his mother, he's only over on that relationship, not with the wife of his father. The right here is saying that when is he only over, he only violate the restriction on his mother, but not on his father's wife, is if his father was married to this woman inappropriately. In that case, he's not Kayaf for his father's wife, only for his mother. The Gemara says, well, let's analyze this right for a minute. My Anna really alone that he was not supposed to marry her. He laid on private research, I think this is best if you're saying that he was married to a woman that he's totally not allowed to marry. For example, let's say his sister, right? So then that's what the problem with that McLeod, there are abundance. So if that's what Rabbi Yehuda is saying, that if someone's married to his sister and has this child, that the child is only over for the relationship with the mother, but not for the wife of the father, McLeod, there are abundance of the Alpha in the real laws that you're saying. So then there are abundant who argue Rabbi Yehuda and say that he's Kayaf for both, which is possibly suggest that if someone's father married a woman, he would that she should be over on marrying his father's wife. That doesn't make sense because Allah is like Kedusha Kabbalah.
but that doesn't make sense because you cannot hold the person accountable for having a relationship with his father's wife if the woman was not his wife. Because institution doesn't work. Institution is not public. You can't call it his wife. So the Gemara says we can't be talking about Chayve Mitzvah or Chayve Mitzvah, but rather Ela Chayve Lav. We must be talking about if his father was married to this woman in a way that was over on the law. For example, Rashi says that his father married a mamzer or a sin, or if his father was a Kohen who married somebody he shouldn't have married. Those are Chayve Lavin. Rabbi Yehuda, Savar Rabbi Akiva, the Amar Ein Kiddush is Toksin, but Chayve Lavin. Rabbi Yehuda holds, like Rabbi Akiva said, that are not focused to Chayve. And so therefore, that's the reason that Rabbi Yehuda is saying, that according to this view, that only the reason he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his wife and his father, is because Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva that in fact that Chayve Lav, unless they someone marrying it's just like someone marrying his sister. Not focused. If the institution is not focused, you can't say that is his father's wife. If the woman is not the father's wife, then he can't be held liable for having a relationship with his father's wife, and therefore it's only over on the prohibition of being married to his mother, of having a relationship with his mother, but not with his father's wife. Okay, so that is the Brisa, the understanding of Rabbi Yehuda and the Brisa. So what's the difference between the Brisa and the Mishnah? The Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says, a person who has a relationship with his mother, the lawfully wedded wife, whether lawfully wedded or not, or having Lavan wedded, is only chayav for relationship with his mother, but not for wife and his father. Whereas Rabbi Yehuda the Brisa says that when is he only over on his mother is if his mother and father weren't lawfully wedded, which is the reason that he can't be over on having a relationship with his father. Okay, so that's the difference between the Brisa and the Mishnah. Now, the Mishnah, the Gemara can get into a side topic, figure out is it true Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva. To understand this Brisa, we said that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, and now we're going to say maybe that's not true. The Matzah Rabbi Yoshia, the Matzah Rabbi Shaya asks as follows: is there mitzvah both as long as the other? Okay, so let's take a minute to explain this. You remember from our Yevamos days? So we know that a man dies and he doesn't have children. His brother marries his wife, and if he not, he doesn't have himself. Now, let's say someone is married to someone that the Yevama cannot fault them. So, for example, let's say there's two brothers. One of whom marries the daughter of his brother. So marrying a niece is actually something the Torah encourages, it's not a problem. So they marry the niece, right? And so that's a perfectly valid marriage. But what happens? The brother who's married to them now dies, and so his brother is supposed to do Yiva, but who's the wife of his brother is his own daughter. So he's not allowed to be married to his daughter, and therefore he can't do Yiva. And because he can't do Yiva, then there's no question of Yiva. He's not even relevant to Chalitza, nothing doing. So Erva falls to a Yom, then that's not Yiva, no Yiva no Chalitza. However, there is a case where someone, a Yom, can fall to someone who it's not a kind of increases. It's not a case where it's not a case like that, but a case where there's only an Isser, actually it's only an Isser Rabbanan for them to get married. So in which case, even on Torah, you could be evil, but for the Rabbanan, they're not allowed to get married. So therefore, we don't want them to be equal because they're not allowed to get married to the Rabbanan. But we can say that she can go free to the world because in our Torah, they should have done Yom Chalitza. So therefore, we force there to be a Chalitza. So we're saying there's two cases, Issa Mitzvah and Issa Kedusha, which are Chalitza, not evil, don't the Rabbanan. We'll explain what those are in a minute on the base. Issa Mitzvah, Shniya, Yikarei Sofer. So what does it mean when it says Issa Mitzvah? It's talking about the Shniya, which the Chachamim put in, which were basically people who are similar to the Torah's Erva. So what is a good example of classic case of a Shniya would be for someone to marry his grandmother. It doesn't say in the Torah you can't do that, but Chazal says you should marry your grandmother. So that's a Shniya, that is a secondary Erva, which is only Rabbanan. So therefore, if his brother's maternal grandmother, and then the maternal grandmother fell to the person as a Yavama. So the problem is, Minatora, they're not allowed to get married. You have to be Chalitza, but the Rabbanim are not allowed to get married. So therefore, we say, okay, so that's the Tana says this, as Rashi points out. The Gemara interjects and says, "My Kari Lu is different." So why do you call it different? Should mitzvah l'shmo never come because this is something that's coming from the place. So that's why we call it Isser mitzvah. The Isser that comes through the mitzvah of listening to Chazal. Okay, so that's one case where we do Chalitza and not evil. Isser kedusha. What about Isser kedusha? It's a case of Amana with Kohen Gadol, Kedusha Chalutza with Kohen Hedyot. If you have someone is married to a woman and he dies, and the wife falls to the Kohen Gadol, she's by definition an Amana. Kohen Gadol is not marrying Amana. Then a Torah. So therefore, we say that is an Isser Lav. Now, you might ask, I said before that both cases we're talking about is Rabbanan. The Isser Rabbanan to Kohen Gadol is a Raisa. Why did I say that? As Rashi points out, because in reality, you would say that you could deceive them anyway. Why? Because as they go below, so they have positive commandment and negative commandment. So there's a negative commandment that Kohen Gadol should not marry Amana, but there's a positive commandment that he should do evil. So in Torah, you would say, as they go below, but why did Chazal not want that? Why want them to do it? Because actually earlier in this section, in a different context, but the idea is that when you have an essay of philosophy, it only would forget the first act of Bia. So that when he does the mitzvah of evil, at that point, he no longer has the mitzvah to be married to this woman, and yet he's the Kohen Gadol and be married to an Amana. So Chazal said, we'd rather he not do evil because we're afraid that if they do Bia Rishonah, they'll do Bia Shnia. So therefore, it ends up, even though Hitler, Amana and Kohen Gadol, the Daraisa, is only because Rabbanan didn't want to apply Esed of philosophy, so the reason he's not supposed to do evil is with Rabbanan. So both cases with Rabbanan, and therefore you have to do Chalitza. You can't say it's like a regular case of Erva because where there's no need for Chalitza because the case is only Erva with Rabbanan. So I'm not going to push the Chalitza might have you. That's the case of Kedusha. But my part of it is why do they call it Kedusha? It doesn't feel a hand that the Bahamas should be cuddled to their God, so that all matters of the woman getting married. Okay? The Tanya Allah, we learned on this. Rabbi Yehuda switched it and said no. That when you're dealing with things like Shnios, those are it's a kedusha, and when you're dealing with things like Kohen Gadol, Amana with Kohen Gadol, you're dealing with mitzvah. Why? Because it says that why do we call it kedusha? Shnios, like for example, that I was married to grandmother, is because it actually says how they not what their law that you should make a siyah. You should be careful they don't get messed up. But since grandmother, similar to other things, we think you shouldn't want it to be up. How they not call the law? You should sanctify yourself with something that's permitted to you and make it impermissible for you. So that's why it's kedusha and mitzvah because Rabbi says that at the end of the Sefer Vayikra, when you finish all the mitzvahs of Torah, it says Elah HaMitzvah. So that's why you call it Yisr mitzvah. So what do we have? We have Rabbi Yehuda came on a very technical level. He said, okay, we have this writer that says, right now, you're up under different relationships with people, the evil, you're up under, we don't want to do the evil, they do Chalitza. They called it Yisr mitzvah and Yisr kedusha. And Tana explained why do we call it each one. And Rabbi Yehuda said, no, come switch it. Rabbi Yehuda was not arguing on the basic halacha, right? He was just talking about why it is. So he said, he said, all he's doing is switching which case to call it a condition, which to call it a ritual. Not Chalitza fight, but at the end of the day, he agrees with the basic halacha that he needs Chalitza. What's the problem with that? Because we're going to finish saying the whole of Rabbi Akiva, that Kedushin is not published by how they love it. Like Kedushin doesn't work when someone is just uttered by love, but not by courage. So he says, he's self-denied. And if you're going to say that Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Akiva Rabbi Yehuda hold with Rabbi Akiva, that Chayvei Lav is not posted. Let's see, Chayvei Lav and Rabbi Akiva is Chayvei Krisis Dummy. That Chayvei Lav, according to Rabbi Akiva, are just like Chayvei Krisis and Kedusha doesn't take effect. And so, like I said before, The Taibe priests love to make Alita Yibum Nidu, and the Taibe priests are not to make Alita Yibum. So where a person fell, where he felt that his daughter became his Yibama, there's no Alita, there's no Yibum. Why? Because in the Isser, priestess and tradition is not Topay. But according to Rabbi Akiva, tradition is not Topay even by Taibe Lavan. Like, for example, I'm on the Kohen Gadol. So why did you tell me that he was not arguing with the basic halacha that I'm on the Kohen Gadol, Chalitza? But why should he do Chalitza? Because that's a question. So that the money comes all Rebuta was doing was coming to say, I think when you call this the mitzvah, but it wasn't coming to because he holds like Rabbi Akiva that Taibe Lavan is not what's up? Okay, fine. So we now have, what do we have? We have my Duke, can you imagine that I posted this or that? So I feel like they're just bullying their messages in the school. But look, they're never you speak that up just because they are choosing. Sometimes they are like, I don't know what they are. Oh my God. That he's only tied for his mother and not his father's wife. The time of father, this is his mother. The next pasuk says,
Shema Israel Adonai Direction to the So you're going to end up with a drop dead solid. One drop dead solid. You're only tied for your mother, but not for your father's wife. And the other one says you're only tied for your father's wife, but not for your mother. So we would say, okay, those are each day one case. One is self-married, one was married, and one probably wasn't married. And you still look right. There are almost wedlock, one was legitimately married. You cover both cases. But the problem is, you have to be switching the Lugan. One is his mother, and it's the wife of the father. So we're going to end up with a case.
Episode 50, bro. Please just
Also married his mother, Loma Kaya Klau. He wouldn't be Kaya at all.
She didn't skip every day.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. May I please share my project with everyone? Right now I've got coffee. What did you say, Target? No, I don't generally drink. That means I'm smooth? No, I don't do that either. Baby, I'm perfect. What do you want me to do about it? I'm as close as they come.
Yes, bro, what's up?
Can Rabbi be perfect? Like, can he be perfect right now? What do you think?
Just
Rabbi?
Rabbi, I can't see Rabbi.
You want to read?
Oh, is Rabbi the one that wants to release this project?
100%.
Are you following the hosts and the co-hosts?
Of course, I'm following them, and I'm following everybody else that I can in this room. I've retweeted. Absolutely. Why don't you just look at my profile, my man? Absolutely. I reposted. I commented. I liked. I did everything. You tell me what else you want me to do.
Okay, I'll tell you what. You're gonna have to sing the Nigerian national anthem.
I don't know if I can do that, but I can name 10 Nigerian universities.
Okay, now then we can't fuck about with you. Tom is gonna have to decide on that, my brother. You know that.
All right. Well, in place of it, can I name 10 Nigerian universities? Can you name 10 Nigerian universities?
No. Taka is asking you the question. Don't go Google it.
You know, the thing is that, the first blood needs to take Nigeria and it's very simple, It's very, very simple. Once you can be able to do that, it's your project. What do you think?
Target, I asked you a question. Can you name 10 Nigerian universities?
Yeah. I have many of them. I millions of them.
My man, I know you're telling tales out of school because there aren't millions of them.
No, you don't have the millions of them. I told you that I have millions of them. What do you mean?
There aren't millions of Nigerian universities. There's a limited amount. I'm saying that I can name at least 10 Nigerian universities. I want to know if you can.
Nigeria don't even have up to 10 universities.
Yes, it does. I'll tell them to you right now. There's Fountain University. There's Mountaintop University. There's University of Joes. There's University of Lagos. There's just one moment. Crescent University. There's Hallmark University. If you want to count uniformed universities, then there's like the Police Academy and the Maritime Academy. There are a lot of universities in Nigeria. You should know this.
Oh, none of these universities do exist. That's a fake update.
It most certainly is not fake. You can go to the Wikipedia right now and see that these are real universities with real students.
Have you been to Nigeria?
That doesn't matter. No, I haven't been to Nigeria before, but all I want to do is tell you about my project.
No, fuck the internet, bro. Whatever you are getting on the internet, somebody already updated your shit. So, if you have been in Nigeria before, you will see that you notice that there's nothing like
University of Lagos, University of Ibadan.
Yes, there is. I'll tell you all about it.
I get the picture, send it, and put it on the mango tree.
Just,
Oh, yeah, you want to go?
just one moment.
Alright. Olivia, what is it?
Yeah, don't just what are you trying to say?
Are you an active?
Yeah, 640. 89% of cars in the United States have a French fry.
Blah, blah, shit, biofuel.
Yeah, the thing there is that everybody just wants to see their projects, you know. You don't need to start with singing and before you turn to music. You can't just write music and start singing, you understand? It needs to stay before you turn to music. That's the thing. Am I like
Good morning, God. Good morning, Dosti. Everything is here. Forget about this.
Yo, Aeon, I'll be with you in a second, my friend.
So sorry. What does this mean? Yeah, hi.
Hi.
How are you all?
I don't know for all of us, but for me, I'm great.
I think Olive wants to say something. Olive is raising her hand. Olive.
Okay, no, when I wanted to talk, you could do it. Now I forgot what I wanted.
Who's dog like that?
Yeah, it seems like I'm going to take a lap because I'm trying to take the ball. Why? Can someone let me?
You are wrong. I just want to do up right now. So yeah, I see some legends in the house, the likes of Dondola, Munego. I see Kim, I see Kushi on chain, Kushi on chain. I can see Papa JJ, Ebana Bayam, Akuna Yawa, na South Africa. Yeah, Kushi, your name is too long. Like, haven't you done?
You can tell me Kush.
Kush. Write it on your name so that I can call it Kush. But I'm saying Kushi dot. That means your name is too long.
No, guys, they said Kushi
means happiness.
It's better you answer this. Yeah. Happiness.
Kushi, you know what Kushi means in my language?
What?
Ganja.
No. Not from China.
Holy.
How's JJ?
Holy. Come on. Yo. That is why JJ be
Kushi in our language is punang. You know what is punang?
Punang.
You know what is punang? You know what is pusar?
In a world.
Kushi, now you're gonna have to change that name. Everybody's gonna look at you like that now. They know the true meaning. Afrikaans.
Yeah, Kushi, you need to optimize your name. So that
Yeah, Kushi, now we need to take a lap.
I think
Target is your space, eh? Kushi just run and I also run. It's because your blue check mark is gone.
I'm logging.
Kushi, you logging? Come sit on my lap. Come take a lap.
Who is this cyber buddy? Who is this cyber buddy? Holy, that PFP is what?
$5K on Solana blockchain. Honestly, it is inscribed on. Which one is this? Joski? The Cyber Body. The NFT is like is one of the top one NFT on Solana. Where is it? I don't see it in here. You're not saying Cyber Body? No. That's I think AJ Plus in here. AJ Plus are here. But it is what it is. Oh, I should go.
Everything's good, baby. So in the Jumbotron, I put a list of all of the accredited universities of Nigeria. To my man who said there isn't a University of Lagos, there are 55,000 Nigerian people who would like to disagree with you who are currently enrolled. The school's been around since 1962. My point is this. This is a shill and chill. This isn't who knows the most about Nigeria. May I please share my project with you?
So you want to show us that you know more of Nigeria than any of us?
No, that's absolutely not what I want. Guys, if you're going to allow people to shill and chill, let them do it. Don't quiz them on things.
You just say it now, bro.
Yo, Aeon, how are you, big dog? Can you hear me? Aeon. Yo, GM. Hey,
GM, I can hear you now.
Hey, can you name 10 Nigerian universities?
10?
Yeah, 10.
10 American universities?
No, not 10 American universities, 10 Nigerian universities.
Okay, we have Ebonyi State University, which is located here in Ebonyi State. We have Anambra, which is called IPSU, Anambra State University. I'm calling federal universities.
That's okay, I know.
I am. There's another university in Ndufali Kivu. That is Funai Federal University. How many now?
I think you're at 4.
Okay, there is another university in Anambra called Chukwemeka Ojukwu University for you, Anambra State.
Okay, that's 5.
And then another university in sorry, let me remember the name. I can only mention 5.
That's okay. Okay, you ready for 10 right now?
Okay, and University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, University of Imo State, IMSU, and University of Enugu, just their names.
Yeah, you just pick a city and you get the university. Okay, but that works. They just told me in a space that there isn't a University of Lagos. So there are 55,000 enrollees there. I don't know, like, do they not understand that Nigeria has some excellent universities? And I don't know. Anyway, what's your Shabbat? Shavuoto.
Yeah, sorry, come again. I can't hear you clear.
How was your Shabbat?
Okay. Oh, Baruch Hashem, it went well.
Okay, excellent.
Mazato.
Excellent. Right. So you've got a list of Linktree social media that you wanted to link, right?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have a job currently?
No, the job I'm currently doing is not paying me physical cash. I'm just receiving tokens from their project.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Which I cannot swap, not until they go to mine it.
That's not
I'm just a moderator and also an influencer. So that's just the job I have now. It's not paying me. So if I see any other job that will pay me more than what I'm getting now, of course I will stay locked in.
Okay. I sent you a list of recruiters And let me make sure I did. Yeah. Okay, so I sent you a list of recruiters in Discord. Manpower Nigeria, Africa Work, Jobberman. All right. Do you have a CV, a curriculum vitae, and a resume or a resume?
You asked me to prepare
Yeah.
the one I did. I don't know which I will submit it. Should I submit it now?
Oh wait, did you make one?
Yes.
Okay, so you made.
Yes, but I don't think it's good.
Okay. So,
I'm trying to do it, but
okay, send it to me.
all right.
Just copy the text and send it to me.
As you said, it's best administered in a location you can talk a little bit more about it in a therapeutic environment, right?
Yeah, I mean, everything's especially needed to have. I mean, one of the issues with hypoga and everything is resting heart rate. People have certain medical needs that can be very dangerous. It really needs to be done in a clinic. And unfortunately, everything is illegal here in the States. Texas is just being legal for veterans. Right, so these clinics are generally overseas, or I mean, a lot of them are in Mexico and South America. So finding a really good, reputable clinic is very important. But nobody should be self-administering hypoga. It's very dangerous. However, it's also known to be one of the best solutions for helping people get off of opioids, and the data suggests that as well. So yeah, definitely have do your research into the clinics and find, if you're interested, find one that has good reviews and it's known for doing good work.
Great, good advice. I mean, if there's something that can help unhook an addiction that has been effective, do some research around it. So I appreciate your call. Thank you for being a listener. Really appreciate that. Let's go to Kanya, our wildlife love 4, and then now the listener. Hi. Do you have a question for Christian?
Sort of right to being captured the English language of the way they're on. But yeah, I was wondering why that developed the kind of arts when they were expressing them to nature.
Got it. Okay. An art form. Is it an art form, Christian?
It's a fascinating question. I think it's definitely can be able to tap people into their creative outlets and creative aspects of their personality. I think it can help tap people into aspects of their personality that they weren't aware of. I think that a lot of people tend to find a lot of creative expression after utilizing having this experiences. So whether it's an art form in itself, it definitely fosters creativity.
Aeon, can you hear me?
To Mike in Milwaukee. Mike, do you have a question for Christian?
Yeah, hi Lisa, hi Christian.
Hi.
I've been a business about 3 years now, and also for bond. And I was wondering how long you've been out of employed, how long it took you
Yeah, the one time, you know, only down to 1 milligram of rental plasma. Yeah, it's such a hard thing to get out of. I was taking them for about 12 years, on and off. At my peak, I think I was at 5 milligrams of Nazepam, which is fine. And it took me a couple years to taper off of them. And then I did a rapid taper with Rothschild inhibit, which under medical supervision, we don't recommend anybody doing that. It increased the protracted withdrawal in the end. But yeah, I've been off them at this point for 5-6 years. But yeah, tapering under medical supervision is really important. But it's easy to get down to 1 milligram. Very interested. I would research and go on forum about their experiences utilizing Amanita for mental results. A lot of people.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to download the file.
Okay.
Fascinating. Well, I mean, this is definitely a fascinating conversation.
Download it. I will send it once I'm done.
I don't want the file. I just want you to copy the text and send me the text.
You mean the text?
The text. So you just copy the text and then paste it to me in a message.
Okay, let me do that now.
Okay.
And it also, I want to address the reason that you were on in the first place, which was anxiety and different coping mechanisms for anxiety. Had you tried things like meditation or music or yoga or exercise or anything like that?
Yeah, I was meditating since I was 14, 15 years old, and I also was going through a turbulent point in my life at the time when I got, like I said, I just started business and was in high pressure situations constantly, and music performed well, and I was, offered this as a solution. So, yeah, but then on that note, there's always the issue with any sort of addiction or any sort of mental disorder. There's it generally ties back to something like childhood trauma or experiences that we've had in the past that have wired our brain to have specific reactions to specific situations, and psychedelics aren't the only way to get to the roots of these issues. There's many ways, but they're all tools, and it's up to the individual to figure out which tools work best for them and resonate the most. Right. Yeah, all of these are addiction is a symptom, right, of a larger issue.
Yes. Always. Very good point. And thanks for addressing that. Let's go to Patricia in Milford, Connecticut. Patricia, thanks for calling in tonight. How can we help you?
Yeah, severe OCD, that's like an addiction. It just comes out of PTSD, and what would different things would help that the most? Because you're talking about different substances and how like a person would find what he suggests.
I think that a lot of it has to do with personal resonance. I know that's maybe not the answer that you're looking for. However, I think that when you really started, doing research into this realm and into different options, so I think any of these substances we're talking about could conceivably help with it. But I think that you probably find that one or two of them works better for you and your physiology than some of the other ones. I think the way to find that is to do the research, and while you're doing that research, be very quiet and listen.
So can I send it over because they're saying my message is too lengthy here.
Yeah, you just copy half of it and send it, and then copy the other half and send it.
Okay.
But it's also will likely yield much better results if you find what your body is in resonance with and will respond to the best.
Is this something, Christian, and thank you for your call, Patricia, is this something that you recommend having was your experience in terms of administering this?
Yeah, I'm done. Take it now.
What's your experience?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of benefit to the ceremony and the sitting. There's also a lot of benefit to doing the substances.
Okay, here we go. Okay, we've got your name. Web3 community moderator, network ambassador, digital operations specialist. Okay, good with that. So you know that you're supposed to add your email, right?
Okay, let me send it now. So
No, don't send it now. But like, you would read through this before you send it.
Yeah.
Okay, and so then you'd add your phone.
Yeah.
And okay, so professional summary. Dedicated Web3 professional with hands-on. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just go through it. If I can use it, then I'll use it on my resume.
Okay. Dedicated Web3 professional with hands-on experience in community moderation, ambassador programs, and ecosystem growth across multiple blockchain networks. Skills and maintain. Okay. Core skills: community moderation management, Discord and Telegram administration. Okay. Professional experience: moderator, Cuba network. Okay. Moderator. Okay, when you say you're a moderator, I know what that means. But that's basically you just keep an eye on given telegrams or discords or whatever and make sure anything inappropriate, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I manage the community.
Okay. So then at the very bottom, you would want to put your education. Add your highest qualifications here. Example. So tools and platforms, that's fine. Availability open to weekly paying rule. Okay. I mean, so it's good, but you've got to fill in.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you've got to fill in the areas of like your email, your phone, your Telegram or Discord or whatever, and then your education. Okay, but so you want to make good money though, and like people don't pay well in moderation. That's not something that you can make a lot of money doing. What you can make more money doing is social media marketing. But you need the different social media accounts first. So what I would do, like let me put it this way. You could say that you're a community builder and an ambassador and a moderator and get paid. I don't know what you get paid for that, but let's just say in real life, $1 an hour, or you're not even gonna make that. You'd make maybe a week, $10 a week, or you could be a social media marketer and make $50 a week. There's just more people who need that type of assistance. So you've got the list of everything for Linktree, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so create those accounts. And then what we can do is look it over. We can build them out. Once they're good, we can say that you're a social media marketer. And that's going to be an easier job for you to get compensation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you want to do, Aon, is, did you create your Linktree yet?
Yeah, I created those accounts already. I created some of the accounts. I'm just left 3 or 4.
You only have 3 or 4 left to do?
Yeah.
Okay. That's great. Okay, so what's your Linktree? Just tell me what your username is.
Aon.
AON?
Yeah.
Then what?
Can you see it?
Did you send it to me?
Wait, let me open the app. Let me copy the link.
That's okay. Do you have tefillin?
My friend, I don't have.
Okay.
Definitely right.
Okay.
But I have Sido.
Okay, you have a sitter? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Do you know people with tefillin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know someone I can also buy from.
Well, you want to be careful about that because you don't necessarily know if they're kosher.
Yeah.
And at least in the
That's why I've not bought yet.
and at least in the United States, they're very expensive.
Exactly.
So you'd want to have a qualified rabbi ensure that they're kosher. So don't go buying anything because it's not necessarily in your best interest right now. Okay, I was just curious. Okay, excellent. All right, so go into your link tree. Okay. So there's nothing linked to it yet. You know that, right?
Yeah, I just created the account.
Oh, you just created
yesterday.
Okay, that's fine. But so
I'm waiting to have all the account created so that I will link it once.
Okay, that's okay. But you could, once you create each account, just link it and then you build it out.
All right. Since we are here now, I am on the menu. Where can I click to link on the account? Is it setting?
What are you asking?
I am on the link tree now. On the link tree app, I want to start linking the account I already created.
Okay.
I'm asking how do I go about it? Where can I click now to link it? Because I see on my link tree.
Yeah, no, I understand. Are you on Android or iOS?
Android.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a video.
Okay.
And just and it should teach you how to do it on an Android device because I don't have mine's on an iOS device. So I'm gonna send you text of how to do it, and if that doesn't make sense to you, I'll send you a video as well. And okay, so I sent you the text of how to do it, and then I just sent you a video of how to do it. So I would, if you have the opportunity, look at both of the links that I sent you, and then you want to create that list of social media that I gave you and start linking it. And once you're done with that, and we put some content on it, then we'll redo your resume. And instead of being a community manager, we're going to make sure that you're a social media marketer and you can get paid more money for that.
Okay. All right.
All right. So,
thank you so much.
Absolutely. So check out the links that I sent you. Check out the video that I sent you. And then if you have questions, come back in here.
Yeah.
And I'll answer them. Okay.
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 All right.
Excellent. Your name though, Aeon3.
Yeah. So that.
That's a really nice short name. So if you can keep that going,
Yeah, Aeon is just the name is just an initial of my father's name, my own name, and my grandfather's name.
Okay,
That
excellent.
is Akoma Ubiora and Nwokobu. So I just took out the initials. It gave me Aeon.
Excellent. That's great. So you're good.
I know when I add my English name, it's based Gayon. If I'm to take from Gerard, then I got Gayon. So
Okay.
just went to me anyways. So,
I'm just saying that it's short and it's a good link to have. It's 4 letters, so
yeah.
or 4 characters. Okay, so check out the links that I sent, and if you have questions, come back to me. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, big dog.
Yep.
It's a functional breath freshener you swallow, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders eating garlic and onions. Zellman's is only available online. Go to Zellmans.com, Zelmins, Zellmans.com. Don't let that breath.
Wishing the holidays could come early? If you own or manage a business, they can. With help from iHeartRadio. People are already shopping for their loved ones and hunting for deals wherever they can find them, including right here. They're listening to the radio. They're listening to podcasts. They could be listening to you. Don't wait for everyone else to kick off the holidays. Get your best season of the year up and running today. Call 844-844-IHEART or visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
An official message from Medicare. A couple more minutes, and we'll stop this month's book club.
A real estate brokerage there, so I would love to have your mom on. Listen to me, I would love to have your mom on her show. I just go send it in her DMs and let her know. It's a podcast, right? If it's a podcast, then she could log in virtually as well. Because she's actually leaving the 17th. She got there December 3rd, and she's leaving the 17th. She's basically in between the Capitol, where the interview's going to be, and the Ministry of Defense. I'm not sure why it's in that building, but we'll figure it out. And we did the kind of where she's getting her keys for her first apartment. I think you told me about that, right? Yeah, absolutely. So Punta Cana is the area that they're developing. So the husband is an international developer there. The wife runs a lot of the real estate on the island. She's on all the billboards. So she's on all of them. So yeah, it's a podcast, but she does it in person. So if it's not this time, then maybe when she returns back, and it's warm there, and everybody might have to go visit your mama. Well, if you were in New York City, I'd say go ahead. New York City has direct flights, so it's basically it's just a 4-hour flight. You get to the airport, you don't even go through immigration this side. You get to the other end, and you're good to go. Goodness, I love it. Yeah, it's a whole thing there, though. I gotta have a car ready for me. I have to have the itinerary planned out for me when I go to the DR. It's just a different vibe there. I love it. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Yanda. It's a beautiful day here in New York. The weather is amazing. It can't get any colder, I guess, for now. But yeah, it's just been super epic, and glad to be here. I just want to say, Mike, congratulations to you and your mom. She's an amazing person. I got to meet her and you at the NFT NYC After Met for Profit Over Wages. It was pure epic. I know we didn't get to connect deeply, but it was good. But more importantly, what I liked about that was, like, when you had walked in, I didn't know who she was and who you were at that time, but when you walked in and the way you brought her with passion, love, and care, it's very easy to see. So yeah, man, special shout out to you. And when you do get a chance to speak to mommy, tell her Blockzillas and the tribe wishes her the well. And we pray and we hope that the interview goes amazing and she opens up new opportunities that she never expected before. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Definitely appreciate that. Also, Blockzilla, there's an event coming up this upcoming Thursday. I'm going to send you the promo. There's free snacks, and basically everybody there is a 10-year veteran in their industry. People from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Shout out to Yanda are attending the New York City office, obviously, and Wall Street gurus. managing directors, a pretty high level, and in the banking industry. So I would love to meet you there. I'll send you the promo again, and hopefully we can see each other on Thursday.
Absolutely. Feel free to share the details, and then I'll hit you up on the back channels. And yeah, man, appreciate you. And I believe I have your number from previous conversations. So yeah, for sure, man. Done.
Oh, that's so nice. I love when the community gets together and we hold these conversations. Let me go over to my co-host. Let me start with Web3 Artist Awards. How are you today?
Good morning, Yonda. Good morning, everyone. I'm doing well. How's everyone?
I am doing well. Can't complain.
Doing amazing.
Very good.
What's new, Lucas? What's new?
Well, I believe that we're now in the judging phase of the awards event, and I can post the link to that in the Jumbotron if that's all right.
Yeah, that's good. And I've sent out, my judges are sending me screenshots. They're posting it here on X. So I've had probably 4 or 5 judges already go through. So pretty exciting. For the Web3 Artist Awards. And so in the judging, the Web3 Artist Awards, everybody, this is a way to give back to artists, to celebrate the beauty of what's created, whether it's spoken, whether it's an AI film festival, whether it's canvas, spoken word, and so many more categories. So this is the time that now you get to vote for these individuals. Like, I have people in other award opportunities around the world, and they're like sending me their links like, hey, can you vote for me? Can you vote for me? I'm like excited for them. Can y'all vote for this one over here? This award ceremony. So it is taking place on, refresh my memory, Lucas, I believe it's the 12th and the 13th.
Yes, and I do not know the time. Do you?
I thought we were looking at that 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That was the sweet spot for us last year. So don't quote me on that yet, but I want to say it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week. And I don't know if we set the space for it yet, but did we set the space? No?
I don't think we have. If we have, it's because Blue has done it. But I can look.
Yeah, check it out and see if it's already there for the Web3 Artist Awards. I know we're still looking for a few more speakers, a few more entertainers. So if anybody wants to be a part of the Web3 Artist Awards, it's the second year, then certainly we embrace you being a part of it as well. So let's go over to our second co-host. Hey there, Spo, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Yonda. Good morning, everyone. Doing well here. Just chilling, waiting for to get the kids out of the snow so we can make some snowman. That's about it.
Hey, Spoon, do you have those sleds that the kids can slide through? Man, those are some amazing times.
They got some patrons, circle things, and things you can stand on. About close to our house across the street is there's a park, and there's a place where we can slide down. So that's what they're waiting for. So we're gonna be hitting that here probably in about a couple hours, or something like that.
Man, that sounds fun. Yonda, do you remember doing that? Man, just the fact that I hear other people doing it, like, it's amazing because now you can feel the vibes from before. But if you hadn't been in this space, nobody would know. That's when we would talk about it.
Do I remember it? Absolutely. It's near and dear to my heart. I don't think I would try it at this age, however. I'm glad he said the kids. Thank goodness. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Let's head over and say hi to our friend who has been patiently waiting. Is it Robbie? Robbie?
It's Rabbi. How are you,
Rabbi.
young? Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody?
Oh, please, Rabbi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams are archived on the internet. They go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential individual. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person. I have more content than any person. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. 2,500 in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow you back. Send me a DM. I'd be happy to respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
I'm just taking that in, Rabbi. I'm just taking that in.
It's a lot, I know, Yonda.
I am so honored to have you here, smiling. I'm like, wow, world peace, like solving some of humanity's big obstacles, and you're overcoming it, and you don't mind sharing with the world. They get an opportunity. You talk about living in a glass. You are living, you are streaming. Now, do you leave the house at all?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Now, when you do leave the house, by way, do you like drive? So you have cameras in the house? Do you like ride a bike and you have cameras on the bike? Tell me about that process.
Absolutely. It gets difficult, as you can imagine, because there's a lot of multitasking. So I have basically front and reverse cameras that archive what I'm doing while in the car. Additionally, I use different data plans. I've used as many as 4 different iPhones simultaneously to be able to stream IRL. So basically, people can ride alongside me through all of my journeys through the freeze of Southern California and to places like Santa Monica Pier, the Queen Mary, certainly the Coliseum, and that it's really fun, but I don't always get an opportunity to connect with people that way, because when you are driving and you've got all these, streams going and such, it's not safe to be interacting with your phone. So basically what I do is I have like suction cups and I have holders and I start the streams and then I just let them archive themselves. So it's easiest for me to be able to interact with people, particularly IRL, or I shouldn't say IRL, but directly in my Discord, and also on X Spaces. But when I do that, I don't do it IRL. It's really too much to do, too much to multitask and leave. So more recently, I have been promoting my X Spaces, which has kept me basically live streaming my life from desktop streams, and that allows me to be able to connect with people in my Discord as well. So I get people from all over the world every single day who come visit me in Discord. I get people who actually live alongside me 24 hours a day. I've got a community of people who just like that I'm doing this and they want to help promote it. And then I get people who just want to come in and sleep. I get people who play games. We watch movies, we watch documentaries. Really, I do my best to be as accessible to the world as possible, and that's just in my Discord. I'm live in about 12 other Discords as well, where I give people a portal into my life. And Yonda, you absolutely understand it. It is essentially a glass house in which I allow people to observe my every waking hour and my my every sleeping hour as well, because I sleep on stream as well.
Rabbi, we are so fortunate to have you here, and I want to say thank you. And now I have to follow you on YouTube, and then hopefully I'll be able to chat with you and say congratulations on a job well done. The last question I have for you, because you've been doing this for 4 years, and I don't want to hog up the mic, everybody. I just want to understand what made you say, I am going to stream my life.
Excellent question, Yonda. I am someone who never thought they would do this. In addition to being a rabbi, I am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and it was during the pandemic when my job went remote. And so I went from never being on camera and being quite social media shy, to be honest with you, to being on camera for 4 to 8 hours a day, sometimes as many as 12 hours a day. And my anxiety of being on camera was lessened. And after work, because many activities were closed and my community wasn't necessarily meeting in our normal way due to some of the protocols, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and hit golf balls at the driving range. And I made this a routine throughout the pandemic. And one day I to view on camera, and so I started to stream. I shouldn't say stream, I just started to record my golf swing on camera, and I would make some shots that weren't as good as some of the others, and I'd make jokes to myself on the camera. And I thought, some of this is really cute, it's funny, and God willing, someday I'll have a family, and if and when I do, I'd want them to know what their dear old dad was like before they were even in my eye. And so after work I would upload my streams, and after playing golf I'd upload my streams or my recordings to my Google Cloud account. And it was taking me a long time to do. Basically, if you know how data works and upload speeds, you can get throttled if you do it too much, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought, there's got to be a better way to do this. And after doing a little bit of research, I just recognized that the best way to probably do this is to live stream it. If I'm going to do that, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it. And so I bought like 10 different laptops and computers and another 23 or so handheld devices and tablets and such. And I put them around myself in 360 degrees. Just basically took the plunge and became a YouTuber, created my first YouTube account in the fall of 2021. And so that's more than 4 years ago. And as they say, the rest is history. And you can view my life in all these different cameras, including a ceiling camera, as I say, or 360 degrees, in the link in my profile. And if you ever want to connect with me, join my Discord. I'm available 24 hours a day. So long as I'm awake, I will help you. And this has given me a really great opportunity, not just to share my life with the world, but what I'm also doing is archiving human history. And that to me is very important. I keep a radio going 24 hours a day in the background so people can go to any moment of any day of my life, essentially for the last 4 years, and know not just what I was doing, but what was going on in human events. Maybe a few generations ago, I would have been a diarist or someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But I just use cameras to do it. And I feel like I'm capturing a really amazing story. Not only was I able to capture the pandemic and all the other historic events about which I speak, but additionally, I have an archive of the world prior to the influence of large language models, essentially AI. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2020. I was a user when it launched November 30th, 2022, and we've seen the ways in which AI has changed our lives over the course of the last few years. And I think that'll be really interesting to the people of the future to be able to study this. So I really archive my way and archive my life in as many different ways as possible, for the hope that in the future it will be studied and people will have an accurate record of what life was like post-pandemic.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. Just fantastic. So I now understand your why and what led you there. Fantastic. And welcome to your new community, Genius. We would love to have you. Make sure you join the community. We're thankful for you. Let's head over. I think William was here. And then I think it was Mike. Then Fees. No, it was Wick, then Fees. I think. Hi, William.
$1 million holler. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm just hanging out with the family. My fiance just woke up. My son awake. All my cats, dogs are in one room. It's a fun place.
Well, that's fantastic. What's new in your world?
I recently signed a 7-figure contract for 11 years, but other than that, just been grinding away, trying to make education free and available for everybody. Recently, it was displayed at the Art Basel through the Ugly Duck Society, and apparently the mayor really liked what's going on. Change with Scrooge of the Ugly Ducks about potentially getting something built for the school system, so might be stepping in the right direction for Web3, and it's definitely stepping in the right direction for my pocket. From zero to hero. I'm loving this 2026 vibe.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. You're making a new contract.
Thank you. A lot of people always say that they give up right before it gets good, and it's almost to that point too. It's not a guarantee, like the money's not in my account yet, so it's not real, but the paperwork signed, it's all legal and it's all binding, but it's just a point of like 6 years of building portfolio in the form of building for everyone else, and it's just, it finally came to a pass that I was chosen by name.
Shanta Yonda, what a nice lady. Very professional.
When it's only mother, but not wife or father, only wife or father, but not mother. Each of those cases, but a case where it says mother and the wife are not chayav, so that can't be. So it must be that Imsahi and Eretz Avikohu are not the reason to do it. And then there's a second question: moreover, if you're learning that kind of drug,
as expected, the three were absolutely hilarious.
why wouldn't they use it?
But Annie was beyond awful. It was actually painfully awkward how bad she was. I had never heard her stand up and figured she was successful since she runs in that cookie circle. I read cookie with everyone else, but when I was telling you the room went silent and awkward, it was an understatement. She kept going to her stool to look at her notes, and when she did that, it was 10 minutes into the silence. She tried to do crowd work, but we weren't giving her anything right to do. So, for someone who points fingers at people who aren't funny, she should make sure her hands are clean. This is absolute disaster of a set. She sucked all the energy out of the room. Luckily, it to close the show and killed my friend, and I couldn't believe how terrible she was.
You want me? I want you, baby. My sugar, the Milky Way. We're in yeah. I got you. Moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. You need a little.
I mean, you know what? Why don't you go ahead and talk about it? Well, no, fuck you, first of all, whoever posted this, because she's literally working on you and not doing it.
Need a little bit of me. You want me? I want you, baby. My sugar,
This is very obvious. She's doing new stuff, right? She's very funny. Her stand-up is good. I wouldn't sugarcoat it. I wouldn't tell you that your dick is delicious. I've seen her be very funny. She's this is what comedians do.
And they like my shit.
There's like 250. Yeah. And who are you to insult a modern day philosopher? Okay? Hey, buddy, you're a fucking homeless cat. Yeah. Your profile picture even knows if it's there. It sucks that Fire of the Kids subreddit's allowing bots to post on here now, dude. Or, where did you write that? You're in grandma's basement? You fucking bitch. You brought those. Let's see here. I'm reading comments now. 249. What does that mean? Like 250. Oh, what do you mean? God damn it! Is that an impression of me? I don't appreciate it. Comedy Star thought they bullies that place with Joe Blue. Yeah, so they're just going to town. But no, I'd much rather see a comic bomb. Would you rather see a comic bomb or do good?
Well, here I mean, listen, I'd rather say, like you're saying, Andrew Santino is funnier than Annie Letterman. You're a moron. His stand-up sucks ass. She is fucking funny. If you think that's where you lost me, sure, Bobby Lee and Bill Burr, they're great stand-ups. But saying if you were like, of course Santino was funny, that's something I've never heard anyone say. I've not heard a single person ever say, I saw Santino, of course he was good. It just doesn't, that's not a thing.
So you're more diplomatic about it. It is, yes, I agree with you there. But I'll be more diplomatic. Santino's comedy is not for me.
Yeah.
His podcasts are very funny though.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with that. He's very good on TV shows. He cracks me up when he's talking to people, but his stand-up is not for me. Not for me. Yeah, I don't get it. But yeah,
we should review one of those Patreon soon so I can understand where this hate comes from. Yeah. I've seen him perform at the Comedy Store, and I didn't laugh, but he was killing it. But I was just like, it's not for me.
Exactly. Yeah. But he is very funny on some of the podcasts he does.
Let's see the next one here. Posted by Boxinator. Nice gentleman. He's a Mustang guy and a Doodle guy. What does that mean? Let's see here. Sunday plus travel ball plus new pub. He's posting like a white teenager, like a white female teenager.
Yeah, he's too old for this shit.
I will say he's not doing paragraphs, which is something that I see that I'm like, you got mental issues, on
Instagram where they'll just post paragraph after paragraph, and at the end be like, in summary, it was a great trip. Something like that. Dude, he's any grift he can do. He wants to be like an influencer or whatever. Good.
I don't know what the second post is or why.
His friends. Oh, maybe they're just saying that's like what those kind of people post. Wow. Did he get tagged in that? Okay, so and the person that posted this. Is the dog named Durhurst? Congrats, my man. He's the guy in the winner of Mustang. Wait, so let's go back. Wait. So, so it's the dog is the connection. That dog, dude, I feel like I'm a fucking detective right now, dude. Wait a minute, did he say you get the truck if you give me your dog? I'm so fucking tired right now, dude. I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna show you it for me. I'm tired every show. I like this mystery, dude. This may not be a mystery to somebody who's asked, but I am having trouble. I'll just be honest. I like your conclusion about I'm thinking you're not in the car. Yeah, that's how I'm going. Damn, and everyone goes bomb birds. Everyone's just got birds. You gotta offer a dog. Wow. Followed by Brendan Chop right there. And there's a link between all of them. So Wild Deals follows. Brendan Chop follows. Joanna follows. The winners of the car. Maybe they work together and Wild Doodles bought the car and the truck. The car, I don't know if it was a car or a truck. Not a car, Mustang. Right. And all of a sudden, the car or the dog is back. I think that's what they're trying to say. And yeah, I mean, there's some fishing going on. That is wild. If we're getting it totally off base, please tell us. Not in a comment, but like DM us or something. Ridiculous. Dude, his closet must have a lot of clothes in it, man. Yeah. He must have like a bunch of, because like he has so many shoes. They all matching. Blue and yellow shoes go with the white, and also the laces. He has a whole other closet. Dude, I didn't notice that. That's redacted as shit, dude. Fuck that. Look at 8 feet though. Big dick. Sorry about that. How does he fit in those things? Yeah. How does he even fit in those shoes? Yeah, he's an idiot. Wow, that's crazy, dude. They're faking truck giveaways, dude. Wow. But that's like conclusive evidence. We can take him to jail now, dude. Oh, you must have forgot. This motherfucker must have forgot. Alright, so this one's posted by Neon Belly. She's gone from cropping out the uglies to erasing them all together. That's a clear crop out the uglies right there. Sometimes you want to be, show yourself. Or you hide your, you don't want your family out there, right? She never plus she hates them. Guys post my lights. Fucking day's terrible. I have a family. Photoshop is a prom beat. Okay, so she's posting pictures of her kids. Yeah, whatever. That one was posted by K9 Beats. What a bitch. Okay, what the fuck? Jackson Collar posted this one. You can't tag him or something. Oh, they don't allow everyone to tag him or mention him. So, he's the most hated man on the internet. What do you expect? Yeah. Dude, fuck Brendan Chop is the thing I was commenting. You see that? He was commenting, dude, fuck Brendan Chop. Hilarious. Great. Yes. What happened to that? Yes. Posted by Icarus Lives. Fucking live. Yeah, we live. This is fucking awesome. Sometimes I call you late at night and I'm like, remember that one time what happens next? And I'm like, dude, I can't wait for the next one. I'm like, let's see. And I was like, what is it? And then I have another guy. I don't know his Jason Gordon. No, dude. Fuck that. No, way. Jason Gordon-Levitt.
Well, let's be honest. D'Elia's getting a little bit of SCTE on him now. Jason Gordon-Levitt. I mean, it's pretty close to Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
There's a lot. That name is funny because I've heard it in stand-up before. Like that guy, that red-haired comedian, Matt something. He would go like, "This is my impersonation of the Police singing Joseph Gordon-Levitt." And he goes, "Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Joseph Gordon-Levitt." It's just a funny name.
Yeah, it's like, tell me your parents got divorced without you. Right?
Oh yeah.
You know, where do you go by Levitt or Max? Both of them here. Your name is complicated.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Of course, Levitt, Jason Levitt, Jason Jason in there?
I'm so tired. That's what's funny that he says Ramsey.
Jordan Jason.
Jordan Jason Levitt.
Jordan Jason Levitt.
Joseph.
For me,
Got a DM twice. It would have been amazing if that was the third time.
do you think he knows what's happening? Next right here, he's like, fuck. It's like an NBA player knowing they're about to be on check. Like, God damn it.
Yeah, that sounds probably is. I'm gonna say that's a GNT. I'm gonna go 6. He said 6 GNTs.
You guys, and I decided to run. I decided to sprint in the sand. My legs can actually never.
I guess it takes away the explosion. That's pretty protected.
Is it takes away the explosion? Yeah, and absorb.
Chappelle's like, I know that doesn't make sense, but I'm not going to say anything. Right. Shit, dude.
That's how we meet the road. We're the
Canary in the tunnel. Canaries in the tunnel. Canaries in the tunnel sounds like a great name for a
Look how excited he is to say something smart.
Hey, Kelly, go back on the road. We're the canaries in the tunnel.
I hope they don't cancel the show. This show is so good. No, I can't. It's the show on fucking TV. You can. Shout out to Icarus Lives, dude. This I can't move to Boston, babe. This was supposed to be Khabib time. This is Shop Your Hair. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, man. This is definitely the MMA just because that's not what you guys tap here. Oh, shit. So, you just got here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, better than the weird thing he had going on before. No, I was going to do. Did you shoot? Please. I would never leave her. But no, it's better than the thing where he's like, remember the thing where he's doing this? It looks like he's like, I don't know, like a Cowboys movie he's been having recently.
What a idiot!
That's what
What a loser!
I think he should go out with no facial hair. Have you ever seen a British shop with no facial hair? Yeah, we have.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
Let's see what else we got here. That's a promotion. Max Power Bike posted this one. Mama is finally coming to Texas.
That really does look like he's your uncle Dave there.
It's a big horse. How does he fit on it?
Plenty of takeaways out here, Chip.
Let's see here. I really have fun. Let's go right now. Any face left. Man.
Maybe it's just makeup. I have no idea, Jim. You don't have to say it. You just keep saying it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say it. You know, like, that's another shit we can start fixing. Right? But, you know, it's, like, let's be honest, the hair makes you look different first. Right? Hair's put back. Looks like her. Well, she's goddamn real. So, like, I could, whatever, you know? Like, all I see right here is a woman, beautiful woman that needs a tear tunnel to me. And she looks like her mom's not I mean, this woman did. That's me. No chance. Illegally. Somebody said I'm a million Travis. Okay, let's see here. Confidence searching 8648 posted this with golden shower officially getting rock bottom. That's interesting. Let's see. Someone take a Steve. It's really bad. It's fine, private. Terry Collins, you don't need to do an intervention. You just put something on the table. Yeah, that's not funny. I love it when Martin's not funny. Yeah, it's funny that he's almost the long goes. That's your I-95 mask out where the bucket's going. I-95 mask. Because that sounds like back home to me. I've never been a highway guy. I'm not being honest. I can't consider being I don't know highways as you know. I do. You know them well. Yeah, you're always telling me this is a conversation we have. How do you get here? And I go, I don't know. And you go to the 10 to the thing, right? And I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, I've driven to 95 from here. Okay. No way around there, boys. COVID restarted. Yeah, that's your I-95 mask out where the bucket's going. That's a shorts checker right there. Take a dump and come back. I wish that was solved it. You know, this is suspicious of Eric, honestly. He said that, like, you shit a little bit. I'll let that slide, but a shorts checker? Is Eric having this issue where he farts so bad that he has to check to see if he shit himself? That's not good. That's definitely not something. If you do that, if you have to check your shorts to know whether you pooped your pants or not, you shouldn't be talking about chicks. I poop. Oh, good douche. That's disgusting. Yeah. But also, I think you're getting their names wrong. Meaning, no, that too. But Diddler's the one that said shit. Oh, okay. Well, Eric said that's the suspicious thing. He also said you need to get a colonoscopy. Yeah, I don't know. Why? Yeah, that's weird too. A little bit, man. Because now when I fart, it smells like, do I need to go to the toilet? I was like, okay. It's the AI. Where's this? And where were they standing when they took the farted again? So they farted twice? It said at the bottom, fart. Damn, dude. Picture. You can figure out where anything is. So I think it's like, I don't want to do that. I think that when you're like, I think that you farted again. I didn't tell you. You know what? That was like a warning shot. I didn't call house. You need a phone. In middle school, we had to do like a geometry project where we built their dream home and had to be to scale. And one thing I wanted that still is like 4.
Smell for a little bit. Yeah. Just fucking say that. Yeah. Well, I want basketball. So here's the deal. I don't know what you're saying. Floor me. They want to tell the show early. So they're like, let's do a fart bit. Like we're saying like we can't take it. It'd be really funny. That is rock bottom though. Shit, poop, stuff. Like, and then Brendan farts on it twice if he really did. You're coming with your conspiracy. You will become a conspiracy theorist at the wrong time. Okay, I feel like you for sure farted. Yeah, probably. I mean, did Brendan Schaub fart? The answer's probably yes. If you ever have to ask that question, it's probably that's not yes. Yeah. I mean, I think it's fun between friends for sure. But the way that they're all, I don't want to deal with this shit. That's he's a brain. Yeah, you know, his brain is operating at like 12-year-old or something like that. So he's like, my fartage real bad. Man, humor. That's his shit. That's his fucking go-to. Just the standard goal there. And I'm cool with you smelling a fart, but don't get mad about the sound of a fart. You know? I mean, let's grow up a little bit, right? You can't really control. Unless it's like, if it sounds like you're ripping a fart on purpose. Well, yeah, if you're fucking doing damn, like, Mach 5 face, where you're like, trying to fart, don't do that, but don't get mad about the noise. I usually feel bad for somebody if they rip a crazy fart. Like, oh, they can't control it. You know, like, maybe that's how we should feel about Sean. Yep. He has no control. He's just smiling because he feels you should see his lawyer, dude. Tiger thick side effects farting. It says that on the side. May cause farting. May cause tummy out. So Cameo headphones on. Cruise lives. So the cruise. Let's see here. And I put it on for $1,000. Here's the deal. No. Recording personal messages for people for like fucking 30 minutes. Hey, Jake. Shit. The fucking fall gets me. Even when people are like bad people, there's always something about the fall that I'm like, oh, God. And if you're like happy about the fall, yeah, I'm a little suspicious of those people. Where somebody's like, yeah, fuck yeah. I feel bad. Okay, when you said that, that made me realize something. Most of the time, I'm not happy. But like, today I saw this picture of Dan Snyder, you know, the owner of the Red Commanders. The owner, he looked really sad, and it said, Dan Snyder is unhappy with Commanders' success and the joy that he is having a tough time with this. It was true, like pure joy. Seeing bad things happen to him, I'm very happy about it. Most of the time, no, I agree. Like Bill Cosby blinded in jail. I'm like, dude, tight. He's blind at the right time. That is awesome. Yeah, he totally deserves give him malady. Bill Cosby, if anybody deserves like biblical maladies from what they've done, it's him. His leg should just fall off. Somebody should beat him with it. I hope he's not selling for $30. Yeah. Heard it was your birthday. Chris D'Elia here. Live it up. No debts. And send it to him. And then you get that for fucking 30. It's not worth it to me. Oh, really, dude? So I put it up. I was like, what's the most I could charge? $1,000. No way I'm doing it for less than $1,000. No fucking way. 164. I want to be the most expensive guy in Cameo. Don't give a fuck, okay? I'm not doing it. All right? I'll make money other ways. Look at him. Paulie Shore, 150. Paulie's fine. Brian Callen, $100. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? This is rough, but it does make me laugh, so I'm alive. Hey, Jason, heard it was your birthday. Live it up. No debt. 164. Is that pounds? Yeah, so that's probably $200. I don't know, English conversion rights. No debt. Mr. Leah here. I'm not doing it. There's no way I'm doing it for myself. No fucking way. You think I wouldn't do it for 50 grand? You're out of your fucking mind. I want to be the most expensive guy in Camden. Don't give a fuck, okay? It's not what you do. Nice, expensive, cool, Camden, mate. Like Russell Brand. I want emotional messages all day to make fucking $700. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that. Also, no debt, no debt, no debt. Can you imagine? I mean, $700 to make 7 messages. Sign me up, needy. I'll fucking do it for 25, dude. There will be cameos. Like if I have anything, there absolutely will be $25 cameos. Yeah. My fucking girlfriend would be like, "Can you please come to dinner?" I'd be like, "I need to do 20 more cameos." You can wait in line. I'll walk the dog when I'm done with cameos, okay? Or maybe I'll do a cameo while walking the dog. Shut up. Yeah, dude. I would do cameos for $5, dude. If I needed to. 5 is no dents. 5's a little. Somebody clips 5's in years, dude. In a tough spot, sure. Real tough. 5? Dude, I love talking to people. I know. I'd rather talk for free. I'm going to charge them on 5 and then just fucking talk to them. You just call them, hey, dude. I see you on the phone. Yeah, I just want to say happy birthday. Jalala's a big fan. Fucking 8 inches. Goodbye. Oh, well. That's, yeah, I mean, he dug his own grave. Yeah, he did to himself. He's like, talking about how he's going to be the most expensive cameo. Oh, really, dude? Yeah. J. Holly 08 posted this. Spotted in Sri Lanka. Do I go visit? Kinda dicey. Great place, never been. Papa's place. Nice. Dogs are not. That's great. You should never dress hotter than the bride. Posted by Financial Skin 4669. That's fucked up. All right, let's see. What else do we have here? I'm just gonna leave this here. You be the judge. Posted by ABTB12. No, Anti-Electric Vehicle Club. In 2024. It's crazy that he can just like, there's so much stealing of other people's ideas. It's like he's purpose. And how does he do it this much? Why does he do it? That's another question. Why? What's the motivation? Yeah. It's quite clear that original ideas do better than just ideas, but he just can't stop. And he's so original with like English, not on purpose, but like he messes things up in ways that people have not messed up before. The creativity doesn't. It's only in that area though. It doesn't leave that arena. Yeah. In the English language, he's like unmatched. He's like what's his face? He's like who's the famous linguist guy? That's super left wing. He's still in his 90s. Not Howard Zinn. That guy died. The other guy. Norm Chomsky. No, I was at no. I was at Norm. You did see. I did. Noam Chomsky and Noam Chomsky very soon when it comes to linguistics. Noam Chomsky should go on TV. Oh, that's weird. Now you're cooking oil. It makes you think, like, did Shakespeare mean to make all those words? Or was he just like Brendan Schaub and NCT? It was writing. Billy Shakespeare, Noam Chomsky, Brendan Schaub. Let's see here. Oh, shit. Anything else? No, what? This is posted by Penis Poop 69. Best friend, here's 16 photos of me. Penis Poop 69. Yeah. This is a picture from a wedding they went to. I went to high school with Brendan. Class of 2001. Got everything. Through my sister, verified by Bonds AMA. They are dead now. I had quite a few classes with him too. It has been a long time though. Edit. Well, sorry, let down, folks. I don't have any juicy stories. Just wanted to give you kind of a glimpse into the from high school. I don't think people change much, except this guy. Holy fuck, he never say anything condescending or wear a shirt that says Anti-Electric Vehicle Club.
if just above average guy that most people knew. He's reeling out. Sorry, it was